Good evening, everyone. I'm the storyteller, and I'm here to help you fall asleep with these horror stories about clowns. So before we start, make sure you subscribe to the channel and like the video. I'd love to know where you're from and what time you're watching this, so leave a comment. When you're ready, make yourself comfortable and relax. It all started. I live in a quiet suburb of Chicago, in a residential neighborhood where neighbors are friendly, yet rather reserved. Every morning, as I drive to work, I see children patiently waiting at the bus stop. In the afternoon, when I return home, I greet my neighbors politely, while some work in their yards, mowing lawns, washing cars, or tending to gardens. It's a typical scene of an American suburban community. Last week, I noticed something unusual at the Miller's house, just 2 houses down from mine. The Miller family has 3 children, and normally someone is always outside in the yard or busy with activities. Since moving here, I can hardly recall a single sunny day when the Millers weren't out enjoying the fresh air or working on some project at home. Not seeing them for days filled me with an uneasy feeling. At first, I attributed it to my busy schedule. Maybe they were traveling or tied up with something. That can happen, I told myself, even though a small voice inside whispered that something was off. I decided to discreetly check on them. On my way to the Miller's house, the usual calm of the neighborhood struck me. No unusual noises. Children playing in the distance, the sun shining. Everything seemed normal. But then I noticed something odd. A lawnmower sat in the middle of a half-cut lawn, as if someone had abruptly stopped mowing. I stared at the machine, hoping it might tell me why, but it offered no answers. Cautiously, I approached the front porch. I hesitated for a moment before knocking on the door. My knock echoed strangely loud on the pavement, and an eerie silence fell. Not even the Miller family dog, which I knew usually barked, responded. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up as I knocked again. No answer. I quietly peered over the windowsill. The inside of the house was in disarray, as one might expect from a family with children, yet there were no signs of a violent struggle. There were no people in sight at all. I shifted my position to get a view of the dining room. On the table stood plates with half-eaten food. My heart started pounding. I needed to know what had happened, but I didn't want to force my way into the house. Despite my reservations, I hesitantly grabbed the doorknob, closed my eyes, and turned it. The door slowly creaked open. Whether that relieved or frightened me, I couldn't tell. Stepping in slowly, I called out, "Hello? Is anyone there?" A suffocating silence answered me. I crept cautiously into the kitchen. There, I saw plates with half-eaten food, flies buzzing around, and chairs left as if everyone had abruptly left the meal unfinished. Where could they have gone? I whispered. I continued into the living room. The TV was off. The space looked lived in but abandoned. Cushions lay scattered on the couch and the floor, yet there were no signs of a struggle. If something had happened, it seemed to have been peaceful. Perhaps the family had left the table and suddenly retreated somewhere else. I glanced out the window into the backyard but saw nothing unusual. Then I turned toward the staircase, wondering whether I should check upstairs or in the basement. Since I avoided basements, I decided to go upstairs. "I'm going upstairs to see if everything is okay," I called into the empty house, even though it sounded strange. "Please don't shoot. I'm just a concerned neighbor." With a pounding heart, I continued. Reaching the top of the stairs, I paused on the first step, facing the bedrooms, listening intently. The absence of familiar household noises made each of my steps echo loudly. I opened the first door I came to. The room was lovingly set up for a little girl. Pink walls, a corner filled with princess toys, yet no one was there. I found similar scenes in the next 2 rooms, a teenager's room and the parents' bedroom. Everything appeared abandoned. The further I went, the more my unease grew. At the end of the hallway, I stood before the bathroom door. Dark thoughts painted grim scenarios as I slowly opened it. The bathroom was spotless. In that moment, I wondered how the family kept their tiles so pristine. After searching the upper floor, the thought of checking the basement overwhelmed me. I returned downstairs, hesitating at the top of the staircase. A mild dizziness overcame me, much like those moments in movies when someone dreads descending a dark staircase. I switched on the light, took a deep breath, grabbed the railing, and walked down. The basement was surprisingly neat, with a large TV, a cozy sofa, and even a small bar area in a corner. A typical American basement that doubles as a living space. Just as I was about to head back up, something caught my eye. A sneaker jutting out from the shadows next to the sofa. Slowly, I approached, my mind conjuring scenes of horror. Rounding a corner, I stumbled upon something monstrous. The sneaker lay on the body of a teenager. I'd seen him often, helping out in the yard. Now he lay lifeless on his back, stiff, eyes wide open. Next to him lay 4 other bodies, his family members. They were arranged with outstretched heads, forming a sort of star shape. I leaned down, searching for a pulse on the teen. Nothing. Then I moved to the next body, a little girl about 8 years old, and checked her as well. Her eyes were wide open, devoid of life. I did this with all 5 people in the eerie star formation. No pulse, no visible injuries, no blood. It was uncanny, as if they could rise at any moment and pretend nothing had happened. Trembling, I grabbed my phone and dialed 911. The dispatcher told me that police and emergency crews were on their way and asked me to stay at the scene. Despite the urge to flee, I stayed and waited. 9 minutes later, officers arrived and began questioning me extensively. I had to recount the story several times, as the police documented everything according to strict protocols. Once their immediate curiosity was satisfied, I asked an EMT about the cause of death. He shook his head. He was just as baffled. Eventually, they let me go but asked me to remain available for further questions. A standard practice so witnesses can be re-interviewed later. I went home, but the wide, dead eyes of the victims haunted my thoughts. The next day, on my way to work, I flipped through the newspaper. There were no reports about the Miller family. Perhaps the media would wait for official statements before publishing anything. That evening, as I drove home, I couldn't take my eyes off the abandoned house. The oppressive silence was the same. Even though I didn't want to, my legs seemed to carry me there of their own accord. I stopped, parked in front of the house, and saw yellow police tape surrounding the yard. A police cruiser was parked next to the house. An officer stepped out and asked politely, "You're the neighbor who reported the incident yesterday?" "Yes," I replied. "What brings you here today?" "I've noticed that other houses in the neighborhood are unusually quiet as well. Have you heard of any more incidents?" The officer shook his head. "I'm here to secure this crime scene," he explained. "I can't comment on other neighborhood cases." I asked if he could join me in checking other houses, but he politely declined, saying he was only responsible for this area. We exchanged a few words, but he didn't reveal many details, just how these conversations go, formal and guarded. After saying goodbye, my inner urge drew me back to the Miller's house. I wanted to check on my own again, though I knew I needed to be cautious. I knocked on the door once more, but there was no answer. This time, I noticed the officer's stern gaze from the edge of the yard as I approached. I stepped up to the door again, opened it quietly, and called out, "Hello? Is anyone here?" Silence. I listened. Only the faint ticking of a mantel clock could be heard. A familiar voice suddenly whispered in my ear, "Maybe they're only away for a little while. Keep looking." Startled, I spun around quickly and saw the police officer standing behind me. "Please, don't come any closer," I stammered nervously. He raised his hands in a calming gesture. "I just wanted to make sure you weren't putting yourself in danger," he replied calmly. I took a deep breath, letting my eyes roam over the kitchen where plates with half-eaten food still sat, trying not to imagine anything terrible. But my gaze drifted to the basement door, which radiated an eerie aura. My stomach clenched. I felt that something was wrong down there. The officer noticed my tension. "Maybe we should check together, but carefully," he suggested. I hesitated, then nodded. Together we approached the basement door, opened it slowly, and descended. The scent of old brick and preserved fruits greeted us. In the dim light of the basement, we noticed two lifeless bodies lying in the middle of the room. An older couple, apparently victims of the same fate as the Millers. Their heads were stacked on top of each other, eyes wide open, without any signs of life. "Oh my God," the officer whispered, pulling out his notepad. A deep dread washed over me as I knelt beside him to take in the scene. The officer meticulously noted everything while I stood there, frozen in shock. After reporting the discovery, the investigators questioned me again. I repeated what I had done. The strict, factual procedures of the police gave me a sense of security, yet my fear grew. The victims were close by. What did that mean for me? Late that night, I returned home. The streets were quiet, neighbors keeping their distance. As I stepped onto my porch, I saw the blue and red lights of emergency vehicles in the distance. It dawned on me. The first victims were just a few houses away. The next door, neighbors had been taken. Was I next? A cold shiver ran down my spine, even though it was warm outside. I decided to take some time off and leave the area. On the phone, I explained to my boss that I urgently needed a week off, a formal request that was quickly approved in this American workplace setting. I packed a suitcase without a specific destination, just away from here. Only a few articles of clothing and at the last minute a swimsuit. I just wanted to get away. I put my mail on hold, grabbed the suitcase, and left the house. Back at home in my kitchen, I fixed a bowl of cereal. As I ate, an odd feeling of calm settled over me, yet also a longing, as if I wasn't where I was meant to be. My mind went blank. I dropped the cereal bowl, stood up, and found myself wandering aimlessly toward the basement door. It felt like there was no other way. Without really knowing why, I opened the door, stepped down, and quietly closed it behind me. As I descended, a strange sense of belonging washed over me. In the middle of the basement, I sank to the floor and stared at the ceiling, unable to move. The feeling of peace quickly faded, replaced by a crushing fear. My eyes widened as the terrible truth about my neighbors became clear to me. With all my strength, I tried to move, to turn around, to do something, but I was paralyzed. It felt as if invisible hands were holding me down. A rushing sound like water filled my mind, accompanied by a deafening roar, as if a storm raged inside me. I had a dreadful feeling that my soul was being sucked out of my body. An ominous giggle reached my ear as I fought in vain against the inevitable. The smell of sulfur filled the air. I felt myself falling, gasping for air, desperately trying to free myself. But it was in vain. I was completely helpless. Suddenly, I felt other hands grab and lift me. The rushing sound and giggling ceased. I sensed the air thick with anger. A violent struggle ensued, and then a loud bang. I felt weightless, as though I were an object suddenly detached. With a painful thud, I landed on the basement floor. I opened my eyes and saw the officer, who had warned me hours earlier, kneeling beside me, breathing heavily. I looked up at him. What just happened? I whispered, dazed. He struggled to sit up. I came back to check on you when I found you down here. You were motionless. I didn't know what to do, so I instinctively prayed for help. I nodded weakly. I'm glad you did. He looked at me seriously. I think we should get out of here now. I followed him, feeling as uncertain as if I were sinking in quicksand, but determined to leave this place. We left the basement. I ran out of the house and never looked back. I share this story as a warning. If you ever feel pulled by invisible forces against your will, whether you're in America or elsewhere, seek help immediately, pray for assistance, or contact the authorities. In such moments, instinctive action may be your only salvation. Sometimes I really hated the morgue. I just started my lunch break when Jessica came in to get me. My microwave meal was still in the microwave, and I was waiting impatiently as she knocked on the break room door. "Hey, Anna, Dr. Anderson needs you in the morgue," she said. "Can it wait a little?" I asked. I liked Jessica, but sometimes she was just too much of a yes person. "Sorry, can't. We have another case," she replied. "He says it's urgent." "Great. Just what I wanted to do before lunch. Look at human remains." I sighed and left my lunch in the microwave as I followed Jessica to the morgue. As expected, Dr. Anderson was inside, examining the newly arrived body, or more precisely, what was left of it. I had seen enough blood to be desensitized, but there was still something about these mutilations that made my stomach turn. I noticed that the team had used 2 body bags to wrap the corpse. I found that odd. I had never seen anything like it before. "Why did they double wrap him?" I asked. "No idea. Maybe to prevent a mess," Dr. Anderson replied. He was a bald, vulture-like man. Something unwholesome always lingered in his eyes, which bothered me. He had never taken a step beyond his role, but I didn't particularly trust him either. He looked like the kind of guy who could be arrested for trying to persuade someone into something strange. No wonder his wife left him. But back to the topic. The mutilated collection of human remains in the 2 bags looked like they had been double wrapped for safety. From what was left of his face, I was pretty sure I recognized him, but I couldn't figure out where I knew him from. He was naked, but below the waist there wasn't much to see, mainly because all the flesh had been removed, leaving only the hip bones exposed. His arms were also mostly eaten away. I say eaten because the tears in the flesh looked like they were made with teeth. I had seen enough animal attacks to recognize that. The body was definitely not fresh. Rigor mortis and decomposition had set in. The wounds were fairly bloodless. "Where did they find him?" I asked. "Hiking accident?" "No, the neighbors complained about the smell. Mrs. Johnson, that's Mr. Chris Meyer." I stared at the dead man, focusing more on his wounds than on who he had been, while Dr. Anderson continued his explanations. "No pets and lived on the 8th floor alone. They found him like that in his bed." "Are there any signs of what did this?" I asked. Dr. Anderson shook his head. No signs of forced entry or animal activity. Somehow reminds me of that boy the other day. What was his name again? "Jeremy," I murmured, and memories flooded me. Jeremy had been one of our patients a few weeks ago. Dr. Anderson had ruled his death a suicide, and he was probably right. The boy had jumped out of a hospital window, but I remember being curious why he was even there. Allegedly, some kind of animal had come through his 6th floor apartment window and killed him, had ripped off his arm. I hadn't seen the wound clearly. It wasn't relevant to the job at the time, but I had gone to the funeral. Sometimes I did that just out of respect for the dead. In my work, it's easy to forget that the corpses we handle were people who were loved and mourned their deaths. I wasn't planning to ask about the attack, but I have to admit part of me hoped to learn something. Instead, a sweaty, unkempt guy in a fedora and trench coat approached me and tried to flirt. He had stormed out of the funeral annoyed during the service. He introduced himself as Chris, the same Chris who was now in my morgue. Was that a coincidence? I wasn't so sure. Dr. Anderson and I worked together to examine the body. From the appearance of the damage, most of it had been inflicted post-mortem. It looked like Chris had first lost blood. Then the animal had attacked him after his death. Of course, the question remained. What had caused the blood loss first? Dr. Anderson? Jessica appeared in the doorway while we worked. What was left of Chris was in the middle of the autopsy. The internal organs showed no unusual damage, but there was very little blood in the body. Maybe it was too early to call it, but my guess would be exsanguination. Yes? Dr. Anderson looked up, slightly annoyed. Your attorney just called. He wants to meet with you. Oh, great. Oh, thanks, Miss Dingle. Is he still on the line? Tell him I'm coming right away. This had been happening almost daily for about a month. Dr. Anderson would leave every time his attorney called. It didn't matter what he was doing. No questions asked. No time to finish the work. Miss Johnson, handle this, he said, leaving the body and heading to freshen up. I exchanged a glance with Jessica and saw her roll her eyes. Within 10 minutes, Dr. Anderson was gone, and our double-wrapped body remained on the table, attended only by me. Not that there was much to attend to. So, was it his actual attorney or the legal assistant? I asked. The legal assistant, Jessica replied. I'm pretty sure his attorney has no idea that this meeting even took place. Oh, how right she probably was. I began the process of resealing the body. I had seen enough to draw a definitive conclusion and didn't need to complete the full autopsy. It was pretty obvious what had killed this man, and I didn't want to waste time. Since Dr. Anderson isn't coming back, I'm heading back to my break as soon as this is done. Are you coming? I've already eaten, Jessica said. Have fun. She turned around and left me to my work. Once Chris was resealed, I went to freshen up. A clean coat, threw away the gloves, and washed my hands thoroughly. When I returned to the break room, I hoped my lunch hadn't gotten too cold. I opened the microwave door and paused. No microwave meal. I looked around but couldn't find it anywhere. No tray in the trash either. Jessica had probably taken it to her desk. She had said she'd already eaten. Whatever, no reason to blame her for it. She would just deny it, and there was no way to prove it. So I sat down at the table and decided to order something to go. The break room had only a small table with 4 chairs, but as I sat, something caught my attention. There was only one extra chair. I looked at it for just a second before completely forgetting. The significance of it only came to me much, much later. After lunch, I went back to Chris's body to finish my reports and wrap him up. As I resealed the body bag, I paused and noticed that there was only one left. Had Jessica taken it out? I opened the bag further to see if the other one was still there, but there was no sign of it. Had I imagined it? Maybe I had stayed up too late. I sealed the bag and placed the body in one of the open refrigerators. Then I finished my paperwork and went home for the night. I went to bed early. The next morning, I came in and saw that Dr. Anderson was already there. His face was redder than ever, and he stormed toward me, visibly angry. "Mrs. Johnson," he growled. "Where was yesterday's patient placed?" Saliva hung from his lips, and he almost reminded me of an angry dog. "I placed him in one of the refrigerators," I said. "The paperwork is on your..." I saw the paperwork, but what I didn't see was the body. Dr. Anderson grabbed the door behind which I knew Chris's body stood. He pulled it open and found it empty. I stared dazedly at the empty room before panic set in. "No, I know I placed him," I murmured. "I know it." I checked the nearby and the upper and lower sections. Moving a body is not something you easily forget, and I knew I had placed Chris. Dr. Anderson watched me, still visibly angry. "Do you have any idea how this looks to us?" he asked, staring at me. "Do you?" I had no answer, just helpless stammering as I stared at the empty refrigerators. All the other bodies were still there, but not Chris. I didn't understand. "I saw her lock it last night," I heard Jessica say. Good old Jessica Dingle coming to my rescue. Anna also locked the body. Dr. Anderson's anger now turned toward her. "Where is he then?" he demanded. "Dead bodies don't just stand up and walk away, Mrs. Dingle. If Mrs. Johnson placed him correctly, he should be in one of those refrigerators, which isn't the case." "I'm just saying, if she didn't do it, where else could he be?" Jessica asked. Dr. Anderson paused. There really was no other place to store a body unless you wanted to play a very macabre prank. Chris should have either been on the table or in his refrigerator. "I understand," was all Dr. Anderson could say. Then let's contact the police. Something's obviously going on here. Maybe they can sort it out. I met his cold gaze, but he said nothing. We didn't get much work done that day. I answered the police officer's questions, and Dr. Anderson left shortly after their departure when he received a call from his attorney. I watched him meet a pretty blonde at the door and lead her outside, already complaining about his day. "What an asshole," Jessica muttered as soon as he was gone. "Yeah," was all I could reply. I saw her sitting behind her desk, feet on a second office chair, filing her nails. "Are you leaving too?" she asked. "Not much to do today." "No, I still have a few things to finish up," I said. No lie, even though it was just paperwork. "I'm around if you need me." Jessica nodded and let me go without another word. The second part of the day was pretty productive. I handled most of the routine tasks I had been putting off. Sometimes it was better than actually dealing with the dead. Another patient came in, this time an older man who had supposedly died of natural causes. I made sure he was placed away so that Dr. Anderson and I could examine him when he came back in. As I closed the refrigerator, I heard movement behind me. I glanced over my shoulder and thought for a moment that I had seen the figure of a young girl. She quickly slipped out of sight, behind the door frame. I only caught a brief glimpse of her, but it was enough to sense that something was wrong. Her eyes were too big. Her skin was strange. She looked more like a cartoon character than a real person. "Hello?" My mind must be playing tricks on me. Surely I couldn't see a cartoon character walking through the morgue. I turned the corner and stood in the hallway, but it was empty. I looked around and saw nothing unusual. A walk down the hallway confirmed that everything was in its place. No one was hiding from me. It must have just been my imagination. I shook my head and turned around to close up for the evening. I made sure I locked every door. There was no way someone could have come in. Jessica wasn't at her desk when I left for the night. Her bag was still there, so I thought she was probably in the laundry room or something and didn't think much about it. The next day, another body was missing. The old man I had placed was gone. His refrigerator was empty, and Dr. Anderson was furious. More police, more yelling from Dr. Anderson. No answers. This time, the police also checked the security footage. Dr. Anderson, Jessica, and I were all in the room as they did it. Jessica's desktop computer had access to all the playback files, and we watched hours of recordings together, but we saw nothing unusual. I saw myself in my office, working on paperwork. I saw myself placing the old man away, and then saw his drawer sitting there for hours until Dr. Anderson opened it in the morning and found it empty. My heart was racing the entire time. That wasn't possible. It shouldn't have been even remotely possible, but it happened, and neither I nor the police had any idea why. That day, I kept a close eye on all the bodies. Dr. Anderson went as usual, but I damn sure made sure to lock every refrigerator at the end of the day. Jessica watched me do it. I asked her to, so I had a witness. "Don't you think that's over the top?" she asked. "Maybe," I said. "But until we get an answer, I'm not taking any risks. This has gotten out of control." Jessica nodded solemnly, arms crossed over her chest. "It really is. I don't know why Dr. Anderson is trying to blame you. Did you hear what he told the police earlier?" I paused. "No. What?" "Oh, just that outburst about him thinking you're pulling some kind of scam. The police didn't believe it, but still, no wonder his wife is leaving him. I'm amazed the blonde legal assistant is still going out with him. I bet as soon as he hits her once, she's going to sue him." She sighed in frustration. I had heard rumors that Dr. Anderson's wife left him because he liked to hit her too much, but I wasn't sure if I should believe them, and I didn't want to ask him myself. I wouldn't have believed it, but at the same time, I wasn't entirely sure if he was capable. Honestly, I'm just fed up with his crap. Jessica sighed. "Yeah, me too," I said. "Well, whoever is doing this, let them be caught this time." Jessica looked thoughtfully back at the refrigerators. "Yes, I don't think they will," she admitted, "but we'll see." The next morning, I rushed to work. I wanted to see if more bodies were missing. The police cars in front of the building showed me that it was worse. I remember sprinting as soon as I saw the police cars and headed to the door. A police officer stopped me as I went in, and I saw another talking to Dr. Anderson. Behind Jessica's desk, I could see the morgue. The refrigerators looked damaged, as if the doors had been slammed shut hard and repeatedly. But the most striking thing was the blood puddle in the middle of the floor. It was spread out as if someone had been dragged here. But there was no sign of a body. I didn't have to wait long for the police to explain what had happened. I had never met Thomas before. I knew he existed. I knew we had a night shift guard, but we had never really met. Maybe I was wrong, but I was glad Jessica wasn't dead. Jessica arrived 30 minutes late to work, with a coffee from a local bakery and a confused expression before the police took her aside for questioning. When all was said and done, we were sent home. I had no idea what to make of everything that had happened. The past few days had been confusing, and no matter how much I thought about it, I couldn't find a logical explanation for what was going on. The police hadn't told me what happened to the night shift guard. They just said he had been attacked, but they didn't have to give me the details. I had seen the blood, and I knew they hadn't found a body. Even more disturbing was that I had caught a glimpse of the damage to the refrigerators, almost as if something had tried to get in. The next day, when we could work again, the morgue seemed quieter than usual. Jessica was late, and we had no new patients, at least not for the moment. Dr. Anderson was in his office when I went to check on him. For a moment, I thought he had just arrived. But no, he was getting ready to leave. "Early meeting, Dr. Anderson?" I asked with a smile. He looked surprised at me. Yeah. Meeting with my attorney and all? You know how it is. I just popped by to check on a patient." "Patient?" I asked. "I haven't seen anyone in the morgue." "She'll be here later. A local celebrity. Laura, Lena, Lenny. Car accident on the way to Los Angeles. What a shame." I frowned but nodded. "All right, I'll keep an eye out." "Thanks. You can handle the autopsy, Anna. I'll see you later." Dr. Anderson left without another word. If anything, he seemed in a hurry. I didn't want to think about it for too long. Maybe he was just shaken by all the crap that had been going on lately. I knew I was. Jessica still wasn't there when Dr. Anderson left, and since our dead celebrity hadn't shown up yet, I decided to do some digging. I had unanswered questions and wanted to know exactly what the hell was going on. I headed to Jessica's desk. She had access to the security cameras. I figured the police had made copies of everything, but the originals probably still existed on Jessica's computer. Maybe it was worth a look. I knew her password. It wasn't hard to break into her computer. I opened the recordings on her computer and played them from the night of the attack. The recordings looked pretty standard. I saw myself locking the refrigerators and getting ready to leave for the night. I saw Jessica at her desk and watched her leave for a while. I fast-forwarded the recordings as she went to the bathroom, then back to her desk to tidy up and leave. I fast-forwarded through the few hours of silence before the night shift guard appeared. He was a tall, dark-skinned man in his mid to late 40s. I saw him making his rounds before sitting at Jessica's desk and patiently waiting for his shift to end. I fast-forwarded the time he was sitting there until I saw him move. Then I let the video play again at normal speed. He stood up and walked to the morgue as if he heard something. When I checked the camera recordings in the morgue at that time, it looked like nothing was happening. Then he entered the morgue and disappeared. The camera flickered, but it didn't show the man entering. Someone had tampered with it. I frowned before closing the recordings and checking again. Who the hell had manipulated these recordings? It didn't make sense. Not at first. Dr. Anderson, Jessica, and I had watched the previous recordings with the police. We hadn't seen anything in the morgue. But on the other hand, could we have known that recordings of an empty morgue were looped or manipulated? There was no movement, no reference points. It would have been basically a still image. But with the night shift guard, it was different. It was damn obvious that the recordings had been manipulated. I had to get the files directly from the cameras, and I hoped the person who had pulled this prank hadn't thought to delete those recordings. I was lucky. The raw recordings looked similar. I closed everything. Jessica went to the bathroom, then I closed up. But this time I saw Dr. Anderson on the screen. Dr. Anderson coming out of the area where the bathrooms were. My eyes narrowed as he stepped into the camera. He looked around, then walked down the hallway. What was he doing there? Did he and Jessica have some kind of affair? That didn't make sense. Didn't Dr. Anderson leave the building earlier that day to meet his attorney? I distinctly remembered him leaving. I clearly remembered talking to Jessica about it. I saw Dr. Anderson wandering around for a while before entering the morgue. He stood in front of the refrigerator drawers, grabbed the handles, and tried to open them. I saw him tugging at them fiercely, his arms pulling like an animal. I watched as the metal deformed and lost its shape. Methodically, he pulled each drawer, trying to open them and failing. Then, frustrated, he moved away from the screen and disappeared into a corner. I fast-forwarded the recordings, but he never seemed to come out of that corner. I fast-forwarded the playback again to the point when the night shift guard first entered the morgue. He didn't behave as if he had seen anything unusual. If he had seen Dr. Anderson in the corner, he would have had to say something. But his lack of reaction told me he hadn't seen anything. I saw the night shift guard walk over to Jessica's desk to relax. I sat there quietly and fast-forwarded the recordings one last time to the point when he returned to the morgue. In the morgue, I saw Dr. Anderson step out of his corner. He was now lumbering like something inhuman. He scratched at the doors again and looked aside as the night shift guard went to check. Dr. Anderson fell backward to the ground, and as he did, I saw his body morph. I had to rewind the recordings to understand what I was seeing, but after a few viewings, it became clear. Dr. Anderson had fallen backward, and his body had changed. His skin had taken on a metallic sheen and had become smoother. All his facial features had disappeared. In a few seconds, he had become an exact replica of our examination table. The night shift guard walked in and looked around to find where the noise was coming from. He looked at the refrigerators as if noticing the damage for the first time, and as he did, he turned to the table that was only in front of Dr. Anderson. I watched as the table split in half, revealing rows of huge, shark-like teeth. Before the man could react, they closed around him and pulled him back. I saw arms reaching out for the man, holding him tightly as the table crushed him in its massive jaws. My hand went to my mouth in horror as it completely swallowed him, leaving only a blood puddle behind. Then the table changed. It stood up and took the form of a cartoon character. It looked like an anime character. The creature transformed again, this time into a well-known American pop star before shifting into the form of Dr. Anderson. He looked down at the blood puddle, then casually turned around and walked away. My heart raced. This thing was in the building with me. As far as I knew, it knew I was watching. Jesus Christ, it could transform into random furniture. It could literally be anything, and I had no idea. Shit. I glanced over my shoulder and saw Jessica standing in the morgue door. She was holding a laundry bag in one hand, but through the plastic I could see a blood-stained lab coat. I could see blood oozing from the corner, steadily dripping out. I looked at her, mouth open, and then back at Jessica. "Whoa, whoa, whoa, let me explain," she said, dropping the laundry bag as I pulled away from her. "You knew?" was all I could get out. You hid it." Jessica pursed her lips. Yeah, basically, exactly," she admitted. "You caught me. I'm sorry." "Sorry?" I stood up. Jessica's chair toppled over. "Jessica, there's no excuse for what the hell is this thing?" I don't know. Really don't," she stammered. "It came in with one of the bodies, the one it ate. I found it in the break room. It's like a baby, Anna. It didn't know any better. I didn't think it would cause harm to leave it here and practice. Better here, where it couldn't hurt anyone." "Yes, well, it ate a man alive," I snapped back. My eyes drilled into hers. I looked around, searching for a sign of the creature. "Where is it now?" I asked. "Do you know?" Jessica nodded slowly, and my eyes wandered to the lab coat. "Yes, I know roughly where it is," Jessica replied. I stared at the bloody coat in the bag and understood what she meant. Dr. Anderson had called me Anna when he left. He had never called me Anna before. "Practiced," I murmured. "You said practiced. What do you mean by that?" She couldn't really mimic people, at least not convincingly. It was all cartoons and objects, but it learns quickly, you know. I admit I helped it figure it out. No one really watches me, so it was pretty easy. As for Dr. Anderson, well, does anyone really miss him? I bet his ex-wife doesn't. I don't know if knowing the creature was gone was better or worse. If it were still in the morgue, maybe I could have stopped it. Maybe I could have done something. But no, whatever it was, it went straight out of the morgue, and in my arrogance, I had allowed it. "Do you have any idea what you've let loose here?" I asked Jessica. She just smiled at me. "I wouldn't worry too much. I trust that it will find the right people to satisfy its hunger." There was confidence in her voice, and I prayed to God that she was right. When I was growing up, New Year's Eve was never a big holiday for me. My family never really threw parties or anything like that, so my New Year's Eve nights were mostly spent watching TV until the clock struck midnight, and then it was straight to bed. This continued all the way through high school. By then, I was tired of doing nothing on New Year's, but I didn't have many friends, so there weren't many options available. It was my senior year of high school when I was finally invited to a New Year's Eve party. The invitation came from Jake, one of my teammates on the cross-country team. We talked a lot during practice and stuff, but we never hung out outside of school, so I was surprised when he sent me the invite. I tried to play it cool, even though I was genuinely excited to finally do something on New Year's. He told me it would just be a house party at the Brookside Community Center with lots of students from our school and a few people from other neighborhoods. I replied that it sounded good and that I'd see him in a few days. New Year's Eve arrived, and Jake picked me up around 9 p.m. at the downtown bus station. There were a few other guys in the car that I recognized, but I had never really talked to them. We made small talk on the way to the party, and one of the guys asked me if I was planning to try to find a girl at the party to kiss at midnight. I joked that we'd see what happened. When we finally arrived at our destination, the first thing I noticed was that the party was pretty big, with lots of cars parked in the driveway and along the street. I had always been an introvert, so being surrounded by so many people wasn't really my thing, but I kept reminding myself that it was much better than sitting at home doing nothing. At first, I felt pretty uncomfortable in the large crowd, but eventually I calmed my nerves and started to have some fun. I danced to the music with everyone else when I noticed a girl looking at me. Eventually, Jake noticed her too. "Hey, that girl keeps staring at you. You should go talk to her," he said. "I don't know. Maybe she's looking at someone else," I replied. "Come on, she's definitely looking at you. Just talk to her. What do you have to lose?" Jake insisted. "All right, I'll do it," I said. I walked over to her, but she was no longer there. I turned to Jake. "Hey, the girl is gone. Did you see where she went?" I asked. "No, sorry. I'm sure she'll probably be back soon. Maybe she went to the bathroom or something," he replied. I decided to grab a drink while waiting for her to return. 20 minutes passed with no sign of her. Feeling a bit disappointed, I went to another room to escape the noise. I glanced at my phone. It was almost 11 p.m. Looks like I'm not getting that New Year's kiss, I chuckled to myself quietly. I was about to head back to the party when I noticed someone else entering the room. I looked up from my phone and was surprised to see the girl who had been looking at me earlier. "What are you doing here all alone?" she asked. "I just needed to step away from all the craziness for a bit," I replied. "Yeah, I totally get that. Big parties aren't really my thing either," she said. "Did you come here by yourself?" she asked. "No, I came with my friend and her boyfriend, but they're doing their own thing. By the way, I'm Emily," I introduced myself. We talked for the next 15 minutes. She told me she was from a town about an hour away, which was why I had never seen her before. Eventually, I asked her if she wanted to dance, and she said yes. As we started dancing, I checked the time. It was 11:20 p.m. Everything was going smoothly until about 10 minutes before midnight. That's when I noticed Emily starting to look very nervous. "Everything okay?" I asked. "Yeah, I'm fine," she said, but clearly she wasn't. In the next 6 minutes, she kept checking her phone and had a worried expression on her face. "If you're worried about the time, I'm sure everyone here will be doing a countdown to midnight," I said. "I know, but it has to be exact," she replied. "What do you mean?" I asked. "Forget it, I didn't mean to say anything," she said. I looked at my phone. 2 minutes until midnight. By now, Emily could barely concentrate. She was looking around everywhere, but not at me. The countdown began. People around me were shouting, but I could only focus on Emily. She looked terrified. "Hey, are you sure everything's okay? If you don't want to stay here anymore, I don't mind," I said. I heard the countdown reach 10. Emily was now intensely staring at the clock on her phone. At this point, everything at the party was getting wild. What happened next was a bit blurry. As soon as my phone's alarm signaled midnight, Emily came up to me and kissed me. It happened in an instant, and then she started to walk away. I moved toward her to say goodbye when I noticed she was crying. "Emily, are you okay?" I asked. "I'm sorry," she said with tears in her eyes. "I didn't mean to die." Then she ran through the crowd and I lost sight of her. At that moment, I couldn't even comprehend what had just happened. I tried to look for her outside, but she was gone. Eventually, I met up with Jake again and got ready to go home. He asked me how my night went, and I just said it was fun, but didn't mention Emily. The whole situation left me unsettled, the horrified look on her face and what she said. What the hell did she mean? Did she think I was going to hurt her or something? And if so, why did she kiss me? A few weeks passed, and I tried to forget the whole situation. I realized I had forgotten to ask for her number at the party, so I couldn't get any explanation from her. I just wanted to know if she was okay. I tried asking around if anyone knew her, but no one did. Months went by, and I was finally able to move on. In the fall, I started studying at Brookside University, and life was pretty normal. Then, a month before New Year's Eve, I received a message from an unknown number. It was Emily. She wanted to meet up and talk. I was so surprised, but agreed. We met on campus. I had a mix of emotions when I saw her for the first time. I was happy to see her again, but also angry because she had left me without any explanation. "Hey," she said. "Listen, I'm sorry I left you like that at the party. I just felt so guilty for what I did to you." "What do you mean? And why did you take so long to reach out?" "I was really worried about you," I responded. "I'm sorry, but I couldn't find a way to explain it to you that you'd believe," she said. "Just tell me," I said. "You," she paused. "You were cursed." I started laughing immediately. "I'm sorry, but that's your explanation? You're right, I don't believe you. I thought you wouldn't believe me. I didn't believe it myself when it was first told to me. This curse only activates on New Year's Eve exactly at midnight. The person who is cursed must kiss someone exactly at midnight on New Year's, or else they will die," she explained. At this point, I was more amused than anything else. "Go on," I said. "Whoever the cursed person kisses at midnight takes on the curse. The only way to get rid of it is to kiss someone else exactly at midnight on New Year's," she continued. "What if I decide not to go out? Will a random person show up at my door and kill me?" I asked. "As long as you're inside your house at midnight, you're safe. I don't know why, but this thing, it's like a demon, can't enter your house. It can only kill you if you're outside at midnight and haven't kissed anyone," she replied. "A demon that shows up to kill you if you haven't kissed anyone at midnight?" At this point, I started to think Emily was really crazy. "I know you think I'm crazy, but trust me, if you go out on New Year's, you have to kiss someone at midnight. Please, I don't want anything to happen to you," she pleaded. I wanted to see the whole thing as a huge practical joke, but the expression on Emily's face was the same as on the night of the party. She looked terrified, and that scared me. New Year's Eve came, and Emily's story was on my mind. I wasn't going to leave my house anyway, since I had no plans, but I was still a bit uneasy. Nothing unusual happened. I watched New Year's parties on TV as I decided to go to the kitchen for a snack. That's when I noticed someone standing in my front yard, staring at me. From a distance, it looked like a girl. I thought it was just my imagination and went back upstairs. An hour later, I came back downstairs. She was still standing in the same spot. By now, I was completely terrified. I wanted to call the police when I realized what was really happening. "Good idea, Emily," I thought. "You're standing outside my house on New Year's to scare me." I walked to the front door and opened it. I started to walk toward her. "Okay, you got me. I was really scared. Come inside, it's freezing out here." I was about 10 feet away from her when I stopped. From a distance, she looked like a girl, but up close, I could immediately tell this thing wasn't human. Where hands should be were claws, and where a face should be was just darkness. In fear, I dropped my phone, and when I picked it up, it showed 11:59 p.m., only 15 seconds until midnight. I immediately ran toward my house. I was almost at the door when I felt something grab me. Its claws on my leg felt like they were tearing my soul apart. I struggled to get inside. I could feel myself drifting away. I don't know if it was more adrenaline or fear, but I managed to summon one last burst of energy and pushed my body through the door. I felt the thing release my leg. I slammed the door shut. I started screaming in complete shock and fear. The next day, I contacted Emily and told her that I believed her. I don't blame her for cursing me. You can't blame someone for not wanting to die. I just can't bring myself to curse someone else. At least, not yet. So, I stay inside my house on New Year's Eve. That's how I've spent the last 4 years. The demon waits every New Year's in my yard, just staring, waiting until I go outside. I know that someday on New Year's I'll have to go out and kiss someone. Now I understand the pain Emily felt when she placed that burden on someone else. So if you see me at a New Year's party and want to avoid me, I understand. But I apologize in advance to whoever I kiss. I'm sorry. I just don't want to die. I live in an old apartment complex in the heart of Boston, very close to the university where I study. My apartment is old and quite outdated, but the rent is cheap. Because I only work part-time alongside my studies, I was thrilled to find an affordable place. Appearance wasn't that important to me. Moving into this apartment allowed me to keep living comfortably. I live alone, with no roommates, and initially I felt very comfortable in my apartment, with nothing strange happening during my first year there. The only thing that struck me as odd was that I kept finding random strands of blonde hair that clearly weren't mine. The first few times I didn't think much of it, but it started happening more frequently. One time, I settled into my armchair, only to spot a long blonde hair woven into the fabric. Another time, I was showering, and the same long blonde hair dangled from my shower curtain. It was weird, since I don't have any blonde friends. My friend Sarah has red hair, and my friend Jenna has jet black hair. My own hair is shoulder length and chocolate brown. For a whole year, I kept finding these strands of blonde hair and just chalked it up to them somehow coming off my clothes when I was outside. It didn't feel creepy enough to make me worry. However, after a full year, I was lying on my sofa one evening, watching Netflix, when I suddenly heard a girl say my name. I froze, unable to move. I was terrified. I didn't recognize the voice and definitely didn't want to find out who had said it. Suddenly, I remembered all those blonde hairs I had discovered over the past year. After sitting there stiffly for a couple of minutes, I searched my apartment. My door was locked, the windows were all shut, and no one was there. I told Sarah and Jenna about constantly finding the blonde hairs and the voice calling my name. At that point, it didn't seem too serious. They thought it sounded fascinating, and Sarah suggested having a sleepover to try and communicate with my ghost. Sarah is pretty into the paranormal, and Jenna and I agreed to it. We found the idea exciting at the time. Honestly, I don't think I fully believed what had happened. So we were all at my apartment and Sarah suggested talking to the ghost. She used her phone to record. We didn't catch anything on video, but Sarah still swears she heard a girl's voice saying, "Home." Jenna and I didn't hear anything. After a fairly fun night pretending to be ghost hunters, we all fell asleep in my bedroom. Jenna and I on my bed, Sarah on an air mattress on the floor. Around 2 a.m., Jenna suddenly started screaming, so loud and so horrifying. She was still asleep, and Sarah and I desperately tried to wake her, but she wouldn't snap out of it. I ran to the kitchen, grabbed a glass of water and threw it in her face, which finally woke her up. She was distraught, terrified, and told us that she dreamt she was alone in my apartment when all the lights suddenly went off, and she felt someone else in there with her. She said she knew it was a dream but couldn't wake herself up, hence the screams. She insisted on leaving, and we were all so shaken that we walked out together and spent the rest of the night at Jenna's parents' house. Jenna didn't want to talk about the dream anymore and told me she had never experienced anything like that before, and she wouldn't come back to my apartment. She was, and still is, shaken by the experience. 2 months after Jenna's frightful episode, I was at the university and got a notification that my long-awaited package had been delivered successfully. I was confused because it was an expensive gadget, a GoPro, that should have required a signature. I left campus right away and hurried back to my apartment, thinking it must have been left at my front door and worried someone might steal it. When I got there, it wasn't outside. I found it sitting on the kitchen counter. I knew my landlord must have been there because he has a key, and normally he'd let me know if he needed to come by. That annoyed me a bit because he usually explains why and when he's stopping over. I called him, but he denied being in the apartment and said he would have informed me if he'd come by, like he always does. That was true, and I tried to ignore the nagging feeling that something was off, telling myself he just didn't want to admit he'd come in without permission. Another 2 months later, I finally got a new neighbor. The apartment next to mine, which is the only other apartment on our floor, had long been in disrepair and was just now being rented out to a sweet elderly lady. Her son helped her move in. He's in his 40s and seems like a good guy. He asked me to keep an eye on his mother since she'd be living on her own. I reassured him we live in a decent neighborhood, and I had never had any issues being alone in the building. Mrs. Hayes is a delightful older woman, and she often brings me leftovers from her meals. I help her take out the trash and sometimes pick up small items for her when I go shopping. We quickly became friends, and life went on as usual. Now, here comes the creepiest part, and I'll give you the conversation word for word. It's been a week since it happened, and I can't get it out of my mind. I had just come home from the university and was about to enter my apartment when I heard Mrs. Hayes call out to me from her doorway. "Hello, dear. Do you have a moment? I wanted to talk to you briefly." "Sure," I replied. "Is everything okay?" I walked over, and she waved me in, asking me to step into her apartment. We sat at her kitchen table, and she said something that made my blood run cold, something I'll never forget. I'm not sure how to bring this up, but I've been thinking about it for a while, and I need to talk to you. I'm worried about the girl you're apparently living with. I understand she must be going through something, and I truly want to help as much as I can. But the constant crying all day is starting to affect my own life, too. I tried going over to comfort her, but she just keeps telling me she's fine and won't open the door. In my head, all the strange things that had happened flashed by in a rush, and I could hear my own heartbeat pounding in my ears. "Still," I said, "Mrs. Hayes, the crying must be coming from somewhere else. I live alone." Mrs. Hayes seemed shocked by my answer, but quickly composed herself and said, "If you think I'm complaining, I'm not. I was just standing at your door today when she spoke to me through it and said she was fine. I've even seen her, so there's no reason to deny it. I'm not upset, I just want to clear this up." I started to panic. I had no idea what to say, but I kept insisting I lived alone. I led her into my apartment, and she looked concerned. I showed her my one-bedroom layout so she could see there was no one else there. Then she insisted on making me a cup of coffee back in her apartment, and I was more than happy to accept. She made me a coffee and told me how many times she's heard the crying and how she stood outside my door offering her help. She said the girl always replies in the same monotone voice, "I'm fine," and then the crying stops. At this point, I was practically trembling, and Mrs. Hayes noticed. One detail she mentioned stuck with me, and I summoned the courage to ask, even though I really didn't want to know. "You said you saw her. What does she look like? I heard your door open and thought it was you coming home." When I opened my door, I saw her going down the stairs. All I really saw was her blonde hair. My blood ran cold, and I could scarcely believe it. I told Mrs. Hayes everything, about the blonde strands of hair, the sleepover, and the strange package delivery. She understood how shocked I was. She said I could stay with her, and so I did. We also decided to contact the landlord, hoping perhaps there was someone else who still had a key and was wandering in and out of my apartment. The landlord was acting strangely, which was odd, because he's normally a jovial guy who cracks a lot of jokes. This time, he just assured me no one else had a key, and then practically hung up on me. So, I'm back in my apartment now. The only people who know my story are Mrs. Hayes, Jenna, Sarah, and two friends from the university, James and Max. What should I do next? I know it all sounds unbelievable, and I've even considered bringing a priest in like they do in movies, but that just feels too embarrassing. What do I do? Alright, I thought I'd give you all an update on how things are going. Thank you for all your comments. They've really helped. First, I spoke to my landlord again. His name is Angelo. I believe he's originally from Italy, given his slight accent. I'd describe Angelo as a cheerful person, but he's been acting very odd lately. After ignoring a few of my calls, he finally called me back yesterday afternoon. He admitted it's possible the previous tenant still has a set of keys. I got angry and frustrated, but he cut me off and said, "Listen, it's not my fault." She stopped paying rent and wouldn't answer any of my calls. A whole month went by, so I dropped by to see what was going on. All her belongings were still there, everything. It looked like she had just stepped out. All the food in the fridge was spoiled, and it smelled awful, but it seemed like someone was still living in the place. I waited another month, tried calling her, and came by day and night, but nothing in the apartment changed. Eventually, I realized she wasn't coming back. Her purse was gone, so I assumed she ran out of money and took off. I reported her as missing to the police, but they asked for photos and a bunch of information, and I had nothing except her name, which they suspected was fake. They basically said it was obvious she'd just run away, and that they'd investigate, but nothing ever came of it. So, I brought in a cleaning crew and put the apartment back on the market. One particular phrase he used kept echoing in my head. I had rented the place partially furnished, but I never realized the furniture wasn't Angelo's. It was hers. Angelo confirmed this, and I immediately felt sick. Of course, I got her name, first and last. Though the police believed the name was fake, I decided to do some digging on my own. She said her name was Lucy. I searched across all social media platforms, trying to find her rare surname, maybe locate her family. After sending out several messages to possible relatives, I came up empty. Angelo passed me her phone number and told me she had no emergency contacts, which I found odd. He rents out his units privately, and apparently now asks for a lot more info than he did when he rented to Lucy. It seems he learned from the experience. Last night, James came by, and we thoroughly searched the apartment again. There's nowhere someone could be hiding. Nowhere at all. Then, the weirdest thing happened, and I'm still struggling to make sense of it as I write this. I was lying in bed, nearly asleep, on the side facing the bathroom door, which was slightly ajar. I keep the bathroom light on because I can't stand sleeping in complete darkness. The door moved a little, which immediately drew my attention. There I was, my eyes wide open, staring at the door, focusing on the thin strip of light near the hinges. Suddenly, I noticed something blocking part of the light, like a person's silhouette. My heart was pounding so fast, but I knew that if it really was her in my apartment, I had to confront her. I jumped up so quickly and got to the bathroom in seconds, looking behind the door. No one. The bathroom is tiny, but I checked anyway. I couldn't believe there was no one there, because I was sure I'd seen something. When I went back to bed, there was no shape blocking the light anymore. In order to calm myself down, I told myself that since I was nearly asleep, maybe I'd had a brief waking dream. I'm not sure. I really don't know what to think anymore. Today I spoke to Angelo again, telling him I wanted to change the locks and that it was his responsibility. He agreed and said he would get some quotes and get back to me. I had never heard of thunderstorm snow until I was at the University of Colorado Boulder. In the Rocky Mountain regions, the weather can be chaotic, but this storm developed particularly quickly, even for us. On Thursday morning, a typical snowstorm was forecasted. By Friday morning, the city was partially shutting down. Businesses began announcing early closing times. Even the shopping mall near the university was closed until 3 p.m. The college I attended ended classes as early as noon. A group of friends and I decided to take advantage of the early release and went to have lunch at a restaurant in the mall. We were inside for only about an hour, but when we came out, an additional 6 inches of snow had already fallen. On the way home, every time we stopped, my friends had to get out and push the car until it could move again, including pushing so I could continue driving after dropping them off. I decided to take the risk and stopped at the nearest gas station near our apartment in Boulder. If we got snowed in, I wanted to grab a pack of cigarettes and some basic supplies. I parked under the canopy of the gas pumps where a patch of bare concrete provided enough traction to get moving again. The gas station was part of a larger chain in the heart of a student neighborhood. Essentially, there were bars, clubs, pizza places, head shops, and at least one hipster cafe. The locals called the area the Hill. We visited at least once a day, often 2 or 3 times, just like the hundreds of students living a few blocks away. I wasn't the only one stocking up. The gas station was crowded with people, most of whom had similar stories to mine. I stood in line holding some frozen pizzas, soda, and chips when I heard the cashier talking with other customers about the incoming storm. The forecast had significantly worsened. Behind the counter, a small TV was playing. The weather reporter appeared and stood in front of a map of the Rocky Mountain region, which was essentially a huge purple area covering our entire state. "Holy cow," I muttered. The cashier grabbed the remote and turned up the volume. A hush fell over the people near the counter as everyone listened. "The Highway Patrol has issued an announcement. Do not leave your homes. Do not travel." The highways and interstates were closed. Rescuers on snowmobiles were transporting people stranded in their cars to the nearest rest areas. Snowplows had been called in for the night. "Please, everyone," the weather reporter said. "Stay home. If you don't, you're on your own." The silence hung heavy in the air and felt ominous, if that was the right word. "Great. I guess I have to go," said the person at the front of the line, breaking the tension and eliciting some laughs from the growing crowd. "Well, I'm not going anywhere," said the cashier. "I have to work all night anyway. Plus, my apartment is right next door." She pointed to the window, but instead of the snowy buildings we should be seeing, the window was just white. Just then, the doors opened and 2 of my roommates stormed in. "Do you guys have the same idea as me?" I asked, pointing to my pizzas and snacks. "No," said Lucas. "Blazer is stuck in the bookstore parking lot." "I thought Blazer had all-wheel drive," I replied. "He does," chimed in Lucas's girlfriend Anna. She had been sharing his room for months and was usually pretty cool. "Damn, that's bad. Let's grab our stuff and I'll drive us home," I said. Though I had been at the gas station for less than 10 minutes, the small concrete area where I had carefully parked my rear wheels was already covered with about 2 inches of snow. The tracks from my arrival were almost entirely hidden by the snow. I was glad we didn't have to drive far. With the car, it was 2 blocks. Mostly we walked, and from the back entrance to the gas station was more like half a block. Slowly, and occasionally getting out to push, we managed not only to get home, but also to shove the car into the driveway. My third and final roommate, Tim, came home shortly after and drove his small car right behind mine. On the way into the house, the snow was so deep that we had to follow each other's footprints and tried not to fall. Once inside, we laughed and were happy to be home. In the hallway, which we shared with the apartment on the upper floor, we stopped to stomp the snow off our shoes and brush the snow off our clothes and coats. "Holy crap, it's crazy outside," Lucas said as he cautiously stepped from his wet shoes onto the dry carpet in the living room. "It's nice looking out from inside," Anna said, gazing out the window at the houses across the street. It was definitely one of the prettier kinds of snow, the kind with large, chunky, sticky flakes. Still, an uneasy feeling crept into the back of my mind. We weren't strangers to winter or extreme weather, but this was unsettling. The weather reporter wasn't even trying to estimate how much snow we would get anymore. He just said it was impossible to predict how much snow we would actually receive. The local news was an endless stream of businesses that had closed early and warnings not to travel. In the hospitals, staff stayed overnight because replacement crews couldn't get through. What else was there to do? We did what every group of 4 students does when they're in the same room. We played cards. It was almost 4:30 p.m. when there was a knock on our door. One of the guys from upstairs poked his head in. We didn't know the guys from the upper floor particularly well, but of the 4, he was by far my favorite. His name was Max, which I was pretty pleased to discover was actually his last name. He was a laid-back guy, but generally cool. But to be fair, he was also a bit crazy. "Guys, does anyone want to go to the gas station with me?" he asked in a wide-eyed, excited tone. "Not possible," Lucas said without looking up as he carefully arranged the cards in his hand. "The roads are all messed up." "I'm not driving, buddy, I'm walking," Max said as if he had found the most innovative solution to a weather problem ever. "Anyone want to come along?" "What are you getting?" I asked. "Cigarettes, for sure. Toilet paper, definitely. Beer, probably. Pizza, maybe." I shrugged. "I'm in." I stood up and rummaged through my room for my warm coat and gloves. When I came back out of my bedroom, my roommates were holding out money in my direction. "Hey, could you grab me a pack of cigarettes?" Lucas said first. "And me," Anna added. "Yeah, me too," Tim said. "Absolutely not. You can come with us and buy your own," I replied in a joking tone, but he knew I was serious. "I'll send enough money for 2 and you can keep the rest," he offered. The others agreed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 6, Max sang, doing a strange little dance in the kitchen next to the back door. "Good enough," I said, taking their money. Of course, cigarettes cost only about $2 a pack at the time, so the payment wasn't as high as it is today. We often made such arrangements, especially in bad weather. Before you scold me now for going out, you have to consider a few things. First, it was only around 7 p.m., so not too late. Second, if we went through our yard, the gas station was only about half a block away. Finally, we didn't take this route just to get cigarettes and snacks, but also to get to lectures. Personally, I had taken this route in every conceivable state of mind and under every influence. This was twice as true for Max because he had lived on the upper floor twice as long as I had and definitely used twice as many drugs. Therefore, I wasn't too worried about the drive. It was also why none of my roommates worried too much about us. Honestly, I found it somewhat novel. I had never seen a storm like this and was a bit excited to experience it. Nothing about going to the gas station felt unsafe for us. Just as we were getting ready to leave, a strange but familiar sound echoed in the house. My brain couldn't immediately recognize what it was because it sounded so out of place. "Was that thunder?" Anna asked. "I think so. I heard it too," Lucas confirmed. "This is crazy," I said. I didn't think much about it then. I remember looking out the window where Anna was marking the rising snowdrift by scratching lines in the frost on the window. They were low to the house, so it wasn't alarming to see snow at window height. But I was a bit surprised that the snow was now about an inch above the line she had drawn 5 minutes earlier. Being 20 years old and in college feels almost invincible, or at least that's what you believe. So we got ready and went to the back door. "If we're not back in 30 minutes, I'm sending Bruno," Max said, laughing, referring to our landlord's dog, Bruno, a notoriously aggressive Chihuahua. The back steps were a hill of snow, so we just trudged blindly through until we were at street level. The snow wasn't too bad. It reached just above our knees, requiring us to lift each leg out of the snow to take a step forward, but it was manageable. We stopped when we reached the alley at the end of our backyard. The snow had become noticeably denser. I looked at the security light above us. The light was visible through the snow, but I couldn't make out any details of the fixture. Across from the alley was the chain-link fence bordering one of the houses we were walking between. It would have been helpful to hold on to while moving through the snow. Only about 18 inches protruded from the snowdrift, but we could keep moving. As we walked, Max kept chatting away, generously sharing stories and observations, interspersed with strong curses, as we navigated through the deep snow with the help of the fence. Our visibility decreased, but we could still see individual streetlights along the hill, like glowing orbs in the night. Suddenly, the snow around us filled with a series of blinking lights, followed by the unmistakable sound of a thunderclap. The glow of the streetlight faded as a massive amount of snow hit us out of nowhere. "Damn wind!" Max shouted at the sky as we shook the snow off our shoulders and hats. Something had blown nearby and fallen directly on us, or at least that's what we thought. Why else would we think otherwise at that moment? Step by step, we followed the chain link fence until we reached the front yard of the house. From here, we only had to cross a small street to bypass the next building, and the gas station would be right across. I said nothing to Max, but I began to get a little nervous. He didn't seem to notice, continuing to talk about all the things he always talked about. Music, drugs, pulp fiction, music and drugs, drugs and music, drugs and music and pulp fiction. All we could do was keep walking and get back as quickly as possible. I began to regret the trip, but we were already halfway there. It would have been stupid to turn back now. From here, I could just make out the upper glow of the streetlights on the other side of the street. The snow on the street was as deep as the snow at the chain link fence, but there was nothing to hold on to. We just had to walk towards the street. I could see that Max was also feeling uneasy as he fell silent and moved closer to me. That didn't bother me. It was getting harder to see, and that was unsettling enough. The thought of being out here alone was more than just uncomfortable. We began to cross the small street. Halfway across, another lightning flash illuminated the scene, followed by a thunderclap that brought another blanket of snow crashing down on our heads and shoulders. We couldn't do anything but stand there until it subsided. This time, it took longer for the snow to let up. When the streetlights became visible again, they seemed softer and farther away. We didn't hesitate, but just kept moving towards the street, trying to recognize its shape ahead somewhere. Although it was dark outside, the snow seemed to have its own light. It swirled with the snowflakes and dazzled the eyes, almost hypnotic, but if it were actually as bright as it seemed, we could have seen more. Just when I was pretty sure we were almost at the street, the wind began to howl. I had heard the expression before, but I had never really understood how real it could be. It was a terrifying scream that seemed to be right next to me, making me tremble not from the cold, but from a deep, penetrating fear. "What the hell?" Max shouted, starting to push harder towards the street. I had to fight to keep up with him, but I knew he couldn't get much further. The street had no parking. It was a small building with just enough space for a car to drive around the drive-through. It primarily served students who were almost always on foot. Max was further ahead, and I could barely make out his black parka. "Max!" I shouted, but the words seemed muffled by the snow and blown away by the wind. I kept moving in the direction he was going, even though I couldn't see his coat anymore. He wanted to get to the street, and I couldn't be mad at him. I knew I would feel much better if I could touch that wall. Another lightning flash and another screech. This time it sounded like it was right in front of me. I screamed in fear. The thunderclap struck me, and the following snow hurled me to the ground. I got up gasping and tried to wipe the snow from my mouth and nose. "Max!" I yelled again, and this time I thought I heard him in front of me. I kept moving towards the street, and after about a dozen laborious steps, I was grabbed by an arm that reached out from the swirling white desolation, grabbed my shoulder and yanked me forcefully in its direction. It was Max. He stood with his back to the storefront of the street. If he hadn't grabbed me, I probably would have had to keep walking. Who knows what would have happened if I had missed the street. It wasn't easy to move around him. On this backside where we were, the snow had blown against the wall, making it deeper and harder to traverse, but neither of us wanted to leave the safety of the wall, even though the snow was harder to cross. I tried to shout to Max that we needed to go to the hallway with the ATM, but I don't know if he heard me. The snow was silent, but also immediately took the words from your mouth as soon as you said them. It was like speaking underwater, muffled and dull. However, Max had the same idea as me. On the other side of the street was a 24-hour ATM located in a small glass hallway that was always open. We could stop there and come out of the snow for a while. By this time, we were struggling to move forward. It had been a bad idea to go to the gas station, and I regretted it with every step. God, it was wonderful when my feathered fingers found the front corner of the street building. I wanted to go home or to the gas station long ago. I would have even climbed into a doghouse if we had found one. The door to the hallway was covered in snow. Max and I had to spend 5 minutes kicking the snow away before we could open the door wide enough to slip through. Inside, it felt like paradise. I didn't notice how all the snow around my face was suffocating me. I ripped off my scarf and opened my coat to breathe again. I was so distracted that it took a moment before I noticed Max was frozen and staring into the corner of the small hallway. "What's wrong?" I asked, my eyes following his gaze. I thought I saw something, he said in a confused voice. The snow in the corner was swirling in and out, but for a moment I saw something. I think I saw it. Something like a face, but gray skin, gray eyes. You mean snow-colored? It wasn't an exaggeration, seeing things in the swirling snow, especially after straining to see in the storm. Max shrugged and began rummaging through his coat. He pulled out a pack of cigarettes and a lighter. He took a cigarette and then offered me the pack. I took one. We probably shouldn't smoke here, I said. Extraordinary circumstances require extraordinary measures, he replied, lighting his cigarette and sitting down in the middle of the room. He was quieter and more serious than I had ever seen him. When he finally made eye contact, I could see that he wasn't just serious, but also scared. I'm sure he saw the same expression on my face. The hallway of the gas station wasn't warm, but it wasn't as cold as outside either. I took off my gloves to smoke more awkwardly. We smoked the first cigarette in silence. Once I had stubbed out the first one, I took out my pack and offered Max one, which he took. He lit it carefully and said quietly, "What are we going to do now, man?" I shrugged. "We could keep walking," I said. "We could go back or stay here. Those are our options. If we keep walking, we'll stay at the gas station until tomorrow," he said as the lights above us flickered. It wasn't ideal, but I had to agree. I couldn't imagine making the entire trip back home after going to the gas station. "Either way, I think we need to stick together," I noted. He nodded slowly. "Maybe we should stay here." I couldn't deny it was tempting. It felt good to escape the storm, but although it was warmer inside, it wasn't fully heated. "We feel warmer now," I said. "But is it really warm enough to stay here? And if we wait too long, will we even make it anywhere?" Above us, the light flickered again, ominously. Max thought for a moment. "If we go back home, we could probably make it to the chain link fence, but after that, I'm not sure. The backyard was uphill. Maybe we can't make it to the back door. If not, we'll have to find a way around. So we're stuck and have to decide whether to camp here or go to the gas station where we'd at least have food, toilets, and cigarettes," I concluded. In the end, it was the flickering light threatening a power outage that made our decision. Without power, the hallway would quickly become dangerously cold. As we wrapped up again, a gap in the snow revealed a bright glow towards the gas station before the storm erupted once more and disappeared into the swirling chaos. That lifted our spirits. I was glad we left the hallway. The longer we stayed, the more the snow swirls reminded us of faces staring with dead white eyes. Dead eyes that looked at me. Dead eyes that saw me. I don't know if Max's eyes played the same tricks on him. I thought about asking him, but he suddenly stood up, pulled the last cigarette from the pack, lit it with a glance, closed his coat, and saluted, the cigarette hanging at the corner of his mouth, barely under a half-closed eye. "Soldier!" he shouted. "We're going out in this snow! We're crossing the street! We're getting snacks! Those are our orders, cockroach! Move your ass!" He threw his scarf over one shoulder with a gesture and kicked open the door. The cheerful moment ended as the snow hit us as if we had never left. Max grabbed me before I could start walking, and I noticed he was standing with his back to the street window to orient himself so we could go in the right direction. That was smart because the gas station from where we stood was just around the corner. The street we had to cross had 2 lanes with parking on both sides. From the street to the door of the gas station was no more than 65 feet. Although it was dark outside, the swirling snowstorm created the illusion of visibility, but that was all it was, a mere illusion. The reality was that we couldn't see more than a few feet in any direction. We knew there was a car parked in front of the gas station, but beyond that, there were no other physical landmarks until we reached the pumps. We moved cautiously toward the parked car and pushed ourselves around it to the right. Something in the snow struck my leg, causing me to jerk back and fall onto my backside in the snow. When I got up, I reached for a parking meter buried in the snow next to the car. That would hurt later and probably leave a pretty ugly bruise. At first, I thought Max hadn't noticed I had fallen. I called his name and felt panic rise as his outstretched hand appeared in front of me. We grabbed each other's hands and began moving forward again. I wasn't ashamed to hold a man's hand at that moment. I just didn't want to be alone. It's hard for the senses to cope in such an environment. The sound is muffled. Directions become fleeting, you can see, but are also blind. But even though everything in front of you is hidden, you can't stop trying to see and hear just for a brief moment to find your orientation. I'm being honest. I started to get pretty scared. The panic I felt threatened to overwhelm me. Being in the storm felt like being underwater, slow and alien, beautiful but deadly. I bumped into something again, this time with my right leg. "What the hell?" I said, reaching down to see what I had hit this time. But after feeling around, I came up empty. "Are you okay?" Max asked, shouting as his head was close to mine. Even a few inches away, he sounded muffled and distant. "Yes," I shouted back, and we continued our laborious path. There was no point in pretending we weren't completely exhausted. I mean, we were both young, but we were also smokers. We would have been more likely found playing guitar on campus than at a recreational soccer game. By this point, the snow reached our waists and it was almost impossible to get over. I worked on finding a simple rhythm. Lift your leg as if marching, pull it up and slide back into the snow, then lift your other leg to step. I would start with my right foot for a while and then switch to my left. We walked and time stretched out behind us. Any sense I had of our position and our pace was long gone. How long had we been walking? We left the house around 7, but neither of us was wearing a watch. The more I thought about it, the harder it was to figure out. I decided it was probably been about half an hour or so, counting the 2 cigarettes in the hallway. How long would it take us to get to the gas station? I focused on my steps. How many steps would it normally take on a regular day to get from the street to the gas station? I tried to count them in my head while forcing my legs to push through the snow. Maybe 6 steps from the street to the car, 8 steps around the car until I hit the parking meter. Probably about 15 steps if we crossed the street directly. So across the intersection would be, let's say, 30, maybe even 35 steps. From the curb to the pumps would be another 15 steps. If I counted 2 snow steps for every normal step, that would be about 130 snow steps to reach the pumps. But I honestly thought my snow steps were bigger than normal steps based on how I had to place my foot. But I tried to be as conservative as possible. Was Max the same? I hoped so, because by this point, every bit of energy I had left was being used to prevent myself from freaking out. I kept counting in my head, 1, and 2, and 3, and when I reached 150, I knew something was very, very wrong. I wanted to ask Max what he thought as lightning surrounded us, and swirling blue and white tones revealed thick patches like clouds, but without a visible boundary between the falling snow and the snow on the ground. Thunder cracked loudly above us and seemed to echo around us. Like the thunder before, the following snow fell on us like a blanket. It now reached to our waists. We struggled to shake the snow off our arms and shoulders, but we could both feel the storm catching up to us. I stepped in front of Max and took temporary leadership. He had paved the way long enough. He must have been exhausted. I leaned forward and shouted in his ear, "We should have been there by now." I caught a brief glimpse in his eyes, a few inches away from mine. He only gave a slight nod. There was nothing we could do but keep going. 157, and 158, and... Just then, I tripped over something and fell forward, face first, into the snow. I panicked and flailed. The snow clogged my mouth and ears. It was hard to breathe, and for a moment I couldn't free myself. It was like being underwater, without buoyancy. Max's hand was ripped from mine as I was knocked over. I finally found my feet and fumbled around with my arms until I bumped into him, and we held onto each other in the darkness. Before I could take another step, I bumped into something else and suddenly realized I wasn't running into something. Something was running towards me. This time it was Max's attempt to push me back, and my job was to help him up. But as I pulled him to his feet, the snow around us rippled, and without warning, Max's hand was ripped from mine again, and he vanished back into the snow. I frantically reached for his hand and managed to grab it, but Max wasn't falling. Something was pulling him. I could hear his thin, frightened screams being swallowed by the wind and snow. "Don't let go!" he screamed. I tore my right glove off with my teeth and shoved my bare hand under his sleeve to hold onto his bare skin. His warm skin felt hot and prickly against my cold fingers, but I held on as tightly as I could, even as I knew it must be hurting him because I was pulling. Whatever was pulling on his legs was tugging him until I felt my arm being ripped from my shoulder. Lightning illuminated the sky around us. For a moment, I could see Max in front of me, his face pale with effort and pain, his eyes wild with fear. I wish that was all I saw, but the lightning revealed so much more. Around us, in the layers of light flashes, huge, pale, eel-like creatures swam through the falling snow like water, the snow swirling like vortices in their wake. I could tell Max saw them too. Then I felt it again, the movement beneath the snow, hard against my leg. Holy cow, there was something alive out here with us. With the next lightning flash, I saw white snow whirlpools slithering up the snow behind Max and wrapping around his arms and then his neck. The force of it pushed his eyes out and his skin began to turn purple. I shouldn't have been able to see that, or at least not as much as I did. I know it sounds crazy, but it felt like the lightning kept flashing to make sure I saw the thing taking Max, to ensure I saw him die because there was no way he had survived. I wanted to believe he could, but deep down I knew it from that moment. Thunder cracked and the storm turned black, and Max's hands were violently ripped from my grasp in a white burning pain that tore through my shoulder as my grip on his arm broke. All I saw afterward was a black flash as Max disappeared into the sea of snow. I pressed my now useless arm against my chest and tried to look around, tried to recognize anything in the darkness. The snow was now deeper. After a while, whatever was out there would not let me keep walking. My good hand was numb, and my feet felt like stones I had to drag beneath me. My eyes were tired from squinting and trying to recognize anything in the darkness. For a while, every time I thought about giving up, things in the snow pushed against me, played with me like a cat with a mouse. But a person can only keep walking under such conditions for so long, no matter how determined they are. I just kept pushing forward in the direction I thought the gas station was. By that point, I had stopped counting steps. I could only focus on one step at a time. If I could just keep going, I might still have a chance, right? A wild screech whipped around me in the wind just as something hard hit my face and almost knocked me off my feet. A hot wetness dripped down my cheek and onto my coat. Suddenly, a bright white light flashed, flooding the world around me, followed by turbulent, writhing movement around my legs and waist under the snow. But this time, the lightning revealed something else. The gas station. Max and I had veered off course, and I almost missed it. I rushed towards it with large, flapping steps that felt like running underwater, a slow-motion escape more frustrating than any nightmare. But I had seen the gas station. I knew I could make it. Instead, I was violently hurled forward, face first into the snow. Before I could place my knees underneath me, an ice-cold snow whirlwind wrapped around the wrist of my injured arm and dragged it back, brutally, causing pain to slice through my consciousness like a white, hot blade. The adrenaline gave me just enough energy to take a few more steps. Blood dripped down my face, and I dragged my now useless arm behind me in the snow. Thunder rumbled directly above me, and I knew the snow was coming, and that was the end. Deep inside, I knew I couldn't fend off another surge of heavy snow. Not that I wouldn't have tried, but as it hit me, I fell forward, limp. Things swirled around me in the snow, rubbed against my legs, and then disappeared, only to be replaced by another. Then a stabbing pain pierced the fog I was in. Something had sliced the back of my leg. The shock and the new pain helped me get back on my feet, even as I felt more of them swimming through my legs and around my waist. The lightning flashed one last time, and there, in front of me, were hands and arms reaching out to pull me out of the snow. Behind me, I felt the snow swirls wrapping around my legs and ankles, the sharp cutting of skin on my thighs and calves. I screamed in pain from the cuts and tearing. I pushed against the thing swirling around my feet, and suddenly my foot hit something hard and resistant, very similar to compacted snow. But I felt it give way, and then the grip of the thing on my feet loosened just enough to free the hands and arms that were holding me tightly. Human hands and arms, real, warm, and alive. It was there on the concrete right in front of the gas station door that I closed my eyes, and everything went still, mercifully dark. It was around 3 in the morning when I woke up and found myself back behind the gas station counter, my head resting on a pack of toilet paper. I tried to sit up and was immediately blinded by a burning pain I had never felt before. I screamed and was quickly surrounded by the cashier and 2 other girls. All 3 had extremely worried looks on their faces. "Are you okay?" the cashier asked nervously. "Of course he's not okay," the girl on the left said. "He's inside and he's alive. That's okay enough," the girl on the right said grimly. She opened a bottle of Captain Morgan and handed it to me. "Take this," she said, holding up 2 pills and popping them into my mouth. I was too surprised to really resist. "Drink," she said, pushing the bottle of rum to my face. I swallowed the mysterious pills with the rum, and though it burned, it was warm, and everything warm is good. "My friend, he was with me. Have you seen him? Did he make it here?" The 2 girls shook their heads. "You're the first one to arrive since we got here. Our car is stuck. It wasn't bad back then, but we tried to free it, only we couldn't get to the car." The girls looked at each other and were silent. "There are things in the snow," I said. It made no sense to pretend it wasn't true. Tears rolled down one of the girls' cheeks. "I need to call my roommates," I said. "The phones are dead," the cashier replied, frowning and then shrugging. The 4 of us sat behind the counter on the floor for the rest of the night. The girls were named Sarah and Brigitte. The cashier was Julia. I told them some of what had happened, but not everything. It turned out the pills Brigitte gave me were strong painkillers she took for monster cramps. The cuts on my legs were wide, but not dangerously deep. I could move once the pain subsided a bit. "What time did I arrive here?" I asked eventually, trying to piece together the sequence of events. Julia brought 3 hot chocolates from the machine that my roommate called Crappuccino. Bridget filled all 3 with rum. 7:15 p.m., she said. "That can't be right," I said. "We left at 7 and we spent at least 10 minutes on the street, probably more." "No, that's correct," Sarah said, taking a sip of her hot chocolate. "When we brought you in, I looked at the clock to know how long you'd been out. I know it was around 7:15 because I remembered thinking my sorority sisters would all be watching Friends in the TV room." "That can't be right," I said softly, and the girls didn't contradict me. For the rest of the night, we sat behind the counter on the floor. It was better not to have windows to look out of. Better not to be somewhere where you could be seen in case something looked in. Sarah and Brigitte eventually fell asleep. Julia and I smoked and endured the lightning and thunder sounds in the snow. I tried not to think about what was out there, but I never succeeded. I guess we all had to eventually fall asleep. When I opened my eyes, the light outside was bright and clear. The snow had piled up to halfway up the window, but above the snow line I could see the bars and pizza places, half buried in fine, powdery snow that was perfectly smooth and flat, glittering like diamonds. We still couldn't go anywhere, but eventually we had cell phone reception again. When we did, I called my roommates to tell them I was okay and to ask if Max was there, but he hadn't returned to the house. I even got them to look upstairs. In the following days, there were many questions and a lot of heartache. I tried telling people what had happened, but no one took me seriously. They nodded and looked at me sympathetically. To them, it was just my traumatized mind inventing a story to cope with the terrible event I had experienced. And who knows, maybe it was. But there is one thing that makes me think I remember things as they actually happened. They eventually found Max. Found his body, at least. The day after the storm, the owner of the bar across the street went to the bank to drop off his bail. The drop box is in the hallway by the ATM. As he turned around, he noticed a pale face staring into nothingness in the window in the corner, near the ground. It was Max. He was found lying next to the window, face pressed against the glass, completely frozen. Authorities declared it a death by hypothermia, but I bet they found much more in the autopsy than anyone was ever told. After the storm had passed, 4 people had gone missing in the storm and met the same fate as Max. I wonder how many of them suffered the same fate. Since then, I've never been really 100% okay. Physically, I've recovered as much as I can. My right arm is moderately functional, but I'm now left-handed. I moved into my 3rd year at the University of Colorado Boulder. After graduation, I volunteered at the equator. I no longer go to places where it snows, and that's okay with me. But a few weeks ago, I stumbled upon a headline about thunderstorm snow forecasts in the Rockies this winter. I know Boulder students are brave and sometimes reckless, but this wasn't a normal storm. As Boulder students, when you hear thunder in a snowstorm, run. Pine Ridge was large enough to justify its own morgue, but far too small to utilize it properly. On average, I saw about 5 bodies a month, most of them overdoses from the smaller surrounding towns. My work at the morgue was swift and impersonal. No one I knew ever ended up on my table, and the toxicology reports always came back with a clear cause of death, mostly something in the opioid range. What I saw in that fluorescent-lit room always stayed where it belonged. My professional life and my family life were always 2 separate entities. That all changed during the Christmas season of 2003. 2 local bodies were brought in within 24 hours of each other. Neither was anything I had ever seen before. The first body was once Sophie Anderson, a local first grader. After school ended for the winter break, Anderson left the school grounds and returned a few minutes later. Blood pouring from her mouth, she staggered across the playground, begged for help, and then collapsed. She was declared dead as soon as emergency services arrived. The second body was someone I recognized, Karen Mitchell. Mitchell was someone most people in the Pine Ridge community knew. She was the fanatical preacher. As the name of the town might suggest, we had our fair share of Bible thumpers in town, but Mitchell's kind of spirituality was significantly more aggressive than anything the televangelists the locals watched. Both movie theaters in Pine Ridge banned the woman from entering, as she would interrupt even the most harmless films with her rambling sermons. When the local museum set up a dinosaur exhibit, Mitchell was also excluded. To her, dinosaur bones were the work of Satan, created to lead true believers astray. It was Karen Mitchell's daughter, 7-year-old Lily Mitchell, who discovered the body. When I first heard this information, I felt sorry for the child. However, my thoughts about Lily's well-being were quickly overshadowed by what I discovered during the autopsies. Both bodies showed internal damage I had never seen before or read about. Their stomach linings were shredded, parts of their livers were in their esophagi, and every still intact internal organ showed signs of extreme scarring. It was as if something had ripped them apart from the inside. The cause of death was a complete mystery. Aside from their shared geographic location, the 2 women had nothing in common, yet the severity of their injuries was almost identical. It was as if someone had placed bombs inside them and tiny shards had flown through their organs, but no shards were found. There were no clear traces of the instrument that had killed these women. Upon closer inspection, however, I found something else that connected the 2 bodies. Amidst the confusing mess of entrails, I discovered something that made their cause of death seem relatively harmless. Though bloodied and covered with loose bits of flesh and membranes, I immediately knew what I was holding. I held 2 tiny gingerbread men. They were small, both fitting in the palm of my gloved hand, yet they inspired fear. Unlike the wide-eyed, smiling gingerbread men sold in local bakeries, the creations I held had tiny slits for eyes, and their mouths were distorted into long, desperate screams that stretched deep into their bodies. The baked goods in my hand were the product of a disturbed mind. I called almost everyone I went to school with. Of the few colleagues who answered, I couldn't find anyone willing to drive over and look at my findings. Everyone was either too caught up in the personal aspects of the holiday season or overwhelmed by the rise in suicides that Christmas brings. Even beyond their work, no one believed me. When I described the 2 strange objects I had found in the bodies, a few of my old classmates even asked if I was sober. Since I couldn't find an explanation through my informal channels, I called my supervisor at the precinct. His irritation at my call was crystal clear. Pine Ridge wasn't on his radar, and in his opinion, mysteries not directly related to criminal investigations should remain unexplored. After a long back and forth, he agreed to drive down and examine the gingerbread men once his schedule allowed. He suggested that I omit details from my report if I didn't want to undergo a psychological evaluation. I filled out the report as best as I could, but the cause of death remained unknown. After a few more calls to old colleagues who didn't answer the first time, I gave up. The mystery of the gingerbread men would have to wait until after the holidays. I placed the cookie figures face down in a glass jar, put on my coat, and drove home. My wife didn't like it when I talked about work at home. In fact, she didn't like it at all. Whenever the question came up about what I did for a living, she would quickly say I worked with the police, or call me a forensic pathologist, then swiftly change the subject. That evening I mentioned nothing about the gingerbread men, but all night long those slit eyes haunted me. I dreamed that my son came into our bedroom in the middle of the night, clutching his stomach. I dreamed that my wife got up to comfort him, but soon kneeled in pain herself. I dreamed that my family lay on these metal trays, that I was ripping their chests open, finding nothing but pink mush where their organs should be. When I woke up that morning, I was overjoyed to see my wife sleeping beside me, unharmed by the baked monsters that had torn through my sleep. But the joy didn't last long. My family was alive, but those two gingerbread men still were. They were still waiting for me in the examination room. At breakfast, my son excitedly talked about his last day of school. I knew he had gone on a field trip to the museum since I had signed the permission form, but all my son could talk about were the gingerbread men his class had baked that morning. I kept trying to ask him which dinosaur exhibit he liked best, but all he could talk about was his newfound interest in baking. The landline phone rang. My wife answered. Whatever was said on the other end made her visibly uncomfortable, but when she returned to the table, she simply continued eating. It wasn't until my son went outside to play with his friends that she told me the school had called. One of my son's classmates had suddenly died. The teachers were calling parents to inform them. Was it Sophie Anderson? I asked. She immediately sensed the start of a conversation she didn't want to have. Let's talk about this after Christmas. Let him remain a child a little longer. I didn't object. I didn't share the details I had found in Sophie's body with my wife. Instead, I told her I had a few last papers to finish up in the examination room before I could fully sign off for the holidays. It wasn't entirely a lie. I spent some time going over the autopsy report to ensure it didn't sound completely crazy, but that wasn't why I went back to work that day. My real reasons lay in the lying gingerbread men in the glass jar. But when I took the jar out, the gingerbread men were no longer lying flat. They were pressed against the glass, looking outward. There was no longer any doubt in my mind that the creatures had moved, that they had somehow stood up in my absence and were staring out into the world with their slit eyes. For a moment I stood there, confused by the blood-smeared pastries staring at me. But the longer I stood in the empty examination room, the more I thought of my family. Behind the bodies, behind the torn muscles and flesh, I had a family. At home, my wife and son were waiting for me. I closed the cabinet where the gingerbread men were, turned off the light, and drove home. It was difficult to banish the malformed creatures from my mind on the drive home, but as soon as I passed my front door, the mysteries of my professional life melted away under the sheer joy of spending time with my family. After lunch, the three of us went outside to build a snowman. 2 large eyes made of Christmas ornaments, a thick carrot nose, and a wide coal grin. The creature my son built erased every memory of the horrifying gingerbread men in the examination room. Once the snowman in our front yard was complete, and the sun had set, the three of us sat on the couch to watch a Christmas movie. I barely paid attention to what was on TV. Whatever was on the screen was irrelevant, just a bright backdrop for a quiet evening with the people I loved. It wasn't until my wife and I fell asleep that I thought about work again. Just as she began to doze off, she mentioned that we should talk to our son about bullying. While I was finishing my papers, my son told my wife how one of his classmates had bullied the daughter of the fanatical preacher. Apparently, the bully had taken the girl's gingerbread man and eaten it in front of the whole class, humiliating the poor child. Is she Karen Mitchell's daughter? I asked. Probably, my wife replied with a yawn. Was the bully Sophie Anderson? I asked. Don't know, he didn't use any names, she said, yawning again. But we should talk to him about standing up for the weaker kids. For a moment, I considered breaking the unspoken rules of my marriage and telling my wife about the 2 bodies in the examination room. But that moment dragged on too long. As I began to whisper my worries, she was already asleep. My mind was still desperately trying to make connections between the 2 bodies and their gruesome deaths, but I forced my eyes to close and tried to find some sleep. I hoped that some rest would help me forget the gingerbread men. It didn't. I woke up drenched in sweat, heart racing. In my dreams, I saw my family sitting in the kitchen baking gingerbread men. My wife and son looked so happy, so full of life, so innocent, yet the cookies they made shared none of their joys. slit eyes and mashing, blood-red mouths stared at me from the kitchen table. Slit eyes blinking, and mouths gnawing. Before I could warn them, before I could save my family, the gingerbread men sprang into action. Soon, my wife and son were gone, and all that remained of them was blood and torn skin. The clean and deadly kitchen brought a bit of peace to my mind, but I knew I truly needed sleep. With a generous dose of sleeping pills and a dessert, I returned to bed. At first, thoughts of Mitchell and Anderson pushed me aside, but soon I fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. That morning, I woke up in an empty bed. For a moment, beyond the chemically induced grogginess of my slumber, I worried that my family had been kidnapped by a group of possessed gingerbread men. When I went to the kitchen and found my wife and son safe, it calmed me somewhat. But the peace didn't last long. They were baking gingerbread men. Their creations were different from the ones I had seen in my dreams. The cookies they made were cheerful and happy and full of energy, but it didn't matter to me. All I could think about were those slit eyes and screaming mouths. All I could think about were the two gingerbread men waiting in my office. They invited me to help bake, but I kept to myself with beer and television. I hoped that alcohol and changing channels would distract me, but all I could think about were the bodies. No matter how much I drank or how loud the Christmas music blared from the TV, I only thought about Mitchell, Anderson, and the cookie creatures trapped in their torn bodies. My mind was still desperately trying to find meaning in a confusing world. "Dad, I made you something." My son's voice cut through my frantic inner monologue. In his hands, he held a small gingerbread man with a bushy mustache and glasses. The mustache was made of green icing, and the glasses were much too large for the man's face, but I could see that the gingerbread man was meant to be a representation of me. "Do you go to school with Lily Mitchell?" I asked him. He seemed confused by the question, but eventually nodded. "Has Lily ever talked about her mother? Do they get along?" I asked him. "Gracie's mom was mean," my son said, unsure about my questions. When the class went to the museum, Gracie's mom stood outside and yelled at us. "But has Lily ever talked about her mother? Do you think Lily would ever want to hurt her mother? Would Lily ever want to hurt Sophie Anderson?" "Well, Gracie's mom didn't let her come to the museum with us, and Sophie was always mean to Gracie," my son replied, uncertain about my questions. "Do you like this gingerbread man I made you?" I didn't, although the cookie bore an innocent smile and was made by the most important person in my life. I could barely look at it. But as uncomfortable as I felt, the pride in my son's eyes was undeniable. I took his cookie. I knew exactly that the image in my hands was a product of love, but all I could imagine was the little gingerbread man tearing through my insides. "Are you going to eat it, Dad?" he asked. "I promise it's not bad. Mom helped me." I almost told him I wasn't hungry or that I would eat the cookie later, but the pride in my son's eyes was undeniable. The pride in my son's eyes was more important than the fear in the pit of my stomach. In a swift motion, I crushed the gingerbread man with my teeth. Once I was sure his head was crushed enough to do no more harm, I drowned the cookie pieces with a gulp of beer. "Delicious," I said, but I couldn't hide my discomfort. That evening, as my wife and I wrapped Christmas presents, she asked me if I was okay. Both she and my son had noticed that something was bothering me. That evening, she was ready to talk about my problems, whether work-related or not. But by then, my fear of the gingerbread men had grown so intensely that it couldn't be put into words. I simply told her that work had been a bit more stressful than usual this year, but that I would be okay eventually. She asked if I wanted to talk about it. I didn't. I couldn't. She tried a few times to get me to open up, but eventually, with the lights off and the presents wrapped under the tree, I was left alone with my thoughts. My thoughts were unanimous. I shouldn't have driven that night. I had drunk enough during the day to make it a bad idea, and to make things worse, a strong snowstorm swept through town on Christmas Eve. But I knew I couldn't sleep without finishing up. I drove through the snow curtain until I could see the faint lights of the Pine Ridge morgue. The absurdity of it all was a steady drumbeat in the back of my mind, but only when I stood in the darkness of my office did I consciously realize how crazy my drive was. There was nothing to gain from a closer examination. Mitchell and Anderson were dead. There was nothing I could do to bring them back. I almost convinced myself to turn around and go home. Almost. Just as I was about to turn around and leave, I heard something. I heard the faintest tapping from the cabinet where I had kept the gingerbread men. Knock, knock, knock. Like tiny claws tapping against glass. Knock, knock, knock. Like little gingerbread men trying to find their way out. Knock, knock, knock. With my heart in my throat, I opened the cabinet. In their glass prison stood the two gingerbread men, staring directly at me. They were no longer in the spread-out pose in which I had first found them. Each of them had one of their blood-smeared limbs extended, as if they were trying to tap against the glass again. I stared at them, waiting for them to move again, waiting for something to convince me I hadn't gone insane. In the dim light of my office, I thought I saw their eyes twitch. I thought I could see the slightest movement in their mouths. But before I could gather myself to look properly, my phone rang. It was my wife. She had woken up in the middle of the night to find her husband missing. The car gone. She asked two questions: if I was safe and if I was having an affair. The implication that I could even be unfaithful hurt me. But as I assured her that I would never break our marriage vows, I realized how much my mind had wandered. I closed the cabinet, sank to the floor of the examination room, and told her everything. I told her about the unimaginable internal damage in Mitchell and Anderson. I told her about the gingerbread men. I told her how scared I was. She listened patiently, and with every word that left my lips, with every part of my crazy story that I described, I felt less and less frightened. The cause of death was still a mystery, but the mere act of explaining the gingerbread theory made it seem unimaginable. The murderous gingerbread men weren't real. What was real was my concerned wife waiting for me at home. Once I had told her everything, she asked me to come home. I did. However, as I turned off the lights and left the examination room, a small doubt crept into my mind. Knock, knock, knock. I ignored it and drove home. The steadily rotating roster of extended family members passing through our house kept me busy for the next few days. All worries about murderous gingerbread men vanished under the fear my mother-in-law instilled in me. But that fear didn't haunt my dreams. That fear was manageable. When my wife and I decided to tell our son about Sophie Anderson, he didn't seem too worried. Apparently, his friends had already told him. Almost everyone in his class knew once rumors started on the school playground. He just never brought it up because he knew Mom didn't like talking about death at home. The boy seemed pretty comfortable with the concept of mortality. But what can you expect from a child whose father works with the police?
A day before New Year's, I was called back to work, a further overdose from a nearby town. The ghastly gingerbread men had completely left my memory by then. I just considered them part of a minor mental breakdown, but when I entered the examination room, thoughts of the slit eyes returned. The cabinet was open and broken glass lay on the floor. The gingerbread men had escaped. I spent most of January sleepless. I constantly thought that these two strange gingerbread-crafted creatures were coming to find me, that they would harm my family and me because I knew of their existence. But they didn't. Life went on as usual. My boss agreed that Mitchell and Anderson's injuries were hard to explain, but insisted they weren't important enough to investigate. After the first day back at school, my son informed me that Lily Mitchell had left town to live with her grandparents, and that no one was particularly sad that the school bully had disappeared from campus. Once it was clear that no murderous pastries would stalk my family and me, thoughts of these slit-eyed creatures faded into the realm of pointless mysteries. I still don't understand what I saw in Pine Ridge in 2003, but I've come to terms with never understanding it. Sometimes, however, when I'm in a bar after a forensic pathologist conference and colleagues start sharing stories about the bizarre and unexplained, I tell them my story about the gingerbread men. And sometimes, when the alcohol flows freely and people's tongues loosen, they tell me I'm not the only forensic pathologist who has found baked goods in a torn body. I never thought it would end like this. The windows of my truck were shattered, blood everywhere inside, the icy wind and snow streaming in as those two empty eyes stared at me like a predator sizing up a helpless prey. Of course, it hadn't started like this. When I set out for my morning run, it wasn't snowing. There was snow on the ground. A few days ago, a swift storm with gusts had left about a foot of white material on the roads. The state quickly took care of it, and traffic was barely disrupted. Everyone went about their cheerful way. Even me. The thought that I hated winter more than driving a truck never crossed my mind. Okay, that was a lie. As I drove down Interstate 90, I noticed the small snowdrifts by the roadside and cursed that they weren't big enough to cancel my run. I had to drive my truck through some pretty remote areas, the kind of places that make you yearn for something to break the monotony of 2 lanes of asphalt surrounded by endless pine trees. I had to take this route quite often, and it never got any easier to stay awake. I even imagined seeing strange things peeking out from the trees as I sped by. I knew my mind was playing tricks on me, trying to scare me and keep me alert so I wouldn't crash the truck. If it had been a deer or a wild boar or something, I would have just laughed it off, but this thing looked like it came straight out of a nightmare. So I knew it wasn't real. It couldn't possibly exist, so I pushed it aside and kept driving. Luckily, on a 2-day trip, I could choose where to stay after unloading. Hotels were nice, but if needed, I had the sleeper berth in my Peterbilt cab, which I called my second home. It wasn't bad for cramped spaces. Above the bed, there was plenty of storage space. I had a TV mounted on the wall connected to a Roku, a DVD player with a selection of movies I changed weekly, and there were some paperback books, The Lord of the Rings, Frankenstein, This Present Darkness, along with all the indie author books on my phone. I never had to worry about getting bored. There was always my laptop, filled with novels I started but never finished. The only things I really needed were food and a bathroom. I had snacks hidden everywhere, sometimes in places I hadn't found in months, but that couldn't compete with a nice hot meal. I had my favorite stops along the highway, and they all had 2 things in common: good food and a quiet place to park and sleep. I didn't like pushing my truck up against other trucks and wondering if I could open my door if they parked like idiots. I preferred to park on the outskirts of a Pilot Flying J. It was more private and I felt less cramped. Of course, there was a compromise. More privacy meant having to walk farther to the rest area, sometimes much farther. But I turned that to my advantage. Nothing like a nice long walk to get the blood flowing in all the muscles I didn't use while driving. Unfortunately, the place was a local family-owned business. That meant they didn't have the money to stay open around the clock. Normally, I'd drive my truck into my spot in the evening, grab something to eat from the vending machine at noon, then stock up on supplies for the night. I'd always go in one last time to use the bathroom shortly before closing at midnight. That evening, I followed the same pattern. Drove in, went to the store, got something to eat, and headed back around midnight to use the bathroom and get supplies before returning to my truck and falling asleep. Usually I try to keep an eye on the weather. For some reason, I didn't that day. I woke up around 8 in the morning and looked out at a sea of white. It had snowed heavily. It looked like someone wanted to make up for the winter month in just 8 hours. I put on my winter gear and went outside to see how bad it was and whether my truck would even be drivable today. As I stepped out of the cab, my visibility vanished. At least 2 feet of snow covered the ground, and it was still snowing. I trudged around the truck to make sure everything was okay, then climbed back into the cab after shoveling as much snow as possible. I climbed into bed and turned on the news, which announced that a severe blizzard had hit the area. Wow, I thought. That's some great investigative reporting. They were forecasting another foot of snow before the snowfall stopped. Great. Time to call the boss and give him a piece of my mind. Why can't you be here? He growled. There's something like snow, I said. It falls to the ground and piles up until it disrupts traffic. Well, Smarty, when do you think you can be here? Well, since I haven't seen a snowplow yet, and I'm parked in a lot that's probably going to be cleared much later than the highways, and my tires are almost worn out, even though I've told you for months they need to be changed, I have no clue when you'll get to see your precious load. He was silent for a long moment. Do you like your job? He said with barely concealed anger. Not particularly, I replied. Then I added, if the weather is like this, you might want to update your resume. With that, the line went dead. Thanks for your support, I said to the dial tone. I leaned back, turned off the TV, and fell back asleep. When I started working in the truck, a colleague gave me a tip I never forgot. Every time you get the chance to find some peace, take it. That little piece of advice has helped me enormously over the years. A little extra sleep means a lot less coffee. A few hours later, I woke up and peeked outside. It was still snowing. I looked out the windshield and noticed that even my tracks had vanished. I felt the urge to use the bathroom and decided to brave the elements and make my way to the rest area for some relief. I felt a bit silly as I donned my full winter gear, including gloves and goggles. However, that feeling didn't last long. It was snowing so hard I couldn't even see the rest area. I drew an invisible line with the side of my truck, aimed in that direction, and started walking. I never read Call of the Wild. I never watched Alive. Maybe I shouldn't have been so eager to venture into this blizzard just to pee. Trudging through the snow and the stormy wind quickly became exhausting. I felt like I should have reached the rest area by now. I stopped and looked around. Two realizations hit me at the same time. First, I couldn't see the rest area. Second, I couldn't see the truck anymore. As a nice bonus, my tracks quickly disappeared. I tried to focus on my path to the rest area and kept trudging. 15 minutes later, I think by sheer luck, I saw the Pilot Flying J appear to my right. My path wasn't exact, but I was close enough to find the place. My winter gear was starting to fail me, especially as the wind sucked fresh air into every little crevice. As I got closer, I breathed a sigh of relief moving from the cold into the warmth, not to mention a huge cup of steaming coffee. I reached for the door, but it wouldn't open. Maybe it was frozen. I pulled harder, but nothing happened. I looked through the glass and noticed no lights. I realized the sidewalk wasn't cleared either. Oh no, I thought. The storm has trapped them inside. My hopes for a nice warm bathroom and a steaming hot cup of coffee crumbled. I took one last desperate look at the dark store and turned back to my truck. My disappointment grew as I realized my tracks had vanished. I was now snowblind and navigating without a compass or any means of orientation. I tried to draw an invisible line with the outside wall of the store, hoping it would lead me back to the truck. My cold, wet feet protested as I made my way back to the truck. I pulled my jacket tighter to block the wind. The snow was now up to my knees and felt like I was trudging through mud. In hindsight, it would have been better to wait in the truck until I saw a snowplow on the lot. I had enough empty soda bottles for bathroom emergencies, but there was no point in beating myself up now. I had to get back to the truck to prevent this mistake from becoming fatal. If I got lost and couldn't find the truck, no one would come looking for me. They might only find my frozen body in the spring. That was a cheerful thought. As if my journey hadn't been tough enough already, something got caught in my foot after a while and I tumbled headfirst into the snow. I struggled to get up and quickly wiped the snow from my face, grateful I had worn the goggles. I tried again to orient myself, but curiosity gnawed at me. What had I stumbled upon in the middle of a parking lot? I dug through the snow and discovered the disturbing object. It was a parking barrier. I laughed for a moment until I, horrified, realized I should never have come near such things in the middle of the lot. In fact, a straight line from the store to the truck over the barrier where I had tripped would run about a dozen meters to the right. I scraped off the rest and saw it was running almost parallel to my path. I was completely off course. The positive aspect was that I now had a landmark and could hopefully correct my course. I looked around and found myself in a sea of white. The store was gone and the truck was nowhere to be seen. I took a deep breath and used the barrier to aim toward the truck. Remembering an important fact, these barriers lined the edge of the parking lot and directly behind them was a slope. In hindsight, it was lucky I stumbled upon it instead of stepping over and rolling down the hill, from which I might never climb again. I turned around and aimed for the spot where I thought my truck was when I caught a glimpse out of the corner of my eye of the shadow of a figure passing by. I couldn't be sure because the snowfall limited visibility to a few meters. It could have just been my imagination. I had been out in the cold much longer than I had planned, and it was time to return to the truck. Suddenly, I remembered why I had even gotten out of the truck. I needed to pee so badly. I quickly looked around and saw nothing but snow, so I pulled it out and let go. I think pulling it out was an oversimplification. I struggled to unzip my frozen zipper while my bladder sent a full red signal that it would open the sluice gates whether I was ready or not. I finally managed and started the yellow stream when the wind changed direction and sprayed over my pants. I quickly turned so the stream faced the wind. When I was done, I looked down at the front of my now wet pants and swore to myself, another reason to find the truck quickly. Wet pants would turn to frozen pants and then to dangerous pants. I glanced at the barrier, now covered in yellow snow, and began my new course. The snow wasn't letting up, and my energy was starting to dwindle, even though I had only been standing around the last 10 minutes. Trudging through almost knee-high snow made me more tired than I had been in a long time. The wind howling in my ears robbed me of my hearing. There was nothing out here to hear, and yet I thought I heard something. I looked around but saw only white. Was that my mind playing tricks on me, like it did while driving when I thought I saw that non-existent creature peeking out from the trees? I turned back to my imagined target and wondered if hallucinations were the first step to freezing. As an answer, the wind hit me with a strong gust and threw me to the ground. If I didn't know better, I would have sworn I felt a huge hand in the middle of my back before I fell. I looked up and saw nothing but snow swirling and forming small tornadoes. I laughed at the irony that they were called snow devils. I guess my own personal snow devil was pushing me around. I stood up and set off toward the truck again. Every step felt like my feet were cemented in place. I stumbled on, trying with whatever reserves of energy I had left to keep going. I couldn't die in the middle of a parking lot just meters away from my nice, warm truck. That would be the ultimate irony. I kept walking, barely conscious, just wanting to reach my 18-wheeler's safe haven from this relentless storm. My head was down. I wasn't even looking anymore. It made no difference. I knew I would never find it. It was like searching for a needle in a haystack. There was no way I would ever. I crashed into something and fell back. The snow was so deep that I just lay there like a turtle, unable to get up from my back. I looked up and saw that the thing that hit me was the rear corner of the truck. 2 meters to the right, I would have missed it. I smiled, but it took a lot of energy. I focused all I had on getting up. Adrenaline took care of the rest. I marched to the driver's door and reached into my pocket for the key to unlock it. I couldn't find the key. I tore off my glove and searched again. Still no key. Desperation flooded my mind. If I had lost it during one of the times I had fallen in the snow, it was gone forever. And so was I. I leaned against the truck's driver's door, so close yet so far. I could almost feel the warmth through the door. I punched my leg in frustration, but felt more pain than I should. I tapped the other pocket and felt a lump. I tore off the other glove and reached into the pocket, pulling out the most sacred item, the key. Tears streamed down my face, and I quickly froze as I shoved the key into the lock and opened the door. It took every ounce of energy I had left to climb into the cab and collapse onto the driver's seat. A wave of warmth washed over me. I just sat there for a while until I could muster the strength to take off my winter gear. Piece by piece, I threw it onto the passenger seat until I was only wearing my underwear. I reclined my seat and enjoyed the warmth flowing over me like a tidal wave. I imagined sitting on the beach, letting the sun shine on me and the water luring me in. That's how I fell asleep. I woke up with a sore back and stretched as best I could in the seat, then looked out the windshield. The snow had eased a bit and the wind wasn't as fierce as before. There was still no sign of a snowplow, and there was no way I'd make progress without one. In the distance, I could almost see the outline of the store. I wouldn't go back there until the parking lot was cleared. But looking around, I couldn't imagine how long that might take. Already 3 feet of snow were on the ground, and it was still snowing. I crawled into bed and covered myself for a serious nap. Hours later, I began to feel refreshed. I turned around and turned on the TV to see how bad the situation was. I couldn't even receive the local channel, so I popped in a movie. After it was over, I decided to check my supplies, since I might have to stay here for a while. I had enough snacks, chips, pretzels, beef jerky, among other things. As long as I didn't eat too much, I should be okay. I also had drinks in the mini fridge, but water wasn't a problem. All I had to do was bring in some snow and melt it. I just had one last thing to check to make sure I could survive this storm. I looked at the fuel gauge. I rubbed my eyes and looked again at the fuel gauge. I only had a quarter tank left. That might be enough, maybe not, depending on how long it took to be cleared. Obviously, once the plow freed me, I could drive about 100 meters to the gas station. As I looked at the fuel gauge, my eyes wandered to the windshield and the white field stretching out before me. The snow had finally stopped. I didn't know how long that would last. I could finally see the store clearly, but I could also clearly see it remained closed. It was hard to believe anyone was clearing that much snow anywhere. I guess that's why they had the slope along the edges of the parking lot. As I quietly laughed at my realization, my gaze caught a movement. Some kind of animal was running across the parking lot. At first, I thought it was a deer because of the broad antlers on its head. But the longer I looked, the more I realized that creature was something else. It seemed larger than any deer I had ever seen. Its upper body protruded over the snow like a ship. Its face looked shrunk down to a bare skull, and it had massive teeth jutting far beyond its jaw. It was pretty creepy to look at. It was sniffing around in the snow. The more I thought about it, the more I realized that was probably where I had peed. I was simultaneously fascinated and horrified by this thing. I was almost convinced my mind was playing tricks on me when it looked directly at me and my blood ran cold. Its gaze pierced my soul, making me wish I had never come to this place. As it took its first step toward me, I dove back into the sleeper berth and pulled the curtain closed. I trembled for reasons unrelated to the temperature and breathed panically. What was that thing? Did I really see what I thought I saw? How could such a creature exist? I tried to calm down and normalize my breathing, but my mind refused to let go of the image of that thing. It's just my imagination, I told myself. It's just a deer roaming out there. I kept telling myself the same thing until my mind finally believed it. However, I didn't look through the curtain to confirm it. I didn't call it denial. I called it not squeezing the happiness out of me. I pulled out a pack of cheese crackers and turned on the first Die Hard movie to forget the deer outside. 15 minutes into the movie when I felt the first nudge. I didn't know what else to call it. It felt like something had bumped my truck. It was almost as if a strong gust of wind was shifting the cab. But I heard no wind outside. The two sides of my mind were arguing over whether to check it out or ignore it. Fear threw its 2 cents in, and ignore prevailed, until the second nudge. In fact, it was like the 5th or 6th nudge until curiosity took over and made me check it out. I peeked through the curtain and saw nothing but snow through the windshield. I stepped out and looked through the passenger window but saw nothing. I berated myself for my nervousness as I looked through the driver's window and saw antlers. I rubbed my eyes and looked again, but they were gone. There were tracks in the snow that looked like deer tracks, only bigger. Or was that just my imagination again? I looked in the rearview mirror and saw the creature nudging my tire with its antlers. I was pretty sure it couldn't flatten a tire with just antlers, but I didn't want to take any chances. I grabbed my flashlight and opened the door to shoo it away, but it was gone again. I started to doubt my sanity. Was this thing real? Was my mind playing tricks on me? Or was the creature toying with me, trying to lure me out of the truck? I closed the door and went back to my movie, but just couldn't get the creature out of my head. I was on edge, waiting for the next nudge to come. Before the movie ended, I fell into a restless sleep. I found myself in a tall building surrounded by villains. I had a machine gun, but it would have been better used by hiding and taking them out one by one. I crept up to one guarding an isolated floor as I turned the corner, and there stood the deer creature. It was huge, standing on its hind legs with its antlers scraping the ceiling. It stared at me with those empty eye sockets from its bare skull face. It made a sound that was half grunt, half growl, and started charging toward me. I ducked around the corner and tried to get back to my hiding spot, but as I was about to start running, the creature suddenly stood in front of me. I raised my machine gun and started firing short bursts. I hit it in the chest, but it kept coming. As I backed away, I fired several shots at its head. I watched bone fragments fly, but it kept coming as if it didn't care. I shot at its legs, hoping to trip it up, but it had no effect. As if it had had enough, it lunged at me and pressed me against the wall with its antlers. I looked down as blood began to seep from my abdomen around its antlers. It pulled back and charged at me again, sending shock waves of pain through my body and crushing my spine. It pulled back and let me fall to the ground. Blood pooled around me as I tried to push myself away from the creature. I could only use my arms. I felt nothing below my waist, which was a partial blessing because it halved my pain. After crawling a few meters, it had probably had enough of playing with me. It stomped its foot so hard on my neck that I heard a crack and my arms went numb. I felt it tear into my back and flesh pieces peel off. I heard the disgusting chewing and slurping as I was being eaten alive. I woke up with a jerk, sweat streaming from my forehead, and looked into the sleeper berth, searching for the creature that had torn me apart. After a few seconds, I realized it had been a nightmare. I turned off my DVD player and stuck my head through the curtain to check my fuel level. The needle was well below the quarter mark, almost on an eighth. I looked through the windshield, and the snow hadn't magically melted. In fact, the wind had picked up again, and it was starting to drift. Where there had once been an even blanket of snow, now there were peaks and valleys like dunes in the desert. The store was still dark, and no traffic was moving on the road. The sun was low in the sky, and I hadn't seen another living soul. I wondered if my fuel would last until a snowplow arrived. Soon, I'd have to seriously consider conserving it. It wasn't ideal. The thought of wrapping myself in blankets in the dark with no heating and no TV wasn't exciting, but it was better than waiting until my fuel ran out and I froze to death. As I turned off the engine, I berated myself for not devising this plan sooner. I could have saved fuel when the sun was shining and temperatures were higher. Now I would pay for my lack of foresight. I pulled out every blanket I kept in my cabinets and laid them over the bed, then cuddled up for a long nap. When I woke up, I was drowning in complete darkness. I panicked for a moment before remembering where I was. I looked at my watch. It was 4 a.m. I immediately pulled the blanket off and was instantly assaulted by cold air. I grabbed a flashlight and found my way back into the cab. I turned the key and waited with held breath, which escaped as clouds from the cab until the engine started. As it roared to life, I felt even colder. I looked to the left and froze. My driver's side window was in pieces on the seat and the ground. Slowly, I turned around to look at the passenger window as fear gripped me. A face was staring at me. But it wasn't a human face. It was the unholy face of the deer creature that had stomped me to death in my dream. A stream ran down my leg, forming a yellow puddle on the ground as I stared into the dark, hollow eyes of this creature sent from hell. It threw its head back and then slammed against my passenger window, shattering it. It stretched back again, and this time broke the window, grabbing me with its long, terrifying teeth. I jumped back and landed on the driver's seat, covered in glass shards. I knew I was dead. There was nothing I could do. I sat there as it entered the cab to get me. Its head was half in the cab when it suddenly stopped. It moved a bit, then roared in frustration. Its antlers were too wide to fit through the window. It kept trying to get in, but there was no way it could get through with its antlers. As suddenly as it appeared, it vanished. I looked around to see where it had gone, but the darkness of the night cloaked it like a veil. As I watched, it reached quietly behind me and would have eaten me if it hadn't been shoved away to warn me of its approach. I dove into the center console as its deadly jaws snapped exactly where my spine had been. It continued its attack on that window and grew more intense as it frustrated itself for not being able to grasp me. I stood between the two windows, hoping to be safe from both directions. Then I decided to go back to my bed and close the curtain. I covered myself and reached under the bed to a secret compartment, pulling out my semi-automatic .40 caliber pistol. I took the magazine out and checked if it was loaded with all 10 rounds, then put it back, pulled back the slide, and turned on the safety switch. That made me feel a little better, but not much. I didn't know how true my dream was, or if bullets could do anything to this monster. I had no illusions that this was a deer. It was something much more dangerous and horrific, and it was after me. I covered myself again with my blankets, holding my weapon close. The heater did nothing against the 2 broken windows. I would try to deal with it in the morning when it was light. There was no way I could handle something with this thing lurking outside in the dark. I lay there for an hour, watching every second the clock ticked by with open eyes, listening to every sound. But there was none, just the wind howling between the 2 broken windows and making my curtains flutter. Eventually, I realized the futility of letting a truck run and just letting the warm air escape before it could even reach me. So I got out of my bed, held my new best friend tight, and slowly made my way back to the cab, shaking my head back and forth to see if the creature would shoot through one of the windows. I turned the key off, and before I could pull it out of the ignition, a set of antlers hit the window frame, and the deadly teeth sliced just centimeters from my face. I quickly turned around and pulled the trigger, but nothing happened. It snapped at me again, and I panicked until I noticed the safety switch was on. I turned it off and aimed, but the monster was gone. I didn't dare move toward the window, fearing it would crash back in. I stood still like a statue, staring at the window it had come through, then slowly turned to the other side. I kept looking back and forth, trying to keep my peripheral vision on both simultaneously. I trembled, not just from the cold, but also from the sheer fear of not knowing where or when this thing would appear. I decided that my winter gear was the best option, so I got back into bed and put on as many layers of clothing as I could find. When I stuck my head out again, I was confronted with the most horrifying sight I could imagine. The monster had climbed onto my truck's hood and was now banging its head against the windshield to get in. I knew the windshield was wide enough for its antlers to get through, and I was done for. I raised the gun, aimed at its head, and fired. The explosion was massive. I immediately lost my hearing, aside from the ringing in my ears. I staggered back, but the monster kept coming. Not only had my bullet done nothing to the monster, it had weakened the windshield and made it easier to get in. The monster shook its head in surprise as the bullet bounced off its bone, then continued its attack on the windshield. It hammered at the glass until it shattered into a million pieces. I was already aiming at its face and fired 2 shots before the glass hit the ground. Both bounced off its skull, causing it to only slightly retreat, allowing me to fire 2 more shots into its chest. It didn't collapse and didn't scream in agony like I wanted, but I could see it didn't like it either. It jumped off the hood and vanished. I stared into the pitch-black darkness, trying in vain to catch a glimpse of it. I turned from one side window to the other and back, waiting for it to show its terrible face. After an eternity, I saw antlers rising through the passenger window. I fired a shot into its face, and it disappeared. I threw myself back onto the passenger seat when I suddenly saw its head rise in the driver's side window. I fired a shot, and it disappeared again. I jumped up and threw myself onto the other seat, knowing it would soon be on the passenger side. Indeed, it appeared 10 seconds later, and I fired another shot. It was playing with me. It vanished, and I threw myself over onto the passenger seat, waiting and aiming at the empty driver's side window. Instead, I felt teeth clamp around my neck. It had tricked me. I shoved my gun under its skull and fired a shot. If I hadn't been deaf from the first shot, that one would have taken me out right next to my ear. And yet, I somehow heard it squeal in pain as it released me. I knew I was only centimeters away from death. I grabbed my neck wound and pulled out with a handful of blood. I went back to my bed, tore a piece of the bedsheet, and pressed it onto my wound. Then I tore more of the sheet and wrapped it around my neck to secure the bandage. I returned to the cab, only to see it crouching on the hood of my truck, waiting for me. I never thought it would end like this. The windows of my truck were shattered, blood everywhere inside, the icy wind and snow streaming in as those 2 empty eyes stared at me like a predator sizing up a helpless prey. It crawled through the remains of the windshield. I knew I was dead. In desperation, I shoved the gun into one of its eye sockets and pulled the trigger. The sound it made was something I had never heard before and never wanted to hear again. The scream was both a deep guttural noise and a high-pitched screech. It sounded like someone had unleashed a demon from the depths of hell. My mind screamed at me, "Get out of here!" I stumbled around with the driver's door and fell out as it opened. On a clear day without snow, I would have suffered a concussion or broken bones as I fell onto the bare asphalt. Landing on a meter of snow on the ground, I landed on a soft, cold pillow. It was the only time in the last 24 hours that the snow had helped me. I immediately sprang up and looked for a hiding spot, but there was none. Everything was covered in snow. I looked back at the trailer and noticed the snow was so high it reached the lower part of the trailer. I couldn't see anything underneath. I quickly dove underneath, then turned around and tried to shovel snow into the opening to hide where I had gone. I swept my flashlight around and saw the beautiful sight of bare asphalt. I lay there on my stomach, looking around in all directions to see which way the monster would attack. My breath escaped as desperate clouds of smoke while I failed to find any. There was nothing. The monster wasn't there. Not yet. I didn't dare hope that my bullet had killed it. If anything, it probably made it angrier. It was likely destroying the inside of my truck at that very moment. What I didn't trust was that the monster wouldn't find me under the trailer. I looked around for a better hiding spot. My eyes fell on the truck's wheels. It looked like there was just enough space between the tires and the differential. It would be a tight squeeze, but better than having this thing find me. I turned around and pushed my feet in first. The further I pushed, the tighter it became. Ironically, the grease and oil from the differential helped me shove through a bit easier. As I was almost through my shoulders, I suddenly felt it getting too tight. I was stuck. I couldn't move forward or backward. Panic flooded my mind, and I struggled desperately as if I couldn't breathe. After the longest minute of my life, I finally managed to maneuver my shoulders through and into my hiding spot. The hood of my coat served a dual purpose of keeping me warm and completing my hiding place. I lowered it down to the level of the asphalt and would only raise it an inch if I wanted to peek out. The first half hour was the worst. The ringing in my ears had started to subside, but I still heard nothing but my own breathing. The cold slowly seeped through my clothes. Still no sign of the monster. Another hour passed. My muscles began to cramp. Still no monster. Another hour. I felt like my bladder was about to burst. Still no monster. During the long boredom in between, I took the magazine out of the gun and counted how many bullets I had left. No matter how many times I counted, it always came to the same number, 1. I knew one bullet wouldn't save me from the monster. There was only one way to deal with one bullet, ending my suffering if it found me. I took it out of the magazine and stared at it. I used my coat to brighten it, then stared at my reflection in the shiny metal. The edges of the snow around the trailer began to glow. I knew the sun was rising. The darkness was no longer my friend. I was about to give up and crawl out of my hiding spot when I heard it, a faint sniffing. I lifted my hood an inch, just enough to peek out, and there it was. Its head had broken through the snow wall, near where I had dipped under the trailer. There were a few drops of blood from my neck wound, and it was sniffing at them. These drops would lead it straight to me. In fact, it turned toward the front of the trailer and looked in my direction. I was still lying there like a stone as it slowly approached me. It struggled to push its massive body under the trailer, and I could hear it growling in frustration. It got closer and crawled directly toward me. There was no doubt it knew I was there. I closed my eyes and tucked the barrel of the gun under my chin. I felt its hot breath and smelled the stench of death as I pulled the trigger. Suddenly, it screamed, and I could feel the truck lurching above me. I opened my eyes to the most amazing sight. Its antlers had gotten tangled in the chains hanging under the trailer, and it was ensnared. It screamed and shook and struggled to free itself from the metal restraints. It pulled back so hard that I felt the truck shift an inch to the side. The differential was now pressing on me, and I had to bend down to avoid being crushed. I watched as the chains came loose one by one, and then it was free. I took the opportunity to crawl out of the trailer. It was now useless as a hiding spot. It had already tracked me here. I was almost out when I heard another noise and saw a shadow pass by the other side of the truck. It came back, but from the other side. I crawled as fast as I could. That was my chance. If it was searching from the other side, it might not know I had left. I had no idea where I was going, but it was better to get out of a useless hiding spot. Besides, I desperately needed to stretch and pee. As I stood next to the truck, I saw a large red area in the snow. I guess it wasn't as useless to shoot as I thought. I took care of my business first and peed before ruining another pair of pants. I finished and thought about where I could hide. I looked at the destroyed cab of my truck as the nightmare crawled around the corner. I stood there, helpless. It had caught me red-handed. I had nowhere to go. It stared at me as it limped and crawled around the corner. Its empty eyes seemed to radiate anger. I raised the gun and aimed as it slithered into a moving snowdrift. The snowplow had finally arrived. I watched as the plow pushed its snowdrift past my truck and over the edge of the parking lot. The driver reversed and pulled up beside me. "Have you been here all night?" the driver asked. "Since before the storm." "What happened to your truck?" he asked, looking at my shattered windows. I followed his eyes and thought for a moment. "Someone tried to rob me," I lied, knowing the truth was unbelievable. "I see you've taken care of it," he said, looking at the gun in my hand. I looked at the gun and tucked it into my waistband. "It was a damn long night," I said. "Well, don't worry. The roads are being cleared, and I'll tow you out of here." "Thanks," I replied. He nodded and continued to plow beside me. I looked where he had just plowed past my truck and saw a long red stripe. I followed it to the edge of the parking lot and looked over the side with my hand on the gun. The slope was well over 10 feet deep, and the snow was already starting to pile up. I followed the red trail down the hill with my eyes and saw antlers sticking out of the snow. I stared at them, searching for any movement. For 10 minutes I watched, and they didn't move. I was interrupted when the plow pushed another snowdrift over the side, covering the antlers. I watched for another 5 minutes just to be sure. The plow driver rolled up beside me. "All good?" he asked. I took my eyes off the snowdrifts. "Yeah, I'm fine." "Are you sure?" he asked, pointing to my neck. "Yes, I just got some glass stuck," I said, remembering the monster's teeth that had clamped around my neck. "Well, I think someone just drove into the store," he said. "Maybe you should get something for that." "I'll do that, thanks," I said, knowing I would never do something like that. I wanted to avoid as many questions as possible. I climbed into the cab, brushed the glass dust off my seat, and drove to the fuel pumps. After fueling up, I began the long drive home. I kept my winter gear and mask on. Without windows or a windshield, the ride was icy cold. The heater was on maximum and directed at my feet, keeping the lower half of me warm. I didn't call a tow service because I wanted to get away from there. I never went back to that rest stop. I didn't want to risk that thing was still alive. I told no one about the horrifying encounter. I wished I could erase it from my memory. As I drove to my home terminal through the endless row of trees, I saw one of the creatures I had previously thought was my imagination peeking out from the corner of my eye. Now I know better. Yeah, all right, Mom. Loud and clear, your heart longs for a grandchild." I pulled the phone away from my ear and winked at Emily as she walked into the kitchen. With a knowing smile, my wife tiptoed closer and leaned against the counter to eavesdrop. The dishes could wait. A well-established inside joke, my mother's ability to have a conversation with herself was legendary. Like a car without brakes and a brick on the gas pedal, incomprehensible chatter continued from the receiver, even though I said nothing. With a hand over her mouth to stifle a giggle, Emily moved toward the sink. Without an audience, I placed the phone back to my ear and tried to re-engage. Mom, listen. We're trying. We've tried, and it'll happen if it's meant to. I love you too. Bye." I pushed the device onto the counter with one hand and massaged my temple with the other. A sigh escaped my lips, powerful and involuntary like the hot exhaust fumes of a stalled engine. From her position by the running faucet, Emily turned her neck to meet my gaze, her curly blonde hair cascading over her shoulders. As two blue and white eyes focused on me, my wife flashed a crooked grin and clicked her tongue. "She's really a firecracker, that one. I don't know how your dad still lets her talk." "Oh, it's simple. He doesn't," I replied, laughing. Satisfied that she had gotten a laugh out of me, Emily returned her focus to scrubbing the lasagna-stained utensils. A pang of guilt bubbled in my stomach, and I stepped forward to massage her shoulders. She doesn't want to complain. She's just really excited about the possibility. But I think Mom forgets how unstable your health can be, and that a pregnancy might not be as quick and easy for you as it was for her. At the edge of the V-shaped section of skin revealed by her cherry red summer dress, I could discern the outline of an implanted port. Emily had been receiving infusions through the device since her youth. I never got a clear answer about what exactly these infusions were, no matter how often I asked. She didn't like to talk about her condition, so I only knew the basics. Something about her immune system attacking her nerves. Overall, it caused me, her recently engaged husband, some nervous excitement, left in the dark about Emily's health. However, we had been married for only 2 months and had been together for just 5 months before that. Some might say our relationship was still in its infancy, despite the new legality. I thought if I showed interest while respecting her privacy, answers would reveal themselves over time. A glimmer of light reflected off something on her wrist, pulling me from my thoughts. "Oh, darling, you didn't take off your watch. Let me handle that for you. I don't want it to get wet." As my hand approached the watch, her left hand shot out from the soapy water, reaching for me. Startled by the sudden reaction, I pulled my hand back before she touched the accessory. Strangely, Emily's expression was even more peculiar. She looked as surprised by her own actions as I was, her brow furrowed in intense confusion. Slowly, she lifted her right arm from the sink. Emily rotated the wrist clockwise and then counterclockwise, her gaze fixed on the watch as if seeing it for the first time. After a moment, her expression shifted to one of cautious understanding. "Right. That makes sense." Instead of letting me remove the watch, she took it off herself and carefully wrapped it around the base of the faucet, clearly out of my reach. Never in my life had I met a woman so fascinated by a seemingly luxury wristwatch. I'm not a watch guy, so I assumed it was high-end. I mean, that damn thing stays on during sex. You'd think she had the Hope Diamond nailed to her wrist, based on how carefully she handled it. This made her casual attitude toward getting the watch wet even stranger. It was like her condition, I thought. I'd learn more over time. I just had to be patient. As I moved to grab my phone from the counter behind Emily, my hip accidentally bumped her elbow. She flinched. "Oh, Emily, I'm so sorry. My head's in the clouds. Need to watch where I'm going. Are you okay?" I looked into the half-filled sink and feared seeing a drop of blood rising like the beginning of an oil slick from the bottom. But there was no blood. Instead, I saw a stream of tiny bubbles pushing to the surface of the water, accompanied by a strange, high-pitched sound I couldn't explain. A muffled hissing emanated from the water, sharp and continuous. As Emily pulled her injured wrist from the depths, she didn't scream. As the hissing became crystal clear, no longer muffled by the density of the liquid, she seemed unaffected by the pain. What happened was obvious. When I nudged my wife from the side, a small kitchen knife had pierced the underside of her wrist. But the wound wasn't dripping blood and plasma. Pressurized gas was escaping through the cut. Her hand drooped limply downward, held in front of her like a latex glove worn at the collar. Inch by inch, more of her arm melted into a gelatinous form of its previous shape. The recoil escaping the opening resembled smoke more than air, viscous and thick instead of transparent. Paralyzed by the hallucinatory scene, I inhaled the fumes generously. They were hot and sharp, burning the inside of my mouth and nostrils. The pain hurled me backward to the refrigerator door, and I pounded against the mist around me as if attacked by a swarm of bees. By then, her entire arm was limp, held at her side, the flat fingers barely able to touch the tiled floor. Emily watched the progressive deflation of her limb, the dead snake now attached to her shoulder, with alarming indifference. She tilted her head upward, her blue and white irises gazing in my direction once more. There was no panic in her features. At most, Emily showed fleeting curiosity, a furrowed brow with a thoughtful gleam behind her eyes. The emotional contradiction was intensely eerie. Then her face began to retract. The nose the first feature to collapse into the developing crater. It was as if the front of her skull had been hit by an invisible cannonball, the advancing depression distorting her face into something entirely unrecognizable. Bile rose the back of my throat as her head disintegrated into a cluster of rubbery flesh sprouting from her collarbone. Her chest then folded into her abdomen. With a final crescendo of hissing, the rest of my wife vaporized into a chaotic heap of elastic tissue and empty clothing on the kitchen floor. I'm not sure what I did as the room went silent. Maybe I screamed, maybe I cried. Maybe I did nothing at all and waited patiently for this fever dream to end. What I remember next is the voice on the other end of my phone asking if I needed emergency services. I don't recall saying anything to the operator, but I must have because they informed me that the police were on their way. The phone vibrated abruptly, the sensation somehow reaching into the ether, seizing my soul and forcing it back into my body. I gasped loudly for air. With fear and adrenaline coursing through my veins, I examined the screen. It was Emily calling. Every cell in my body buzzed with angry fear. From where I stood, I could see her phone lying on the counter to the left of the sink. It read husband on the caller ID. Unsure of what other options I had, I answered the call. Emily, is that... Hey, darling, could you please pick me up off the floor and... The cheerful, singing voice emanating from the speaker was my breaking point. With all the strength I could muster, I threw my phone out of my hand. It crashed against the side of our oven, the screen immediately going black and dead. In the brief silence that followed, I noticed a bluish glow. Somewhere within Emily's scaly exoskeleton, a tiny silver firefly had started to light up. Carefully, I stepped forward to determine where the light was coming from in the molting process. With a spatula, I pushed aside a layer of folded abdominal skin to reveal the source. Her port. As I examined the implant, it blinked 3 times, followed by a small droplet of light rotating at the edge. Then Emily's phone activated again. It tried to reconnect with my newly destroyed handset. My spine straightened, and my hand involuntarily released the spatula, causing it to clatter to the floor. I processed the nightmare event with icy slowness. Observations melting into insights only after a painfully long time. Whatever this implant was, it wasn't just a catheter, if it was even a catheter. A few knuckles tapped against the outside of our apartment door. "Police, we're here for a safety check. Is anyone there?" called a rough male voice. I felt my mind warp and break, almost atomized under the crushing weight of my current uncertainty and indecision. How was I supposed to explain this? Would he think I dismembered my wife? Am I going to jail? That was fast. Is he really the police? What if he's someone the port called? Through blinding dizziness, I responded, I'm okay. Just a moment. I'll be right there. Driven by fear, I finally stood over Emily. It was almost impossible to recognize where any parts of her were in the chaos. I wanted to avoid dragging her by the face, but the absurdity of that worry hit me like a freight train upon closer thought. It didn't matter where I grabbed her, I just had to start pulling. Centering myself with a breath, I leaned forward and grabbed a leathery piece in each hand. Despite being reduced to human gum, my wife still weighed as much as she did in life. If she was ever truly alive, I thought. Fortunately, her skin slid smoothly over the terrain of my kitchen. I prayed that whoever was on the other side of the door couldn't hear the soft squeaking I unfortunately perceived. Laden and messy in the darkest corner of the room, I placed a dark blue trench coat over the puddle that my wife once was. Then I went to the door. The burly man on the other side appeared to be a police officer. He was at least wearing the uniform. "We recently received a 911 dispatch from this address. Is everything all right in there, sir?" he called. I tried to muster a disarming smile, but my facial muscles didn't fully cooperate. The resulting expression did me no favors. A choppy, schizophrenic grin formed over my chin, the corners of my mouth turning into trembling thorns that refused to synchronize. "Yeah, I had some chest pains. They are gone now." He scrutinized me from head to toe, undoubtedly searching for a likely reason. I fought against visions of Emily appearing behind me, dragging herself into view with an emptied hand. After what felt like hours of silent inspection, he spoke again. "Next time, call us back if it turns out you're okay." The officer hesitated on how to finish his sentence. I was in a desperate situation, and he could tell just by my appearance. However, an emergency wasn't illegal. I gave him an incredulous nod, and he walked away. As I could no longer hear the jingle of his holster and the dull thud of his boots on the floor, I closed the door. I pressed my forehead against the wooden frame and briefly dissociated. But soon, fear began to boil at the back of my skull, forcing me to face reality. With every fiber of my being, I prayed to turn the corner and not find a dark blue trench coat covering something large and amorphous in my kitchen that would confirm my developing psychosis. Madness would be preferable to this nightmare. At least Emily could visit me in a sanatorium. Weakly, I could see the outline of that silver firefly beneath a pile of fabric and skin, and I accepted that I wouldn't be so lucky. About 30 minutes passed before I had dragged Emily into the walk-in closet. I primarily focused my energy on the task at hand instead of thinking about what it all meant. That would come later. For now, she needed to be hidden from sight. After locking her in, I couldn't help but examine Emily. The impossibly surreal nature of her transformation helped me cope with the circumstances and distance myself to some extent. That wasn't my wife, the woman I was hopelessly in love with. It was a cruel curiosity, an intense and extreme prank. It was Salvador Dali's horrible reinterpretation of Emily, not the fleshy, living woman herself. These thoughts helped, but only to a certain extent. The part I couldn't categorize was her face. From where she lay crusted in the back of the closet, only the right half of her face was visible. Her features were still taut, but slightly wilted, like a weathered Halloween mask. The crease at her nose concealed the rest of her face from me, somewhere deeper in the pile. Although it now looked like winter marble, sewn in high-quality latex, her right eye seemed to follow my movements, watching every step I took. I didn't believe she was actually watching me. Emily's hollow corpse hadn't moved an inch since her deflation. I thought I had killed her, yet I couldn't shake her gaze even if she was dead. Her glassy right eye inspired a shimmering, burning madness in my soul, threatening to dissolve me entirely if I let the flames rise unchecked. I covered her limp, empty half-face with a t-shirt and continued my examination. There were two, to say the least, sacks attached to the inside of Emily. Round outlines that clearly had their own internal space. One seemed to be under her chest, and the second under her upper abdominal area. A heart and a stomach, perhaps. Next, I ran my fingertips along her right arm. Her shell was sturdy and firm, like thick plastic, except for the underside of her wrist, which had a silkier texture. Maybe that area served a ventilatory purpose. But then what about the watch? Leaving the closet, I closed the doors behind me and checked the timepiece still hanging on the base of the faucet. When I held the obsidian-colored band up to a light bulb, I saw it seemed to be equipped with thousands of tiny holes. Protection, porous metal, I guessed. As I stood by the sink, my detachment from the situation abruptly ceased. Standing where she had been just a few hours earlier made the destruction of the valve inevitable. I thought of her laughter, her smile, her empathy, and her kindness, which brought bitter tears gently falling into the basin. Then, in a flash, I reevaluated our entire relationship. Was she ever human? And then someone had replaced her with an almost perfect replica? Had she always been like this? What does she want from me? A thunderclap echoed somewhere deeper in the apartment. My heart swam, trying to stay afloat in a new flood of liquid terror. The closet door had slammed against the upper frame. At first, I couldn't determine the mechanics of what had happened or the sound that caused it. Then I saw it. Or rather, I saw her. Beneath the door frame, Emily, a sentient sea of skin, was pressing herself under the closet door. Whatever way she moved involved jarring motions, generating enough force to split the edges of the resilient wooden door while colliding with the frame. 3 more thunderclaps followed in quick succession, and then she was free. Her method of movement was beyond the uncanny. It was shockingly alien. Emily's gait began with hundreds of spikes materializing beneath her, their emergence pushing her flesh upward. Then she briefly hovered in the air, resembling a gigantic flesh-colored football shoe. The mass of skin then leaned forward, inertia causing Emily to drop a few inches in her intended direction, the spikes retracting. The cycle then began anew, a full rotation lasting only about 3 seconds. Gradually, Emily hobbled down the hallway toward me. Defeated, my body collapsed onto the kitchen floor. I leaned against the closet under the sink and braced for what was to come next. But Emily walked past me. Her intended destination was apparently the guest room. It wasn't long before she was there. From behind, where I sat, I could hear her strike something, repeated thuds from the room. It took a while for my muscles to reconnect with my nerves, whose connections had been temporarily disrupted by the recent flood of corrosive horror. Once I was able, I followed Emily into the guest room. She struggled to open a drawer on the bed frame, unable to wrap her flesh around the handle to pull it. Emily's face wasn't visible from my perspective, instead submerged somewhere within herself. However, she could still sense me. Her attempts stopped as soon as I entered the room. She fell backward and stood still without words asking for help. I stepped forward, internally prepared for Emily to attack and devour me. But she never did. As I opened the drawer, I understood. Our air mattress was inside, including a detachable motor intended to inflate the bed. I hadn't managed to reform Emily yet, not yet, but I was getting closer. The motor could partially inflate her, but it wasn't strong enough to fully pressurize her. I was desperately seeking answers, but our communication had been limited so far. She couldn't speak when she was deflated. It seemed Emily could whisper when partially inflated, but only faintly, and I couldn't hear her over the motor. Her port, whatever that was, could use Emily's phone to call other lines, but it apparently couldn't function as a phone itself. And my phone, unfortunately, remained broken. Maybe I'd try lip-reading her later today. Or I'd go to a public phone and let her call me there. My planning was interrupted when I felt Emily's phone vibrating in my pocket. It was an incoming call from my mother's number, probably because she had to try reaching me about my wife. Her call was the catalyst for a series of revelations. She was the one who had introduced me to Emily. I assumed the sacs in my wife were a stomach and a heart, but she had no blood, so maybe she didn't need a heart. Perhaps it was a stomach and a uterus. My mother was obsessed with having a grandchild. As I answered the call, I asked my first question before she could calm down. "Hey, Mom, where did you meet Emily again?" Dead air came back as her response. Maybe she could hear the motor in the background, or perhaps it was just something in my voice that hinted at what I knew. Either way, she was surprised. I could hear her breathing on the line, but seconds later, she still hadn't said anything. Mom might be a chatterbox, but she's a terrible poker player. She's only truly quiet when she's concocting a lie.
I must first say that I'm not really a social person. When the pandemic hit the United States, it was probably the best thing that could have happened to me. I already spend most of my time online since I work in data entry for a test proctoring company. It wasn't exactly fun, especially considering how crazy 2020 turned out to be, but that has nothing to do with the problem that keeps me awake these days. I just thought most people start these kinds of stories with a personal anecdote, so here you are. Long story short, I'd rather be left alone. In our small town in Vermont, my neighbors almost overdo it every year. The Miller family has 4 boys, all in elementary school, and of course, they want to celebrate the holidays in grand style. Why should 2020 be any different? Their house is right next to mine, so it's the first thing I see whenever I step outside. And now, thanks to their elaborate Halloween decorations, I'd be seeing even more of it. Day by day, the Millers added more. Here, they hung paper bats. There, they draped intricate cobwebs over the windows. I really tried to ignore it. I know how that sounds, like I'm the grumpy neighbor who hates Halloween, so I kept my irritation to myself. But a few nights ago, everything changed when I suddenly heard screams. It turned out they'd set up some speakers in the attic because the screams blasted out so intensely up there. It sounded as if they were playing actual recordings from a horror movie. Hearing that kind of noise at 3:30 a.m. was terrifying. Instinctively, I grabbed my phone and called 911. I explained that I couldn't sleep because of the noise and asked them to do something. Around here, the police generally respond quickly to nighttime disturbances, so they sent an officer out right away. The officer showed up, listened to my story, and noted that as long as no one else complained and no local ordinances were being violated, there wasn't much they could do. "That's unfortunate, but there's nothing actionable right now," he said politely, advising me to try to cope with the noise. I was disappointed, but couldn't deny he was correct. Still, I felt frustrated and hardly slept after that. Later that night, I went into the kitchen, poured myself a small glass of herbal whiskey, a typical drink for moments like these, and settled on the couch hoping to pinpoint where those nighttime screams were really coming from. By the next morning, slightly calmer, I decided to speak to my neighbors in person after breakfast. Walking over felt like navigating a minefield. Their once tidy front yard was now loaded with spooky jack-o'-lanterns, fake cobwebs, and plastic skeletons stuffed into the hedges. As I got closer, a strange unease crept over me. When I knocked on their door, hoping to get someone's attention, there was no answer. I knocked again, still nothing. So I walked around to the side entrance, which was loosely accessible. The door stood ajar, and I noticed right away that the Miller's car was gone. On the ground, I spotted some odd red plastic that looked like fake blood. Next to it lay a few severed prop limbs, decorations meant to simulate gore, obviously. The odor of damp leaves and old latex hung in the air. I covered my nose and tried calling out by the side door. Still no response. Letting out a deep sigh, I carefully stepped over the blood trail and paused to figure out the strange smell. Near the entrance lay some wet garbage bags, clearly soaked through by a recent rain. I assumed they were the culprit for the odor. Even though I didn't feel much kinship with my neighbors, I grabbed the garbage bags and hauled them over to the curb, hoping another neighbor might have noticed something unusual. But no one else seemed concerned. In fact, aside from the Miller's outlandish decorations, life in our small Vermont town had been pretty quiet. That night, I decided to record the strange screams to provide the authorities with possible evidence, be it for noise complaints or something more serious. Back at home, I showered, set up my recording equipment, and got ready to listen. But to my surprise, that night there was nothing. Only an unsettling silence. I stayed up until the early morning hours, old-fashioned as that might sound. Maybe the Millers realized I had called the cops and decided to lie low. So I gave up and resolved to try again later. Several nights went by, no noise, no screams. I also noticed that none of the neighbors left their houses. Mornings were strangely quiet. Usually, I'd see the Miller kids waiting for the bus or the bus driver honking to get someone's attention. But now, there was silence. After a week, I started worrying seriously. I first told myself maybe I was just sleep-deprived, but then I began to question my own sanity. What if the scream I heard wasn't just a sound effect? That thought circled in my mind, refusing to leave. Had something horrible happened to the Millers? What if Joanna Miller, the wife, was attacked? A robbery? The images of severed heads and fake blood I'd seen suddenly seemed eerily plausible as an actual crime scene. My paranoia whispered, "Oh my God, how could you have missed the real danger?" I pulled on my bathrobe and headed out in the middle of the night toward the Miller's house. Clutching my phone tightly, I moved through our dark streets, adrenaline making my heart thump. The Miller's place was silent, no light anywhere. I wondered if it had always been so still. The spooky props still clung to the porch and windows, but it felt like they'd been untouched for far too long. Glancing into their garage, I saw no sign of blood. It looked like someone had cleaned up. An icy shiver ran down my back as I imagined terrifying possibilities. In my head, I played out scenarios. Maybe Chris Miller, the husband, had been plotting to poison Joanna because he was having an affair. I imagined him discreetly slipping something lethal into her meals over the months, then deciding 2020's chaos was the perfect cover. The scream might have been Joanna's last moment of realization. Maybe Chris decided he didn't want to wait any longer for the poison to act. I recalled, vaguely, seeing Chris talking quietly with a younger woman in a nearby diner. Could that have been his mistress? If so, it would make sense he'd grown distant from Joanna. But murder? That was an unspeakable leap. These thoughts swarmed in my mind, each one more horrifying than the last, as I stood near the garage, trying to keep my composure. I had to enter the house, look for any clues. What if there was still evidence inside? I ran back to my own place, heart pounding, rummaged through my shed, and grabbed a crowbar I'd used for minor repairs. It was enough to pry open a door. My hands shook as I forced the Miller's side door after a couple of tries, finally stepping into a dim, musty utility room. I tried flicking on the light, but nothing happened. Looked like the Millers might not have been keeping up with their bills. It felt colder than a tomb in there. My footsteps echoed as I called out, but no one responded. Suddenly, a life-size fake axe swung down from the wall, probably part of their decorations, and nearly hit me in the face. I jumped back in terror. It was just more of their creepy props, but it felt so real. Evidently, Chris had gone all out on his twisted Halloween scene just before he'd supposedly gone upstairs to take care of Joanna. I pictured the kids upstairs, probably playing video games when the screaming began, rushing to check on their mom, their father panicking at being discovered. Maybe he thought the games would drown out Joanna's cries, or that she was too weak to fight him off. But he must have been caught off guard, leading to a grisly chain of events. Cautiously, I made my way up the creaking stairs, chills crawling up my spine. How could a father go so far as to terrify his own kids? The thought that the children might have been hiding in some closet while he hunted them was horrifying. At the top of the stairs, I saw a ghastly sight. Something shaped like a body hung upside down among cobwebs and spiders, the head dangling. It was probably a prop designed to scare off intruders, but I nearly lost my nerve right then and there. I told myself I had to keep looking, in case there was any real evidence. But the room was empty, aside from more grisly decorations that seemed out of place. It was obvious that someone had staged a perfect Halloween nightmare while removing any genuine traces of wrongdoing. But where had the real evidence gone? I felt nauseous, remembering the fake blood, the severed decorations, and the horrifying possibility that Chris might have truly killed his family and used these props as a cover-up. I clamped a hand over my mouth, trying to steady my breathing against the unthinkable. Desperate, I pulled out my phone and snapped a few photos, hoping I could show the authorities something later. Then I fled that house, too shaken to linger. The place felt haunted, and every second there made my skin crawl. Once back in my own home, I collapsed on the couch and tried to piece together the night's discoveries. The only detail that made no sense was the mysterious third party, the potential lover Chris might have had. Wouldn't that person be looking for Joanna, or at least be alarmed about her disappearance? Where was she? I tried to catch a few hours of sleep, tormented by nightmares of Chris hunting down anyone who knew too much, including me. But those thoughts stayed with me. The following morning, a sudden loud knock jolted me awake. I opened the door to find two police officers standing there, both looking serious. A neighbor had reported suspicious activity, screaming, disturbances, and now the authorities had a warrant to search the area. They explained they needed to inspect my home for any sign of criminal involvement. I was dumbfounded. I hadn't done anything wrong. Still, they searched every corner, bringing in K-9 units and collecting evidence. They soon found some trash bags in my shed, filled with odd materials that smelled like damp wood and fabric, definitely not typical Halloween stuff. On top of that, they found my tools bearing my fingerprints, apparently matching marks found on certain suspicious objects around the Miller property. My stomach churned as it dawned on me that all of this pointed directly at me. Naturally, my prints would be on my own tools, but it looked incriminating. I tried to explain that I was just cleaning up the place and wanted to help the police find the real culprit, but I felt more and more cornered and misunderstood. The officers questioned me for hours, and I was certain I'd end up in prison for a crime I didn't commit. It felt like my life was unraveling. My hands shook as I tried to recount how this all began with the Millers' over-the-top Halloween setup. While talking, a chilling notion crept into my mind. What if all those screams and decorations were entirely staged? What if there was never a real crime, and the entire show had tricked my senses? My reality felt upside down. Seeing my panic, the officers let me step outside for fresh air. Out there, I glanced at the deserted Miller house. The once bright jack-o'-lanterns and all those ghoulish figures now looked sad and out of place. It was quiet, too quiet. I didn't know what to believe anymore. The police found no concrete proof against me, but the investigation remained murky. The uncanny events surrounding the Millers stayed unsolved, and I was a suspect in a case that never truly began. The screams, the decorations, that suffocating sense of dread, they took root in my mind. One thing was certain: Halloween would never be the same for me again.
A loud horn blared as the car in front of me suddenly came to a halt. Something had barreled across the road, something big. I slammed on the brakes and prayed that the icy highway would prevent another rear-end collision. Through the dense veil of the snowstorm, it was hard to make out any shapes, but I could see that whatever had crossed the interstate had done so with speed and precision. Maybe a moose? I thought to myself, and paid it no further attention. I leaned back and turned up the radio volume. Bruce Springsteen's Born to Run filled the cozy interior of my Ford Explorer, and I felt my heartbeat gradually calm. Several hours had passed since I left my hometown of Bismarck, North Dakota, and now I was surrounded by an endless white expanse as far as the eye could see. There should have been forest on both sides of the interstate, but with the severely deteriorated weather conditions, it was impossible to see anything more than a few feet away. As I drummed my fingers perfectly in time with the song on the steering wheel, my impatience grew. We had been stuck for at least 5 minutes now. Surely there couldn't be much traffic out here. The song was nearing its end, and we still hadn't moved. Behind me, I could hear a chorus of aggressive honking. At least 6 trucks were behind me, and as far as I could tell, probably 6 more in front as well. Their headlights were the only indication of their presence, as the snow had made everything else invisible. Then a dark thought spread like wildfire in the depths of my mind. Had there been an accident? I sat up and tried to look over the truck in front of me. It was in vain. What's going on here? I muttered softly as a loud sigh escaped my body. The howling winds outside battered the exterior of the truck, destroying any notion that I could go outside and check. For now, it was best to just wait it out. It would surely pass in a minute or two. I took out my phone and began fiddling with a few apps. I don't support texting while driving, but since we hadn't moved for a while, I thought a short social media session couldn't hurt anyone. Besides, it didn't look like I was getting anywhere soon. I even glanced at the half-empty bottle of Jack Daniels lying inconspicuously on the passenger seat's floorboard, but decided against it for now. Before this traffic jam, I had visited my extended family for the holidays in Bismarck. For reasons we don't need to delve into, I was forced to leave earlier than originally planned. Which was fine with me, as I couldn't stand another second of the talkative family dramas and the terrible holiday atmosphere. Forgive me if the details are sparse, but for privacy reasons, I won't disclose the exact highway number or my current destination. All you need to know is that the road I was driving on was quite far in the northwestern part of the United States, near the Rocky Mountains, and it was absolutely freezing. Time passed, and the vehicles on the highway hadn't moved an inch. It was as if they were stuck in the icy foundations. Terrified, I watched as the truck in front of me was swallowed by the rapidly growing snowfall. The tires were almost completely covered, and I thought it wouldn't be long before it became more important to get home in time to watch tonight's Super Bowl. Then, in the distance, I heard sirens. I looked up from my phone and directed my gaze to the side mirror, where I saw a faint blue flashing light piercing through the snowstorm. An ambulance sped past me at breakneck speed, shortly followed by a police cruiser, a black Chevrolet Tahoe. This only confirmed my suspicion that something terribly wrong had happened. I continued scrolling on my phone and kept typing as usual, though my digital efforts proved to be quite futile. The longer I used my phone, the worse the connection seemed to get. TikTok and YouTube videos began buffering, and other apps that required an internet connection wouldn't even load. I'm no physicist, tech guru, meteorologist, or whatever the appropriate title is, but I suspected that the ongoing storm might be related to the weaknesses in my phone signal. Coincidentally, I was also in the middle of nowhere, 40 minutes from the nearest settlement, and 3 hours from the next city. The remoteness of my location would certainly also affect my... A light tapping on the window startled me, and I flinched in my seat. Damn, I thought as I saw a burly police officer on the other side of the glass. Apparently, he had been out in the storm for too long. His cheeks were rosy, and he had snowflakes in his bushy mustache. I quickly shoved my phone back in my pocket and rolled down the window to explain why I was on my phone while driving. But the officer didn't care. "Good evening, sir," began the officer. "There's been an incident further up the road. We're currently trying... Could you please turn that down?" He gestured to the radio. Sorry, officer, of course," I replied, turning the volume knob all the way down. "As I was saying, we're trying to evacuate this entire area. Once I reach the last car at the end behind you and get them to reverse, I want you to follow immediately." "You want me to back up?" I asked, making a questioning face. "The road is too narrow. At the moment, I don't see any other option. Unless you want to try turning around and risk ending up in one of those ditches here," the officer said with a slight chuckle. But before I could say anything, a thunderous crash echoed a few meters ahead of us. The wind carried the sound with deafening accuracy. The officer reacted immediately, raising his hand over the gun in his hip holster. He took a few steps back and tried to send a signal on his shoulder radio. Another crash reverberated through the fierce wind, followed by another, then another. The noises were unmistakable. They were gunshots. He drew his pistol and hurried toward the source of the sounds. I watched as he slowly disappeared from sight. A white vacuum had completely engulfed him. I stared in shock for several minutes, expecting the officer to return at any moment, but he never did. A small pile of snow had begun to accumulate in my truck, so I quickly rolled the window back up. I could hear another set of muffled shots joining the already dominant ones. It sounded like they were emptying their magazines completely. Then, suddenly, the noises stopped. Silence hung heavily as I sat in anticipation. My mind was full of thoughts and ideas, but the prevailing feeling that gripped my body was an overwhelming sense of fear. What the hell was going on here? I nervously drummed my fingers on the steering wheel. In a moment of weakness, I glanced again at the bottle of alcohol on the floor. I hadn't been without a drink for years. A small sip wouldn't hurt, right? Just to calm my nerves. If I was discreet enough, the officers wouldn't have any way of knowing. Just as I leaned forward to pick up the bottle, my vehicle shook violently. Something powerful had hit my truck. I cursed loudly and straightened up, dropping the bottle. I frantically searched around, looking for any signs of the assailant. I combed through my rearview mirror, the side window, and even the passenger side window. Nothing but a swirl of white dots. Then I noticed something in the snowstorm ahead of me. A black silhouette was growing larger, and soon I could make out what it was. A man, no, 2 men, and they were running toward my truck. But these guys weren't police officers or any of the first responders who had arrived earlier. They must have been the occupants of the trucks in front of me. Then 2 more people appeared behind them, either chasing or following the 2 men ahead. As they got closer, I could clearly see the expressions on their faces. They were terrified. It looked like they had seen a ghost. The first 2 men ran past my truck. They didn't even look at me. Shortly after, the 2 people behind them followed, a woman and a boy. They hurried over the ice at high speed while simultaneously being careful not to slip and fall. Before I could react, they were gone, swallowed again by the endless white void. That was definitely cause for concern. Who in their right mind would abandon the convenience of their vehicle out here, in this weather? The driver in front of me cautiously opened one of his truck doors. A medium-built white man with a beer belly stepped out into the cold. He swung his down jacket over his shoulders and stared into the distance. Curiously, I watched him, wondering if he was about to start running too, and then I wondered if I should follow him in case he did. At the moment, it seemed illogical, but on the other hand, these guys obviously knew something I didn't. Maybe there was a gas leak up ahead? Maybe radioactive material was improperly disposed of? My mind raced, searching for logical explanations for my current situation, but finding none. The man took a few steps forward and intensely inspected the snowstorm in front of him. It seemed like something had caught his attention. He took more steps forward, positioning himself in front of his truck, partially blocking my view of him, his left side still visible. But there was something else. In the depths of the snowstorm, something was moving. I squinted, leaned forward in my seat, and stared through the snow-covered windshield. From the left side of the road, approaching oncoming traffic, a large silhouette moved back and forth as it slowly approached the man. Although it was far away, it seemed almost twice his size, but he hadn't noticed it. The man was too busy investigating what had caught his attention right in front of him. An overwhelming feeling of fear coursed through my veins. The way the silhouette moved, I couldn't quite explain, but it felt predatory, like a lion stalking its prey through the dense underbrush of the African savanna just before it pounces to secure a fresh meal. Was it a moose? It didn't look like it. The proportions were all wrong, and it almost looked bipedal, but I couldn't think of any other large animals out here that the silhouette could belong to. I doubted that brown bears ever roamed this area, and even if they did, could they reach that size? It was as if my primal instincts were staring at me, telling me to do something. I felt my fight-or-flight response kick in, but managed to suppress it. I was safe in my warm Ford Explorer. But the man, on the other hand, I had to warn him somehow. If I honked, whatever was chasing him might react immediately. It was too risky. Before I could think of anything, the man screamed in fear. His cries echoed through the thick exterior of my truck, muffled by the layers. I focused ahead, trying to catch a glimpse of what had scared him so much. He turned to flee. He was almost back to his truck's driver door when he buried his face into the cold, hard ground. He must have slipped. The predatory silhouette to his left was now nowhere to be seen. For a brief moment, our eyes met. A familiar expression of unbearable fear was etched on his face. He dug his long, unkempt nails into the snow and slowly crawled forward. And then he screamed again, but this time not out of fear, but out of pain. He was violently pulled back. I watched in horror as the man tried to fight back, his powdery hands pressed firmly into the snow as if he had a solid grip. He was dragged away from his truck and disappeared from my sight. Just before he rounded the left corner, I could see his blood-soaked hands desperately clutching a tire, and then he was pulled away. I couldn't believe it. It was like a scene from a horror movie, only this was real. It was actually happening. The man's wailing abruptly stopped, and apart from the harsh winds of the snowstorm, no other sounds could be heard. I took out my phone and tried to suppress the trembling in my hands as I dialed 911. As I waited for an answer, I made sure all the doors were locked while keeping my eyes on the spot where I had last seen the man. A couple of long impressions marked the snow where he had lain, and a bloody handprint stained the black rubber of the front tire. Come on, just go already," I muttered angrily into my phone. But I never got past the dial tone. Was it because I had no reception? I had heard that many emergency lines still worked despite poor signals, but at the moment I tended to believe the opposite. Eventually I gave up and put my phone away. I curled up in my seat and tried to make myself as small as possible. I can't tell you how long I sat there waiting like that. The concept of time felt irrelevant at that moment. In my reclined position, I still had a decent view of the outside world. There were no signs of movement, just an empty white canvas. I couldn't hear any recognizable sounds either. I watched in slow motion as each snowflake landed and then melted on the glass. The windshield wipers battled fiercely against the snowstorm, swiping away whatever the storm had to offer. Then suddenly, with a slushy thud, something heavy crashed against the window, and the wipers now smeared a viscous red liquid back and forth across the windshield. An almost indescribable feeling of paralyzing horror drilled deep into my soul as I realized what I was seeing. I immediately recognized the sad eyes and the distorted expression of pain that had crossed the poor man's face. Shiny red blood had completely stained his hair, and the man's skin was covered in cuts and tears. But the true horror of this scene wasn't the terrifying sight that greeted me just 12 inches away, separated only by a shattered window pane. No, the true horror revealed itself when I finally found the courage to consider the question I wasn't even sure if I wanted the answer to. Where was the rest of him? Upon realizing that I was looking at a freshly severed human head, I had to scream uncontrollably, and so I did. I couldn't help it. I felt sick and was on the verge of throwing up. It took all my strength to gather a spark of composure that hadn't left my body yet, and I quickly sat up in my seat, frantically searching my surroundings. Still, I saw nothing but a heavy snowfall. I tried to calm myself, knowing that panic would only make the situation worse. I steadied my breathing and sat still, slowly counting down from 10. But the grotesque sight that greeted me every time I looked through the windshield didn't help. So I closed my eyes and kept counting, focusing on controlling my breath. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. But even as I closed my eyes, I still saw his face. The gruesome image had etched itself deeply into my mind, and I felt anxious at the thought that I might never sleep peacefully again. In my distracted trance, I didn't notice that something foreign was filling the air, something ominous. It was a deep sound, barely audible, a stark contrast to the howling winds outside. It was the kind of noise you felt more than heard, if that makes sense. It was low and rumbling, and I swore I could feel my chest vibrate slightly, like being at a concert or a nightclub with a really loud bass. Carefully, I rolled my window down a quarter to better hear the strange sound. It was much clearer now, and the best description would be to call it a sort of low-frequency growl. Its tone fluctuated slightly, as if in sync with short, rapid breaths. It would be quite a powerful display of vocal cords if the sound were organically produced. I did my best to pinpoint the direction the noise was coming from, but I found the task nearly impossible. Perhaps the wind distorted and shifted the sound, but it sounded like it was coming from every direction. I didn't know what to do. Obviously, I didn't want to get out of the truck and run away like the previous drivers before me, but I felt that staying in the truck would only make me a sitting duck. I also had no weapons to defend myself, not even a pocket knife in the glove compartment. The only thing I had was an old Zippo lighter, which I doubted could cause any real damage in a fight. The deep growl subsided and was instead replaced by a howling noise reminiscent of an owl, only much deeper, like someone blowing air into a hollow tree trunk. But this sound was easy to locate, and I could tell it was coming from behind the truck in front of me, where I had last seen the man before his unfortunate end. I directed my gaze toward the source of the noise, expecting to see its owner peek around the corner at any moment, when suddenly I heard another identical set of deep howls from my left side. I wondered how the animal, the creature, or whatever was making those sounds, had somehow managed to sneak past my line of sight and position itself to my left without me noticing. But my pondering was interrupted as the original howl roared through the winter air again, as if responding to the others. And to my complete horror, I began to slowly realize that whatever was making those noises, whatever had killed that man, wasn't alone out here. And then I saw it for the first time. As if on cue, I noticed the dominant silhouette standing in the middle of the road, standing out against the rapid snowfall. It slowly emerged from the devastating snowstorm just a few meters from the truck in front of me, and the creature revealed itself. It was unlike anything I had ever seen before, a grotesque affront to all of God's creations on this earth. Its skull resembled that of a crocodile, standing well over 10 feet above the ground. It also had a large crest directly above its eyes, reminiscent of a bull's horns. Its razor-sharp teeth were stained red, and blood dripped from its mouth onto the snow-covered asphalt. The entire creature was covered in dense white fur like that of a brown bear. No wonder I hadn't noticed it until now. It was perfectly camouflaged in the powdery white snow. The rest of its body was hard to make out due to the storm, but I could see that it was enormous, slightly taller than the vehicle it was slowly approaching. It drew nearer, trotting irregularly toward me. Blood still dripped from its deformed mouth. It almost looked like it was smiling. Almost. I desperately looked around the interior of the truck, searching again for something I could use to defend myself. Aside from the bottle of alcohol lying around, I was clueless. At least I could somewhat dull the pain of being slashed by having some alcohol in my system, I thought to myself. Since the creature was now uncomfortably close, I simply tried to drive away. It was true what the officer had said earlier about the extremely narrow road, but given the certain death, I thought it was worth a try, although I was surrounded by trucks in front and behind. I would have to execute a difficult maneuver successfully to escape. A maneuver where, under these dangerous conditions, I wasn't sure if I could pull it off. But I had to try. I slammed on the gas pedal and the tires spun in the snow, throwing debris everywhere. Still, I was still stuck, pressing even harder, hoping to God that I would break free from my frozen restraints. In my panic, I looked ahead and met the creature's gaze. I could feel its malevolent stare piercing deep into my soul. The wheels kept spinning, but I made no progress. I had waited too long. It was as I had feared earlier. I was trapped. There was no way out. A deafening honk sounded just a few meters away, and I saw that the creature had stopped. It lifted its head and let out another honk. "What the hell do you want?" I sobbed, slamming my fist on the steering wheel. The disgusting thing tilted its head and made another sound. It was as if it wanted to catch my attention, or distract me. Before I noticed, I felt a stabbing pain coursing through my entire body, and my world was turned upside down as a massive force struck the left side of the truck, throwing it through the air. The Explorer flipped, accompanied by the sounds of crushed metal. Fortunately, I was wearing my seatbelt. Otherwise, I probably would have broken my neck while flailing around like dirty laundry in a washing machine. When the truck finally came to a stop, I found myself head first in the driver's seat. The vehicle had rolled into the nearby ditch along the road's edge. Beneath me, on the inside of the truck roof, lay fragments of shattered glass and piles of snow. I hadn't fully processed what had happened, so I sat there for a moment, taking it all in. Suddenly, everything felt so calm and quiet. I wondered if I had even survived the ordeal. A warm liquid flowed from my chin into my mouth and then over my entire face. The sharp, coppery taste snapped me out of my trance, and I began to assess the situation. Outside, I heard heavy thuds rapidly approaching the vehicle. Every powerful step rhythmically pressed into the snow, and I could imagine the creature's maw practically foaming at the prospect of a fresh new meal. The steps suddenly stopped right in front of the driver's side window, and I turned my head for a better view. A pair of large, sturdy hind legs stood just a few inches from my face. They were covered in reptilian-like scales surrounded by dense white fur, and the creature had 3 long claws extending from each foot. The deafening scratching of metal filled the air as I imagined the creature beginning to scratch at the underside of the SUV. As the monster's feet moved quickly, I began to understand the sheer ferocity with which it attacked. It was insane, tearing apart the exterior at an incredibly fast speed. A combination of honking and growling escaped its bloodthirsty jaws as it shredded the metal. It wouldn't take long before it was through. Another pair of heavy steps stopped only a short distance on the opposite side of the truck, directly in front of the passenger side window. Like its predecessor, it began to scratch and kick at the truck's body. The 2 creatures were relentless. I had never seen anything like it. Not even wild hyenas were so voracious. I braced myself for impact as I unbuckled my seatbelt and positioned myself to prevent breaking my neck upon collision. I slammed hard onto the ground and was greeted by the cold of the snow and shattered glass. The truck swayed back and forth as the creatures attacked violently. It was obvious that I couldn't stay here long, but escaping from the crushed remains of my vehicle and running on foot didn't seem favorable either. A deep sense of despair welled up as I realized that I would most likely not see another day. That was it. Just as all hope seemed lost and I began to accept my fate, my arm brushed against a cold, elongated object. I turned my body to see what it was, and a light bulb went off in my head as I saw the still intact bottle of alcohol lying on the ground. My hands trembled as I reached deep into my pocket and pulled out my old Zippo lighter. But I examined the Jack Daniels and realized that the contents weren't enough for the powerful reaction I was hoping for, so I opened the glove compartment and began searching. "Ah, there it is," I cheered as my fingers touched the bottle of fragrant hand sanitizer, an old relic from the pandemic. It was also almost full. I opened both bottles and began pouring the sanitizer into the half-empty alcohol bottle. The sanitizer mixed with the strong herbal liqueur and would surely be enough for an improvised Molotov cocktail. I tore a piece of fabric from my shirt and stuffed it into the bottle's neck. With the Molotov cocktail in hand, I crawled to the broken window. I turned around and pressed my feet against the shattered glass frame. In an adrenaline-fueled state, I pressed my legs down and exerted pressure on the windshield. I tensed my body and pushed my legs harder than ever before in my life, wishing I had spent more time at the gym beforehand. Due to its severely damaged state, it didn't take long for the windshield to shatter, and the harsh winds of the outside world filled the cabin of the head-first turned truck. Above me, the creatures growled and roared, tearing and shredding the frame. I could see narrow beams of light piercing through the underside of the truck, indicating that they were almost through. I crawled through the new opening and out into the relentless snowstorm. I feared that as soon as I went outside, one of the creatures would promptly place my head in their jaws, and I'd be done for. But that didn't happen. It seemed they were too busy breaking through the hard exterior of the SUV, and they hadn't noticed that my clever escape had succeeded. I continued crawling through the snow, praying to God that the beasts wouldn't turn their hideous heads and notice the easy prey slipping right beside them. I didn't dare look back either. I couldn't bring myself to face the abominable creatures. Once I reached a satisfactory distance from the truck, I finally turned around and stood up. I lit my lighter and ignited the Molotov cocktail. Don't try this at home, by the way. With all my remaining strength, I threw the burning bottle onto the pile of scrap that once was my truck, and watched happily as the fire rose. I even think I hit one of the creatures, as I heard an astonished howl. The flames weren't large enough to cause a massive explosion or anything, but they were enough to distract the creatures, allowing me to flee. I ran back to the road and drove past all the abandoned trucks that were further up. The ice was stained red, and a few human bodies, or at least their remains, hung from the various deserted vehicles. Eventually, I passed the ambulance and the police cruiser that had arrived about an hour earlier. There were no signs of the officer I had spoken to, but deep down, I knew what fate had befallen him. In the distance, I heard ominous rumbling sounds from one of the creatures, followed by excited honking. Had they finally noticed that I was gone? In that case, I didn't have much time. I got into the ambulance and sat in the driver's seat. A frozen and severed human hand was attached to the steering wheel. I gagged as I tore it off and threw it out the open window. The shrill screams of the creature echoed through the snowstorm, and it sounded like they were getting closer. Desperately, I turned the ignition key of the ambulance, and to my relief, it started without any issues. I pressed the gas pedal and sped away. Fortunately, ambulances in this part of the United States are well equipped to handle dangerous terrain and snowy roads. As I drove, I kept a close watch on the rear-view mirror, hoping to catch one last glimpse of one of the monsters. But the only things I saw were swirling snowflakes effortlessly dancing with the icy winds that carried them. About 30 minutes later, I arrived in a small town. The snowstorm had subsided, and the sun was beginning to set on the horizon. I parked in front of the first roadside motel I found and probably looked like a zombie as I desperately begged the receptionist to alert the authorities. She seemed extremely nervous, but did as I told her. After a while of conversation, the friendly receptionist informed me that the police would be the first to arrive the next morning. Apparently, the nearest police station was an hour away, and the raging storm had caused significant issues throughout the state's infrastructure. Since no one was in immediate danger, they would wait until the roads were cleared and passage was safe again. I wasn't satisfied with this answer, but I was too tired to really care. I checked into one of the motel rooms and began typing everything on my phone. There are still so many unanswered questions, but I imagine more news about the situation will come tomorrow. I just hope that the other drivers along this highway made it out safely, but I have my doubts. The snowstorm had now passed, and outside my window on the second floor, I could see the clear night sky and the endless expanse of the tundra. I have to admit, this landscape is beautiful. It's a shame that I will now forever associate the calmness of the snowfall with the abominable horror of the previous events. But that's not all. As it got warm in my room, I decided to slightly crack open my window. For an hour, I heard the breeze sweeping over the frozen landscape. Strangely, there were no sounds of wild animals here, but something else was there. Occasionally, the silence in the distance was broken by the ever-familiar and ominous sound of a faint howl, screaming out into the night. I don't know when this message will be sent. I'm using my phone, which only receives a signal for a few seconds every few hours, so I could just send this message into the void, and that's a problem. A problem because our town, Frostburg, where I've lived my entire life, is in such dire straits that I don't believe we'll survive much longer. The only light beside my phone is a candle that threatens to go out with every gust of rattling wind. The cold wind I can't shake off from the library where I've taken refuge keeps me restless. I don't dare to start anything. The small diesel generator in the basement is only managing the basics, and fuel is running scarce day by day. At least I have my tea and a heavy blanket draped over my shoulders. But the cold of this storm has seeped into my bones. It has infected every part of this town, and if these are Frostburg's last days, at least others should know what hell we've been fighting in vain. It all began with rolling gray clouds that rose on the horizon and swept over the distant Rockies like a thick layer of sludge. They spread across the entire town, blocking the sun and leaving us in a twilight that everyone found strange and became the talk of the town. The television went out after a few hours, and the radio reported nothing of what we were experiencing. I'm starting to believe it will never report it. The storm brought snow, the kind of snow that weaves a thread of worry just by watching it fall. The weather had been unusually mild before the storm rolled in, and much of our tourist appeal comes from the snow that typically blankets the entire town until mid-January. Many went out to greet the storm and the snow, knowing what was coming. I stood on my porch, watching the snow fall into the night, the streetlights glowing behind it, unable to shake my concern. The streets were covered within a few hours. The whole town knelt to await the storm. We were resilient. A bit of snow was nothing to worry about, even though we all felt an uneasy restlessness. This feeling proved prophetic, as we all could have guessed. The next morning, the snow fell even harder. The world outside my window looked static, and with every blink, another inch added to the already insurmountable snowdrift. It wasn't long before the roar of engines and the scraping of shovels echoed up and down the street. For my wife, Anna, and me, we had bought a snowblower the previous year, and even that struggled to clear the driveway and sidewalks. We added to the already piling snowdrift, and when we were done, another layer settled where we had just cleared. By evening, it looked as if nothing had happened all day, although many determined townsfolk didn't give up until even the snowplows stopped working. The next day, I was one of the few who dared to venture into the snow to go to work. In such a storm, the power would go out, and those dependent on Netflix and YouTube would seek some form of entertainment. Besides, the town hall was old, and I wanted to check the heaters. Walking was a plague, and I had brought my shovel to help me through the snowdrifts. On my way into town, I saw many children enjoying their day off from school in the snow, laughing with joy as they sledded or built snow sculptures. Some even offered to clear the way for me, and I was more than grateful, as these old bones of mine simply weren't suited for shoveling. Main Street had been cleared more than the other streets. Tire tracks were still visible, but a common sight was cars stuck in the snow. Most had been abandoned by their owners and became part of the snowy landscape. It was strange to see a town usually only alive with those who had things to do that couldn't wait. The grocery store, a small Kroger at the end of the street, looked like it had been looted. Even from the outside, I could see the shelves through the large windows, and they had never been so empty. I adjusted my backpack as I walked, glad that my wife had convinced me to take supplies in case I got stuck myself. I was sure the other stores weren't faring much better. I reached the town library and sighed. The cold burned my face as I stared at the high snowdrift that had built up at the steps to the front door. The side entrance would have been a better choice, so I began shoveling the path to that door, wondering if I should just stay put. When I reached the door, I was half dead and breathing so heavily you might mistake me for a steam locomotive. The door was swollen, and after a brief struggle, I opened it to find the large main room dark and cold. The weak light from outside seeped gray through the windows, just enough to turn on the lights and check the building. Luck was on my side. The old oil heater was struggling, but not in danger of exploding or giving out. I spent most of the day clearing another path to the sidewalk, but when I was done, it was clear I would spend the night, and all my work had been in vain. Evening came, and the store lights stayed on long after closing time. I became restless and made my way to the small corner cafe, the Warm Heart, and was surprised to find it still open and serving. Besides the staff, there were 3 other people, and as I entered, many turned to me as the little bell above the door jingled. "What a thing," said George as I sat next to him, a burly man with broad shoulders and hands that could cover a book. He ran a small woodworking shop on Main Street. He mainly made bowls and other trinkets that tourists loved. He was a few years younger than me, but the gray in his hair had taken much more of his appearance. No snow, and then, bam, hit like a damn freight train. The others nodded. They had pushed the tables together, so we were all sitting in the middle of the store. Jenna was still behind the counter, a woman in her early 30s with brown hair always tied up in a bun at the back of her head. She had a stern look, but her kindness was legendary among the townsfolk. She played with a cup and stared out the window. She turned back to the group and grimaced. "It's not stopping soon, and we're going to get into serious trouble. We're running out of coffee, and, well, there's no way the power will hold if it gets any worse." "We don't have any generators left," said Kevin. He owned the local hardware store, Miller and Sons. He tucked a pack of cigarettes into his flannel shirt pocket. He seemed to realize what he was about to say and looked hopefully at Jenna. She waved her hand, and he grinned, putting the cigarette in his mouth and lighting it. "Home Depot and Lova's bought the last 2 from me a few hours ago. If I had more supplies, I'd have made a bundle." "Because those damn things are always breaking," said Jenna, nodding to a door at the back of the room. "Josh took most of his shift to get them running again. The boy is a saint for putting up with it." Kevin shrugged and scratched his beard. "It has a warranty." "Oh yeah, I'm sure those bastards would just drive here tonight to fix it if we asked them," said Sarah, leaning back in her chair. She was a petite woman, still wearing her apron, stained with flour and dye. Her bakery, Sarah's Oven, was one of the busiest spots in town during tourist season. While Jenna seemed like she was having a tough time, Sarah was rather plump with a cheerful demeanor. If there was ever misleading advertising, this would be the first impression you'd get of her. "Damn it, to fix a mixer took almost a month for someone with a clue to come here. I almost had to use a melon squeezer to rip that idiot's eyes out when he told me we had to wait for a part," Sarah said. "Has anyone tried calling someone?" asked George, tossing his flip phone onto the table in front of him. "I'm getting no signal. And you guys?" We all pulled out our phones and realized the problem was the same for everyone, regardless of their carrier. "Landline?" I asked, looking at Jenna. She had a beige phone on the back wall and turned to pick up the receiver. She shook her head. "It just clicks." "Radio was also a desert or an overflow," said Kevin. "But the last weather report I heard said we'd get a few more mild days." "Damn climate change, I bet," said Sarah, raising her cup to take a sip. "They said the weather would change in weird ways. I call that damn weird." "Can't argue with that," I said, looking at Jenna. "Do you have any more tea back there?" She gave me a warm smile that looked almost threatening. "Sure, and I don't want to hear about payment. It's on the house, John." "Hey, if you're giving out free stuff, I'll take one of those muffins from the display case," said Kevin with a grin. "As if you need more food," said Sarah with a mocking smile. "That's a bit inappropriate," said Jenna as she came over the counter with a cup. Sarah shrugged and smiled over the disapproving look Kevin shot her. Jenna placed the cup in front of me and then looked at Kevin. "Maybe later. I need to get rid of fresh supplies soon if we don't get more customers." "Think you've got one now?" said George, pointing to the door. We all turned around and saw a man stumbling in, clad in thick jackets, quickly shaking the snow off his shoulders. He straightened up, pulled back his hood, and looked at us all with trembling breath. "Josh?" Jenna asked, rushing over. "What the hell are you doing outside in this weather?" "Did you hear that?" he asked. His voice choked as he coughed to clear it. "Did you all hear what's happening on East Street?" I looked into the group and everyone exchanged confused glances. I turned back. "What's happening there?" "There are statues in the middle of the street." "Statues?" George asked mockingly. "What are you talking about?" "My friends and I were out and drove towards East Street to see how people were trying to dig themselves out." "He's really a model citizen, this one, Jenna," Sarah said. Jenna ignored her and rubbed Josh's arms as she led him to the heater. "Come on, to the heater. So, about these statues. Do you think someone brought them here from all over town?" I asked as Josh took off his gloves and rubbed his red fingers. "Like the Liberty Oak from Main Street?" "That would be a damn hike," George said. "Wouldn't have gone far enough for a prank in this shit." Josh shook his head. No, nothing like that. It's like someone carved them out of ice, right outside the town limits, all facing outward. It was weird. We wanted to take a closer look, but were too scared. I hoped someone could get the mayor or someone to check it out. I think the mayor has enough on his plate already, Jenna said, looking at us around the table. Well? Sarah echoed Jenna. Well then, Kevin asked. Don't you three go check it out? If they're on the street, they'll interfere with the cleanup efforts, Sarah said. To me, it sounds like a story spun out of too much grass, George said, looking at me as if expecting me to agree. I didn't, and just stood there with a long sigh. East Street, huh? I asked, straightening my coat. Where are the other friends now? Went home. We were all a bit startled, and when I saw the lights were still on here, I thought maybe Jenna knows what to do. Right. If it's a prank, Mr. Miller, I'll have you organizing the catalog cards every weekend until summer. I put on my gloves and took a final sip of tea. If I'm not back in an hour, send out the search party. Wait a minute, George said as he stood up from his chair and grabbed his jacket. You're too damn old to take this route yourself in this shit. If you want to come, just say so, I said. I'm coming too, Jenna said as she headed to the back room. No need. These two old geezers can handle it, Sarah called after her, then looked at me. Tell her not to go. I want to come too, Josh said after a moment. I shook my head. Not necessary, we got this. Go home. I bet your mom has dinner ready. Let us handle it, okay? Josh nodded, took his gloves from the heater and slipped them on. Be careful. We will be, Jenna said as she came back. She wrapped a dark brown wool scarf around her neck. Now go home, and I don't want you taking any shortcuts. Josh left, and we followed him shortly after, heading in the opposite direction. The air had become bitterly cold, and it wasn't long before we were all sniffling with running noses that we couldn't feel anymore. East Street was about a quarter-mile away, and one of the main roads out of town. As we crossed the town center, we found more and more abandoned cars. Most stores were still open, their lights burning brightly in the gloomy storm. But the closer we got to East Street, the more those lights faded and became sparse. We reached the beginning of East Street and stopped to catch our breath. The road wasn't long, and we could see the last intersection before the brick buildings ended and abandoned lots became the norm. Even from this distance, we could see the silhouettes of cars at the end, some still with their headlights on, creating small patches of glowing snow. The distinctive clicking of keys turning in ignition echoed down the corridor of buildings. There are a lot of cars, Jenna said, her voice muffled by her scarf. Can't imagine everyone went out. They probably gave up and went home, George said. Can't go far with this amount of snow. Without taking their keys or turning off the car? I asked, taking a few cautious steps down the street. Well, Josh wasn't lying, George said, pointing to the end where a snowdrift created a haze. In this haze, I could make out silhouettes that looked strangely human. There aren't that many statues in town. No, I said, shaking my head and feeling my skin tingle. There aren't any. I walked a few meters alone before they joined me. It got colder the further we went, and as we reached the intersection, every uncovered inch of skin began to burn and ache. The wind whipped around us, throwing snow clouds up, and the haze grew thicker. Despite this haze, there was no way to mistake the statues in the snow. What the hell? Jenna said as she shivered beside me. Her scarf was covered in tiny icicles. What the hell? Tell me what you see, I said hoarsely. I couldn't believe my eyes at that moment. George suddenly stopped beside her, a surprised grunt escaping him. I don't want to, Jenna said. They're people, George said slowly. Are they really frozen? I nodded and took in the scene. There were about 12 of them scattered in the snow. Their poses were all in different steps, as if they were frozen mid-stride. The outer ice layer was a striking ocean blue. What really shook me was that some of them were looking back as if they were walking, their faces contorted in shocked and fearful expressions. I looked around the area we were in. It was mostly residential homes, but all the windows were dark. I stepped aside and trudged to the front entrance of one of the houses. It was broken into. The lower and upper parts were just wooden pieces with splinters in the middle. It was too dark to look inside, and I wished I had a flashlight as I stuck my head in. John! Jenna's voice broke through the whipping wind, and I turned to see the two of us huddled together and retreating. I stumbled down the steps, and as I stood up, Jenna pointed with a trembling hand to the statues. Among them, something large was prowling. 4 legs with a big hump where a dog's shoulders would be. It had thick fur that moved in the wind like water. As we watched, another appeared. They moved like wolves stalking us as we continued to back away. I had never seen such creatures before. I pushed Jenna behind me as George and I moved together. I glanced back at her. "Jenna, go away." "But listen to the old bastard. I don't know what those things are, but they're not normal. Go, disappear from here," George said, turning slightly to shove her away. She stumbled into the snow but took the hint and ran off. "There are no wolves here," George said as we continued to back away. The beasts emerged from the dense haze, their black fur stark against the bluish snow. "No. Do you have a plan?" George nodded, reached into his jacket and pulled out a pistol. "I'm going to shoot them, and then we run like hell. I don't think it's a good idea to anger them. I don't think they'll leave us much choice," he said. And it was almost as if the beasts understood what we were planning as they began to growl. The sound was eerie. "On my 3, George said, aiming the gun. 1, 2, 3. The shot was like a thunderclap in the snowy valley we were in. I turned and ran as fast as I could through the snow a few feet deep, hearing George follow right behind me. Another shot rang out, and a pained scream reached us, but I didn't look back. I just kept running, hoping to reach the town center and the warm glow of the surrounding buildings. George fired again, but this time a pained scream followed as I turned just enough to see him sinking in a snowstorm. One of the beasts had pounced on him in a moment, and bright red blood splattered around him in the snow. I cursed and hurried away, sprinting with all my might to the next building. I pounded on the door and hammered my fists against it. "Open up, let me in. It's John, the librarian. Please, open the hell up." To my great relief, the door opened enough for me to shove myself inside. I slammed the door shut behind me and leaned against it, breathing heavily. The young homeowner, a student named Luke, stared at me with a worried expression that turned to fear as something so hard hit the door, bending the steel. I braced myself for the next blow, but nothing happened. It was just silence, as silent as a snowstorm. I waited for the sun with my new friend, and when it shone through the windows, I cautiously went back outside. The snow had settled a bit during the night, so George's body lay clearly right in front of the town center, his blood frozen into icicles around him. Jenna came out of a store where she had spent the night as I stood in front of his body. She let out a small wheeze and hid her face in my shoulder. "What the hell happened, John?" "I don't know. Whatever they were, they weren't wolves." I bent down and brushed the snow off the pistol as I picked it up. "We have a big problem. No one can leave this town right now." "Do you think there are more?" "I think they're just another problem we have. I bet every part of the town has the same icy wind as East Street." I tucked the pistol away and turned to her. "For now, go back to the bakery. Tell everyone who comes in what we found." "What are you going to do?" I looked toward East Street and the haze playing at the end, then at those starting to gather around us. The news of George's death was spreading, and I was still waiting for the consequences. I gave Jenna the only answer I could at the time, and that still holds true. "Damn it, no idea." This was all meant to be a birthday gift for Jake, my friend. He had always been a huge fan of escape rooms, and when I stumbled upon the clown room online, I knew it was the perfect present for him. The website felt like a blast from the past, with neon fonts and pixelated GIFs scattered everywhere. It looked like no one had updated the site since the 90s, which only added to its charm. In the center stood a poem. "Welcome to the clown room, where laughter turns to doom. Can you escape the jester's grin, or will you meet your end within?" Below it was a form to book the room. I thought it was straightforward and filled out all the required fields, my email, full name, and phone number, and hit send. Nothing happened afterward. No thank you message, no confirmation email. I found it a bit odd, but assumed the website was just old and outdated and the venue might no longer exist. I pushed it out of my mind and continued searching for another gift for my friend. A few days later, I received a strange call from an unknown number. When I answered, all I heard was static on the other end. I was about to hang up when I heard a faint whisper. "The clown room awaits you," the voice said before hanging up. The voice unsettled me, but I couldn't deny I was also intrigued. It was as if the people behind the clown room were taking their immersive experience to the next level. I couldn't wait to see what they had prepared for us. Just a week later, right on Jake's birthday, I received a brown envelope. It was addressed to me, with no return address or stamp. Curious, I opened it and found a key that looked like an ordinary house key. Attached was a note with an address printed in all the colors of the rainbow. It looked like someone had drawn the letters in MS Paint. The note smelled terrible, like a mix of decay and something else I couldn't quite identify. A smile spread across my face. This was it, I thought. The key to the clown room. I slipped the key and the note into my pocket, determined to surprise Jake by taking him to the room without any warning. Convincing him to go to the mysterious address on the note wasn't hard. He was always up for a good adventure, and the fact that I was being so mysterious only made him more excited. However, as we made our way to the address, I couldn't shake a feeling of unease. The neighborhood in Detroit where we found ourselves was run down, filled with dilapidated buildings. We walked what felt like miles until we finally spotted a large, decrepit apartment building. By then, the sun had already set. We approached the building's entrance. I double-checked that this was the right place, and indeed, the address on the note matched the one on the building. I hesitated for a moment before using the key to open the door. It smelled awful inside, a mix of mold and mildew. I wasn't sure where to go next, but I noticed a directory on the building's wall. It was an old, yellowed piece of paper with names written in faded ink. "Come on, Lisa," Jake said. "What are we doing here?" He was getting a bit restless, which, if we could just find this room, was a good sign. I turned with a sly smile and told him to wait. As I examined the directory on the wall, I noticed an old faded clown sticker next to one of the names, Zeke Cranch. I immediately knew we had found the room, and according to the list, it was on the 6th floor. I headed for the stairs, only to realize the elevator was out of order. "We have to take the stairs," I said, my heart racing as I led the way. The stairs were dimly lit, and the murals on the walls were peeling and covered in graffiti. I could hear dogs barking on one floor and a couple arguing loudly on another. My unease grew with every step. By now, I was starting to have doubts. Nothing felt right, but I could see Jake was getting excited and decided to ignore my gut feelings. Eventually, we reached the 6th floor, and there it was, Zeke Cranch's apartment with a large clown sticker on the door. I took a deep breath before using the key to unlock the door. "Seriously," Jake said, "what is this?" "You'll see," I replied. "We're not buying drugs, are we?" He laughed. My hand trembled as I inserted the key into the lock. The door creaked open and we stepped into a small, cramped one-bedroom apartment. As soon as we entered, the door slammed shut behind us and I heard a mechanical lock engage. I turned around and tried to turn the handle, but it wouldn't budge. "We're locked in," I said, my voice shaking. "Oh, okay," Jake said, trying the door himself. "What? Relax," I said. "It's an escape room." "Oh," Jake said. "That's what this is about?" He smiled. "It's called the Clown Room," I said. "I found it online." "I don't know," he said. "It doesn't look like—" "Happy birthday," I said, but it didn't sound as enthusiastic as I wanted. He smiled and kissed me. "Thanks, babe. This is... I don't know what to say. It's either brilliant or some kind of cheap scam. I mean, look at this place." He was right. It was nothing like I had imagined. Besides, no one greeted us or explained the rules. The room was decorated more to be creepy than fun. The walls were dirty and painted white, and on one wall were black graffiti letters that read, "To escape this room, a price must be paid, a sacrifice made, a life taken." The furniture consisted of colorful miniatures as if the room was designed for a child, and the floor was covered with broken, stained, and old toys. I noticed a toy phone with a clown face on the miniature desk, and a small, worn-out teddy bear in the corner with its eyes ripped out. Worst of all was the upside-down clown hanging from the ceiling, sitting in a lotus position directly above us. The lack of windows added to the eerie atmosphere. As we continued searching for clues, a feeling of fear overcame us. The room's creepy ambiance became increasingly unsettling. I picked up the toy phone and tried to make a call, but all I heard was hysterical laughter from the receiver. It sent chills down my spine. Jake checked his phone, but mysteriously it was dead. The same happened to mine. We were completely cut off from the outside world, and as we realized it, panic set in. "This is just junk, Lisa," Jake said. "I don't understand how—" "Wait," I said, pointing to the wall. "There's something here." I had discovered a blue plastic lock on the wall, hidden behind a pile of old toys. I approached it and examined it carefully. It seemed to require a plastic key. "I think we need to find the key for this lock," I said. "See, there has to be a way out. We just need to focus." We began searching for the key, turning over every toy, rummaging through every corner, and inspecting every piece of furniture. But our search was in vain. The only thing we found was a strange handheld game console that seemed straight out of the 80s, with a childish and colorful game on it called Clown Quest. The game's objective was to find keys that would unlock various doors. As Jake tried to master the game, hoping it might give us the key we needed, I found something in the bathroom adjacent to the small hallway. The clown decorations there were already unsettling enough, but when I looked into the bathtub, I screamed in horror. It contained two mummified people embracing each other. "Jake!" I shouted. He rushed to me. "What? Holy crap! They're not real, are they?" "I don't know," I said. "This isn't fun anymore." I went back to the room and looked up at the clown on the ceiling. "Let's get out of here! Can you hear me? This isn't fun anymore!" Nothing happened. "I think they're real!" Jake shouted from the bathroom. He ran to the front door and pounded on it, hoping we would be released. I joined him, banging on the door and screaming for help, but our efforts were futile. The door remained firmly shut, as if mocking us. Helpless, we collapsed onto the colorful miniature sofa. I buried my head in my hands and cried. Jake tried to comfort me, but didn't know what to say, except that we would find a way out. Then he returned to the game and continued playing, sweating profusely as he jumped between platforms and tried to avoid pitfall traps and cute little enemies. I went back to the phone and picked up the receiver. "Let's damn well get out of here, you piece of shit!" The laughter on the other end grew louder, as if it was more than just a recording, and someone on the other side was actually laughing. "This isn't funny!" It felt like I was losing my mind. I sat down on a small chair, my mind racing with thoughts of how we could escape. The game console in Jake's hands was our only hope, and he played it with feverish intensity, determined to find a way to beat it. Hours passed, and I lost track of time. My stomach growled with hunger, and my throat felt dry and scratchy. I tried the faucet in the small empty kitchen, but the water was shut off. The same was true in the bathroom. There was nothing in this apartment except the toys and the strange decorations. I tried the phone again, but it was still useless, the laughter on the other end a constant reminder of our captivity. I wondered if someone was looking for us, if anyone knew we were missing. But the more time passed, the more hopeless I felt. It was as if we were completely forgotten, wasting away in this clown-themed prison. As night fell, the room became darker and colder. Jake and I huddled together for warmth, our spirits sinking with each passing moment. We whispered to each other, sharing our fears and doubts, but deep down, we both knew we might never get out alive. "Will we end up like those two people in the bathtub?" I asked. "They must have gone through the same thing, right? I'm so sorry I brought you here." "We don't know. Those people might have been placed here," Jake said. "And I think there's a way out. I just have to finish this damn game. I just need to rest a bit, and then—" He was interrupted by a noise above us. We both looked up. Slowly, the clown sitting on the ceiling turned towards us and began crawling in our direction. I let out a scream, and we both jumped to our feet. Jake grabbed the nearest object, a small plastic chair, and threw it at the clown. I did the same, tossing letter blocks at him. The clown effortlessly dodged the objects, his movements swift and fluid. It seemed to feed on our fear, reveling in the power he had over us. As he got closer, we could see his face more clearly. It was painted white, with black lines around the eyes and mouth. His grin was wide and twisted, his teeth sharp and jagged. And though he moved like a human, there was no sign of humanity in his empty eyes. We ran to the bathroom, only to find that the door wouldn't lock properly and couldn't be secured. "What are we going to do?" I cried. "Jake, what are we going to do? I don't want to die here." "Distract him," Jake said. "I'll finish the game and you keep him from stopping me. Do everything you can!" I screamed at the clown, letting him follow me as I ran in circles around the room. Jake sat on the floor and continued playing. Chaos erupted. Jake yelled at the game in frustration, and the clown chased me through the room, his twisted grin never leaving his face. Maybe after half an hour, Jake finally reached the end of the game. "Damn it!" he shouted. "I did it, Lisa! I beat the game!" The clown stopped, and to our surprise, he spat out green slime onto the floor. And in his vomit, I could see a blue plastic key. "The key!" I said, picking it up. "Finally!" I ran to the lock on the wall and turned the key. At first, nothing happened. But then a small white hatch in the wall we hadn't noticed before popped open, revealing a hole the size of a soccer ball. "What is that?" Jake asked. We approached the hole. All we could see was darkness. I grabbed a colorful plastic ball and threw it into the hole. We could hear it falling down a shaft, but we never heard it reach the bottom. The clown, who was now staring at us, sighed oddly disappointed. "What should we do?" I said. "There has to be something." The toy phone rang. A shiver ran down my spine, and I slowly approached it, picking up the receiver and holding it to my ear. At first, I only heard static, but then a voice began to whisper. "One of you must stick your head in to finally unlock the door and push it open. Who will it be? Who will take the risk and free you?" I froze, unsure of what to do. "It says one of us has to stick their head in the hole to unlock the door," I said. "What happens to the one who sticks their head in the hole?" he asked. "It doesn't say, but look at the text on the wall. According to it, one of us must make a sacrifice." "Right," Jake said. "We damn well aren't doing that." "Of course not," I said. "We'll find another way. We'll figure something out." We searched for hours, but to no avail. I could see the frustration and despair in Jake's eyes. He looked defeated, broken, and lost. We both sat on the cold floor, backs against the wall. I held him tightly. "This isn't fair," Jake whispered, his voice breaking. "We had so many plans. We were supposed to travel the world, get married, have kids. I always wanted to be a father, you know?" Tears streamed down his face, and I could feel his pain as if it were my own. We talked about our relationship, our hopes and dreams, our fears and regrets. It was an honest conversation, full of raw emotions and sincerity. "I love you," I said, wiping his tears away. "We'll get through this together." "I love you too," he replied, his voice barely more than a whisper. We stayed there for hours, holding each other, talking and crying. But eventually we had to face reality. We needed to make a decision that would determine our fate. I saw the fear in Jake's eyes, but I also saw determination. "I'll do it," he said, his voice trembling. "I'll stick my head in." "No, Jake," I protested. "We'll find another way. We'll figure something out." "There's no other way," he said, his voice now firm. "We can't stay here forever. We have to take a chance." I believe that's how the other two died. I knew he was right, but it didn't make it any easier. I held him tightly, kissed him gently on the lips, and then watched as he approached the hole. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and then stuck his head in. As soon as his head disappeared into the hole, he screamed continuously, hoarse with terror. His body convulsed violently, and I could see the muscles in his neck straining as he tried to pull his head back out, but it was too late. Something had grabbed him. I tried to pull him back, but it was as if he was glued to the hole. The clown danced behind us, singing "Happy Birthday" in a grotesque, demonic voice. And then, as Jake was still desperately screaming, the front door swung open and began to count down from 10. Fear overwhelmed me as I realized I had to leave before the clown reached 0. I tried one last time to pull Jake away, but his head was completely stuck, and I knew there was no hope left for him. I cried out in anguish as I ran out of the apartment, the door slamming shut behind me with a loud bang. I stumbled down the stairs, my heart pounding in my chest, and began banging on the neighbors' doors, desperately calling for help. But no matter how hard I tried, none of them opened their doors. Eventually, I made it home and called the police, telling them everything that had happened. They were skeptical, but I begged them to check it out. When we returned to the apartment building, it was as if it had never existed. The door was gone, and in its place, the wall was smooth, as if it had been there for years. The officers looked at me like I was crazy and refused to believe my story. They told me to stop wasting their time and left me standing there, stunned. I went back several times alone, trying to tear down the wall. But no matter how hard I struck it with a sledgehammer or how deep I drilled, I could never reach the door. Days turned into weeks, and weeks into months. I couldn't shake the feeling that Jake was still somewhere behind that wall, though it seemed impossible. Eventually, I tried to move on, but I couldn't. And then, a year later, on Jake's birthday, a video was sent to my phone. It was from an unknown number, and when I clicked play, my heart sank. It was a video of Jake, still trapped in the hole. He was naked, dirty, and exhausted. The clown stood behind him, tickling him and laughing hysterically. Once again, I was more devastated than I had ever been in my life. I returned to the spot where the apartment had been, but the result was the same as before. The clown room had vanished, but somehow it was still there at the same time, and I don't know what to do.
I live in a quiet suburban neighborhood near Seattle with my daughter Lily and my son Ryan. Their mother has not been part of our lives for 2 years. Not deceased, just a complete jerk. And as a single father, I've managed surprisingly well. We live in a 2-bedroom townhouse in a well-kept community. I have a steady job, and thankfully, the kids are healthy. Everything went smoothly until one night 2 months ago, when Ryan suddenly jabbed me in the face. He was sobbing hard, but I could tell from his crying that he was scared, not hurt, which somewhat reassured me. Ryan has frequent nightmares, so I assumed he'd just had another one. When I asked him what was wrong, he trembled and whispered, "The man in the house next door is making creepy faces at me." I had heard his stories of monsters lurking in the dark corners of his room before, but this was something new. I assumed he was referring to the house next door. However, the lack of fantastical elements worried me. It sounded too specific for a typical nightmare. I got up and, with Ryan trailing behind, went to the kids' bedroom. Lily was already awake on the top bunk. From the soft glow of her nightlight, I could see her arms crossed, glaring disapprovingly at her little brother. Not wanting to disturb the outside too much by turning on a light, I crept to the bedroom window. The curtains were slightly ajar, so Ryan was probably spying outside. The neighboring townhouse to our left was visible from Lily's and Ryan's room. There were 2 windows on that side, but it was too dark inside to see anything clearly. I recalled that the left window, facing the street, belonged to the kitchen. I didn't know what was behind the right window because the curtains there were always drawn. I asked Lily if she'd seen anything, and she shook her head. He always has nightmares and cries. I don't want to sleep in the same room with him anymore, Dad. I can't get any peace. It's not fair. Hearing that, Ryan began to cry again. I decided to let him sleep in my bedroom that night. He had this Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles tent he preferred to sleep in, rather than his own bed. Honestly, I started to think his nightmare was just an excuse to camp out with me. Still, for the next 2 nights, I allowed him to set up his tent in my room. On the 3rd night, I was woken again, this time by Lily, who stood over me shaking my arm. This girl hadn't woken me in the middle of the night for years. When I asked what happened, she whispered, "The neighbor made faces at me." Her words and the fear in her voice truly shook me. I closed the curtains when I said goodnight. "Did you open them?" "Just a bit, but I heard a strange noise." "What did you hear?" Lily couldn't say exactly. She told me she'd gotten up to check, and when she pulled the curtain aside, she saw light in the neighbor's window. The curtains in the back room were drawn, and our neighbor was standing right in the window frame. "What did he do?" Lily thought for a moment. Then her face twisted into an expression I never want to see again. Not with my child or anyone else. It's hard to describe. First, she grinned so widely that a thin sliver between her teeth was visible. Then she furrowed her brows. She tilted her head toward me as if seriously urging me to pay attention, and tensed her neck muscles. The worst was what she did with her hands. She extended her left arm as if demonstrating something, then clenched her right fist and moved it quickly back and forth over her left forearm. The poor child called it playing the violin, but it was clear she was trying to suggest that someone was cutting. Disturbed, I told Lily not to repeat that gesture or make that face again. I was angry and confused. Our neighbor, a man in his 40s, was somewhat reclusive, but had always behaved normally when I'd spoken to him a few times. I couldn't understand why he would do such a thing to my kids. After more questions, it became clear that my neighbor might not have been doing anything technically illegal. Making inappropriate gestures in one's own house isn't against the law, but he seemed to be deliberately harassing my children. Whether it was legal or not, I planned to confront him the next morning. My final question to Lily was if the neighbor made any other gestures. She nodded and then started waving both hands in a "come here" motion. I let Lily sleep in my bedroom too. Once, I went to the window in the kids' room, but like before, I saw nothing. The house was dark. The next morning, before heading to work, and after dropping Lily and Ryan off at school, I knocked on my neighbor's front door for several minutes. I suspected he was home since his car was in the driveway, but he didn't answer. Eventually, I had to leave, and when I turned around to see if he was watching me, I caught a glimpse of him at the front window before he ducked under the windowsill and disappeared from view. Clearly, the man was a coward, and obviously he had problems. I shouted after him, telling him to stop messing with us, then walked away. That same night, I devised a plan. While my kids slept in my room, I lingered in their bedroom. It was Friday evening, and I was determined to stay awake all night to catch my neighbor in the act. Although I trusted my children, I wanted to be sure something truly unsettling was happening before I took the next step. I made sure all the doors were locked and the curtains were drawn tightly. After putting Lily and Ryan to bed, I sat on the floor under their window. Around 9 o'clock, I started a midnight mass app on my phone. I wasn't using headphones so I wouldn't miss any unusual noises, and I kept the volume low while reading the subtitles. At midnight, I began to hear strange noises. As Lily had described, it was hard to pinpoint. A deep, repetitive click-clack, almost like the sound someone might make when spurring a horse. I knew it was coming from a person. After a few minutes, the sound transformed into a weird whistle, more like someone sucking in air between their teeth. The noise was so clear that the neighbor's window must have been open. Unsettling, given that our houses were only a few meters apart. Certain now that my neighbor was at his window and that this was my best chance to see him, I stood up and jerked the curtain aside in one swift motion. I saw him immediately. A dim light illuminated his room, and I recognized the horrifying expression Lily had made earlier, only even more terrifying on an adult. His window was open, and his outstretched arms were moving jerkily, as if he was hurting himself. When he noticed me, realizing he was being watched by another adult instead of a scared child, he froze. His cartoonish grin vanished, replaced by real anger. The man grabbed the window frame and slammed it shut with such force that the curtain snapped closed. I quickly drew my curtain back and stood still for a moment. The sight of the man, his twisted face, his movements. It was awful to know that night after night he had done this to terrify my children. But even more disturbing was the fact that I wasn't entirely sure the man I just saw was indeed my neighbor. I had barely seen him over the years, and I could hardly recall his face clearly. I sat down on the floor for a moment, my heart pounding in my ears. Did I now have enough evidence to call the police? Just as I was about to grab my phone, something suddenly hit the glass of the children's room window with a heavy thud. After a brief hesitation, I pulled the curtain aside again. Inside, no light glowed anymore, and outside, no one was in sight. I pulled the curtain further and discovered a handprint high on the window. Our house sits on an elevated foundation, and that window is unusually high, Even though it's on the ground floor, a man outside would have needed tremendous effort to get his hand there. I dialed 911 and explained the situation. While speaking with the dispatcher, I quietly walked around the house to try to spot the man. My final stop was our bedroom. Inside, I locked the doors and, still connected to the dispatcher, retrieved a hidden gun from a safe in my closet. My heart pounded to my throat, but I knew I had to stay calm, especially when I saw Lily awake, peering over from her tent. In hushed tones, I assured her that we were safe, but that we needed to be extremely quiet. I sat on the edge of my bed, the pistol at the ready, listening tensely. The kid's tent was in a corner, and to its left, centered on the wall opposite my bed, was a window. After what felt like an eternity, I saw something. It was a cloudless night, and moonlight shimmered through the white curtains. A dark figure stood out, initially blurry, but gradually becoming clearer as the man outside moved closer to the window. Somehow, he knew which room we were in. The silhouette didn't move for several minutes, and I was grateful that Lily couldn't see him from her spot. Then something happened that I could hardly comprehend. The man stepped back from the window, raised his arms, and formed a sort of Y shape with his body and limbs. Only his arms were far too long, nearly twice the normal length, each arm about as long as his entire body. At first, I thought he was holding something, perhaps 2 rods to extend his limbs, but I could clearly see 5 fingers at each end, trembling uncontrollably as he brought his arms closer to the window. Click, click, click. I stood up, ready to shoot, when suddenly the sound of police sirens shattered the quiet night. The man outside struck the window one last time with his hands, and it was as if someone had severed his arms at elbow height. His forearms seemed to detach, and the man ran off before they could hit the ground. As the police announced their presence, I hesitantly opened the door and told them what had happened. 2 officers, a man and a woman, asked me several questions about my neighbor, probably trying to find grounds for further action. After taking notes, they instructed me to stay inside with doors locked while they secured and investigated the neighbor's house. Through the kids' room window, I watched as they approached the house next door. They knocked on the door, and when no one answered, they tried the entrance. I saw the unlocked door swing open. The 2 officers exchanged worried looks and cautiously entered the house. I don't know exactly what they found inside. All I know is that they both looked visibly shaken when they emerged moments later. When I went outside to ask what they had discovered, the female officer simply said, "Your neighbor is dead." The rest of the night blurred into a sea of uniformed officers coming and going from the neighbor's house. Several police officers and investigators gathered at my door, asking questions. None of them provided clear answers. They operated strictly according to protocol, their faces solemn, their words terse and matter-of-fact. Eventually, I stepped aside near the house and saw several people outside taking photographs by my bedroom window. Before they asked me to leave, I spotted from the shadows the gruesome shape of 2 human arms lying on the ground. Since then, Lily, Ryan, and I have been staying with my parents for months. No one wants to stay in that house anymore. Lily is too traumatized, and I don't feel comfortable there as long as the murderer or the mystery behind it remains unsolved. I want to sell that damn house, but our story, which briefly made the news, makes it difficult. Who would want a house that's forever associated in the media with words like dismemberment, days of torment, and victims barely recognizable as human?
It was never my intention for it to happen, I swear. Emily, Jake, and I just wanted to see Clara before they buried her. We wanted a private moment with her before everything else began. We live in a small town near Nashville, Tennessee, and it wasn't too difficult for the 3 of us to sneak into the funeral home, especially since Jake's father was part of the cleaning crew, and Jake always had a knack for getting things done quickly. We crept through the hallways, making hardly any noise except for the soft squeak of our rubber boots on the spotless tile floor. I knew that no one could hear us anyway. No one living, that is. All I could smell was that unpleasant chemical odor that clung to the back of my throat like glue. Emily held my arm tightly and said she wasn't sure it was a good idea after all, and that maybe we should go back home since it was getting pretty late. Emily liked wearing a fake-looking emerald ring on her right hand, which she swore to anyone who would listen was real. Boy, did I hate that thing more than ever as it dug into the soft flesh of my forearm. I was so close to ripping her tight grip off my skin, but I said nothing. I knew she was just scared. She probably doubted seeing our sister that way, no longer alive. Jake tried to hush Emily as the three of us crowded around a large metal door labeled Processing. He grinned at us as he pulled out his dad's plastic key card. It was a weird grin, like he wasn't sure whether he should be smiling or not. I gave him the same smile in return. Smiling felt somehow wrong. How could we smile when the dead couldn't? When Clara couldn't? Jake took a deep breath and turned back to the door. He inserted the key card into the slot, and the small red light next to the handle changed to green with a pleasant beep. Jake started to press the handle and open the door slightly, but then paused and looked at Emily and me. "Are you guys sure you want to do this?" he whispered. "Yes," we said simultaneously. Jake just rolled his eyes and mumbled, "Triplets." After a brief pause, I saw his eyes widen as he realized what he had said. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean..." "It's okay," I said, blinking down at my shoes as Emily squeezed my arm again before finally letting go. Jake was still bursting with apologies, but I didn't hold it against him. After all, he had lost someone too. I had always thought that Jake and Clara would one day get married. We all thought so. I angrily rubbed my fist against my eye until I saw tiny specks of color behind my lids. "Let's just go in, Jake," I said, looking up at him. "Clara is waiting for us." With my gentle touch, the door swung open silently. I knew I would regret my words as I hesitated at the threshold. An icy draft blew from the dark interior of the funeral home, wrapped around my neck and crawled down my spine. I suppressed the feeling of foreboding and the accompanying shiver and stepped into the room. I fumbled for a light switch, hearing barely anything except the sense that Jake and Emily were coming in behind me. This room seemed to swallow sounds, and the world felt muted in this absence of noise. "Hello, Anna," Emily whispered. "I think I found the light." The walls of the funeral home greedily swallowed Emily's voice, leaving us in too much silence again. I heard a kind of wind noise before the lights turned on, too bright for such a small room. I had to give my eyes a minute or two to adjust before I looked around the room. On one wall was a small sink and a large tub surrounded by various bottles and chemicals. I didn't want to think about what they were used for. In the center of the room stood two metal operating tables, far too clean for what they were used for. A small rolling cart covered with a bunch of sharp tools rested between the two tables. None of that caught my attention for more than a second. Instead, my eyes were drawn to the opposite wall. 12 metal doors stood before me in 2 rows of 6 each. A sudden adrenaline rush hit me as I realized I would have to open one of those doors. My hands began to tremble. "Anna, look, this light switch is really strange. It's set on a timer or something. I set it to 10 minutes. Is that okay? Anna?" I couldn't process a single bit of Emily's annoying chatter. I just stared at those metal doors. They seemed to be getting bigger until they completely took over my vision. Death lay beyond them. I could feel it. Someone tapped me on the shoulder and I flinched. "Hey, Anna, are you still with us?" Jake whispered close to my ear. "We can still go back, I shook his hand off my shoulder. No, I need to see her." I approached the nearest door on the bottom left, the only door with a label. In bold block letters was the name Clara Smith. I could almost feel her in there. I could almost imagine her breathing just behind that metal wall. "Emily," I said. "There she is." Emily somehow crouched on the other side of the metal operating table. She moved a little closer, but I could see the dreadful horror in her eyes. It was now or never. Before Emily could have a chance to change my mind, I grabbed the door handle and swung the door loudly against the wall. The 3 of us flinched at the sound. "Jesus Christ, Anna!" Jake howled, looking pale. "Sorry," I said, but my attention was on the figure under the sheet in front of me. Gently, reverently, I pulled the tray from the open door until the loose outline of Clara's body under the sheet became visible. I noticed that Jake was a step or two away from the body, but Emily's hands were already moving over the contours of Clara's face. "Emily," I whispered hoarsely. When she didn't respond, I saw the small wet spots on the sheet covering our sister. Emily's face was streaked with tears as she grabbed the corners of the sheet and pulled it away from Clara's face. I couldn't help but gasp. They hadn't exaggerated when they said it was brutal. "Oh, God," Jake said. Emily didn't respond. Her fingers traced the contours of the bloodless, torn flesh around Clara's lifeless lips, her bright emerald ring twinkling in the harsh fluorescent light. She kissed the pale cheeks and cried over the closed eyelids. I tried not to compare Clara's face with mine or Emily's identical face, somewhat similar, even though our sister's death had taken that spark out of life. Jake sighed, and I saw the tension leave his hunched shoulders. He joined Emily and reached under the white sheet to grasp Clara's fingertips. And yet I couldn't bring myself to take a step closer. That was no longer Clara. I knew in my heart that she was gone. That was a decayed body, a corpse. It was no longer Clara. The lights flickered briefly. Jake and Emily looked at each other and then at the lights before flickering again. So I was the only one who saw it, the only one who realized immediately. I was the only one who watched as Clara's eyes opened in the dim light. "We have to go," I whispered, unable to find my voice. I really tried to warn them, really. It was like someone had sewn my mouth shut. All I could manage was a tiny whisper. My sister was still staring confusedly at the lights, saying something about the timer, something about the 10 minutes being up. Jake, I saw, had already realized it, but he still wasn't moving. "Clara," he said, his eyes wild as he scanned her face. "Clara." My eyes were fixed on the corpse. Her eyes were milky, the warm hazel brown I had always known, completely obscured. It was as if she had cataracts or something. She stared blankly at the ceiling, and I tried to convince myself that her eyes had been open all along, even as I stepped back toward the exit. Emily still hadn't noticed the change, the sudden tension in the air. "Anna," she said, "we need to reset the timer on the lights." I tried to speak, but all that came out was a little squeak. The lights flickered again, but this time they caught the light from the metal door we had pulled Clara's body out from. She was covered in scratches, countless gouges in the metal, as if someone had tried to claw their way out. I looked at Clara's hand, which Jake was still holding tightly. The nails hung by thin strands of flesh, the fingers bent and covered with deep, bloodless cracks. I don't know how I didn't see it before. "Clara," I whispered helplessly. "Clara." Jake met my gaze, his eyes as wide as mine. That was the last thing I saw before it clicked and the room plunged into darkness. Never in my life had I felt such paralyzing fear, never felt like such a defenseless duck in the dark. "Emily?" I whispered hoarsely, still struggling to find my voice. "Jake?" I could barely hear anything over the pounding of my heart. Inhaling and exhaling, inhaling and exhaling, inhaling and exhaling. I seemed unable to catch my breath. I placed both hands over my mouth and tried to breathe through my nose. At that moment, I heard a loud crash from the other side of the room. It sounded like someone had run into the metal cart with the surgical instruments. I heard some tools clatter over the tiles. As the echoes died down, a heavy silence seemed to blanket the room. I knew the door was somewhere behind me, and I wanted to run away so badly, but I couldn't leave Jake and Emily behind. Instead, I began to feel my way backward, pushing myself toward the light switch. If I could just make it. If I could only turn the light on, Clara's body would stay right there, eyes closed. I would realize that it was just Emily who had clumsily bumped into the operating cart, and we would all laugh a little nervously about it. My hands trembled as I pushed myself across the floor. My sneakers squeaked as I backed up, the sound desperately loud. I froze, holding my breath. I wanted to tell myself I was being silly, that it was just me, Jake, Emily, and a dead body in this room, that I hadn't really seen my sister's corpse's eyes open, that those scratches were just a play of light, but I couldn't. So I held my breath and closed my eyes, too paralyzed with fear to move. I couldn't hear anyone else in the room, only my heart in my ears. Minutes or hours or years must have passed while I sat there on the floor. I was shaking violently by that time, but I eventually decided it was safe to move. I scrambled up and crawled on all fours toward the light switch, a hand stretched out in front of me. My fingers finally brushed something, and I felt a wave of relief, assuming it was the wall. I reached out again eagerly, only to wrap my hand around something stiff and cold and so wrong. A leg. It was a leg. It was her leg. I just knew it was her leg. I hesitated for not a second. A minute I held on to my sister's corpse, and the next I was running, my fingers tearing through something that felt too much like tangled hair, vaguely feeling something pulling at my shirt and tearing. I fumbled blindly for the door. I couldn't think beyond the panic. When I finally felt the handle under my fingertips, I flung the door open and ran out. I raced down the hallways at full speed, a nagging awareness letting the adrenaline flowing through my system fade, and I realized I could hear the thundering footsteps behind me. My breath came in short gasps and whimpers, but I tried to move even faster. I couldn't let this thing, which used to be my sister, catch me. The footsteps drew closer, catching up to me quickly. At the end of the hallway, I could just make out the big exit sign, but I knew I wouldn't make it. So, as I passed a door without a card reader, I didn't think twice. I practically threw myself through the open door. I slammed it shut behind me and fumbled in the dark for something to lock it with. Finding nothing nearby, I pressed myself against the door and braced for the inevitable. Through the frosted glass, I could see a shadow approaching me, and I tensed, my heart in my throat. The figure stopped in front of the door, and I saw the vague shape of her hand reach upward. It all felt very anticlimactic as I heard 2 soft knocks on the door. "Anna," a voice said. "It's me, Jake. Let me in." I hesitated for just a second before slowly opening the door. Jake stumbled in, and I quickly closed the door behind him. "Where's Emily?" I panted. Jake just looked at me. His chest was heaving, and his red hair stood out in odd directions. "Isn't she with you? I thought I saw her over there." A sick feeling began to spread in my stomach. My last sister, my only sister. I left her behind. I shoved Jake aside and ripped the door open. I didn't know where to go, so I just started running toward the door, Jake at my heels, hoping Emily was already outside. When I crashed through the exit door, I was out of breath. I looked around wildly, but couldn't see anything in the twilight. Jake had caught up with me, and we searched the parking lot, but neither of us could see much in the dark. I was about to suggest we go back inside to look for Emily, when an arm reached out from the left and wrapped around my wrist. I couldn't help but scream. Only then did I notice the figure in the darkness laughing. "Emily!" I shouted. "You idiot! You gave me quite a scare!" "You got me!" she grinned. Jake was still looking at her strangely. "Where did you come from?" "I was right behind you," she said, staring at Jake as if he'd grown 3 heads. "Didn't you hear me call?" We hadn't. I would have definitely heard something if she had screamed. At that moment, though, I didn't care. I didn't really want to question it. I just wanted to go home. And so we did. Jake took Emily and me home and said he would see us at the funeral in 2 days. Emily and I dragged ourselves inside, and I fell straight into bed, wanting to forget everything about funeral homes and dark hallways and walking corpses. The ceremony was beautiful. It was an open casket, and somehow they had managed to restore Clara enough that the wounds weren't even noticeable. Emily and I sat up front with our parents, and Jake sat right behind us, one hand on my shoulder and the other on Emily's. When our father tried to say a few words about Clara, he was so choked up that he could barely speak through his tears. Emily squeezed my hand in hers, and I felt the tears come quickly and hot. My eyes were fixed on my sister's body. She looked so peaceful and pretty. Someone had applied a bit of blush to her cheeks, making it seem like she was just sleeping. It was hard to imagine the nightmare from 2 nights ago. Emily, Jake, and I agreed that it had all been in our heads. A play of flickering lights and the general fear that came from being in a creepy funeral home. I looked at Clara's calm, pale fingers intertwined around her abdomen. The bright sunlight streaming through the church's stained glass windows made the emerald ring on her finger sparkle and glimmer. Emily's ring. I paused when I saw it. I don't know why I didn't notice it immediately. I looked down at my hand in Emily's, whom I thought was Emily. I looked up at her face and noticed that she was looking back at me, her expression strangely empty. Her eyes looked somehow cloudy, something I hadn't noticed until now. I thought about the last 2 days, how Emily had been locked in her room and only came out to take her meals. I assumed it was from grief. "Emily?" I whispered. Her cold, cold fingers squeezed mine a little tighter, and she smiled. Nearly 16 years ago, we stumbled upon a dead clown in the woods near Pine Grove, a small town nestled in the heart of Oregon. At least, that's what I believe it was. There's no way we'll ever know for certain, and perhaps that's for the best. It's one of those memories you carry with you for a lifetime. You might not think about it every day, but the memory remains, forever etched in your mind. It was a very strange afternoon for all of us, but we never talked about it. Not that we really wanted to, but shortly after that summer ended, we all moved away to pursue our studies elsewhere, and over the years, we lost contact. We all attended the same high school in Pine Grove and grew up almost inseparably, but our town was pretty small, which meant you had to move if you wanted higher education. Mike, Sarah, and I all left. Jake was the only one who never left the town, born, raised, and ultimately killed himself there. It's been almost 2 years since his suicide, which honestly didn't surprise anyone. I wouldn't say I never really considered him a friend, but he was always somewhat troubled. It wasn't his fault or anything, but he became delinquent, and from the stories I've heard, he was determined to take a self-destructive path. However, yesterday I learned there was more to his death, something the public or the newspapers never disclosed. I'll share the details that have kept me awake since I heard them, but first, the most important thing, the dead clown in the woods. What the hell is that? Mike was the first to spot it. From our location, we could only see an orange balloon gently swaying in the wind in the direction he pointed, with its string attached to something on the ground. It was definitely a strange sight, especially in the middle of the woods, and it immediately caught our attention. We didn't particularly enjoy hanging around in those woods. It was just something we did when boredom got the best of us, or when Jake insisted for hours before we finally gave in to his request. That day was probably a mix of both. The trees provided pleasant shade on that particularly hot day, and Jake wanted to show off his brand new air rifle, something we weren't excited about. It wasn't the first time he brought something like that to our games. But before I get to the discovery of the body, I need to explain some of the dynamics of our group, if you could even call it that. Mike was a smart kid, small stature, glasses, short hair. You get the picture. You'd think someone like him was regularly teased, and while that was the case on a few occasions, he always had a sharp tongue, but mostly kept to himself and never really showcased his talents. He was my best friend. Sarah was awesome. I think she really enjoyed hanging out with us guys. Well, mostly with Mike and me. And for some reason, I always loved how she didn't care what the other girls were saying behind her back. She was cool, and I can't help but smile when I think of her. She was always in a good mood and ready to do almost anything. Whenever we wanted to try something new, she joined 9 out of 10 times. And then there was Jake. Everyone in Pine Grove knew Jake. His father was a well-known drunk, troublemaker, and alleged abuser who got into some kind of trouble with the law at least once a week. He'd urinate on neighbors' cars, break shop windows of stores that wouldn't let him in anymore. Stuff like that. One night, a situation quickly escalated between him and some police officers who were called to break up a fight. Threats were made, a weapon was drawn, and one of the officers shot him on the spot. He was dead before the paramedics arrived, and all the witnesses who saw it unanimously confirmed it was a justified shooting. Jake was 9 years old when it happened, I think. I was 8. Why do I mention that? The officer who killed his father was Mike's dad, now the current sheriff of Pine Grove. As you can imagine, the gathering sometimes became pretty awkward and embarrassing. Jake clearly held a strong grudge against Mike, a terrifyingly tangible one, yet always lurking just below the surface. He'd make the occasional inappropriate comment, an indirect joke, but he never confronted him directly, which was odd since Jake was a tyrant with a violent temper towards most others. Considering all that, it's no wonder we all became pretty nervous when he brought his dangerous toys along. On the surface, I'd say we always managed to keep up a good facade, pretending his dominant antics didn't affect us. Having Sarah around definitely helped keep him in check, and Mike wasn't stupid either. He knew, like we all did, that Jake would probably hurt him if he got the chance, maybe even intentionally, to make it look like an accident. As soon as he saw the balloon, Jake saw it as the perfect target to aim his rifle at, but we told him in a slightly annoyed tone that we should check it out first. It could have just been a stupid balloon, but it was also a colorful, unusual sight. It wasn't like we were expecting to find a treasure or experience the adventure of a lifetime, but if we could get a few minutes of genuine curiosity and excitement out of it, we would. Jake's brain was just wired differently. I think he was only thinking about immediate destruction and ending things right away. That was his idea of fun, but this time he kept his finger off the trigger and ran toward the balloon. If he couldn't shoot it away, he had to be the first there. Damn, if it had just been a balloon waiting for us, I bet he would have kept it for himself and teased us all day. But as you know, it wasn't just a balloon. Whoa, what the... Jake stopped abruptly right in front of us, causing us to halt as well. As I looked over his shoulder, my eyes were immediately drawn to the ground a few meters away. Someone was lying on the grass, face down. The colorful clothing was undoubtedly that of a clown. The wig, the gloves, the shoes. No doubt about it. The clown's arms rested directly beside the legs, palms facing upward toward the sky. It looked like someone had just fallen to the ground without even trying to break the fall. The balloon string was attached to the clown's left wrist, hovering eerily above the body, while something else was attached to the right wrist. A briefcase, one of those equipped with handcuffs. We had no idea what an adult could be doing there, especially in that particular attire. Cheap, I might add, and just lying in the dirt. Hundreds of thoughts must have raced through our minds, and I'd be lying if I said that clowns wreaking havoc in the woods wasn't a scenario that came to mind. But the atmosphere changed once we realized the clown wasn't moving, not even acknowledging our presence, which was confirmed when Jake threw a pebble at the body. "Dude, what the hell?" I said, instinctively grabbing his arm to show him I didn't agree with what he was doing and that I wouldn't let him do it again. He pulled his arm away from my grip without looking at me, his eyes still fixed on the clown. Jake smiled, which was never a good sign. "Oh my God, is it?" I turned to Sarah, who was now holding the hem of my t-shirt. "I don't know," I said. "I think so, yeah." "Holy shit, Yeah, I'm calling my dad," Mike said. As strange as it might sound, Mike was the only one at that time with a cell phone, mainly because his dad was a police officer and overly protective. My parents had promised to get me one by the end of the summer, while Sarah had gotten hers a few weeks earlier when she fell into a pool. As far as I knew, Jake didn't have one, although I'd heard he'd stolen a few. But that day, it didn't matter whether he had one or not. "Don't call anyone." We all looked at Jake. "What? Why not?" Mike asked. "Dude, are you kidding? I've never seen a dead body, have you?" Mike didn't say anything. He just looked at Sarah and me with a worried expression, probably the same one we had on our faces. "You should just touch it and stuff," Jake continued, approaching the body. Sarah gagged. No, I'm not staying here. This is wrong," she said. I didn't want her to leave, but I saw her eyes fill with tears, and I didn't have the heart to let her stay. I just couldn't do it. "Call someone," I mumbled to her as I looked away from Jake. She nodded. "Hey, don't mess it up for me, hear me?" "Shut up, Jake." And so we were back to the three of us and the dead clown. "You're still hitting yourself?" Mike and I exchanged a look, and we both knew exactly what the other was thinking. Jake wasn't exactly hard to read in this situation. Our best option was to just go along with it and give him no reason to get angry with us. Hold our positions until Sarah sent someone for help. Jake still had his rifle with him, which Mike certainly considered as he tucked his phone away. I nodded in agreement since we couldn't afford to upset him. Mike and I then approached Jake and the dead clown at his feet. "Strange he doesn't have a smell," he remarked. "What if he's not dead?" Mike asked. Jake looked away from the clown for the first time in a while and looked at Mike. "He's dead, of course." "How do you know that? Did you check for a pulse?" We were talking, and talking was good. Buying time, distracting Jake, and so on, but I could see Mike's voice gradually rising, which was only natural. It was a normal reaction, especially when you have a parent who enforces the law. Mike just wanted to do the right thing more than anyone else. "No, I didn't," Jake replied. "Didn't you say you wanted to touch him and stuff? Then do it." Mike was practically provoking him, but it might work. Getting him to follow through could actually make him back down if he didn't really want to. Jake stood up and moved closer to push Mike's head. "What the hell is your problem?" Jake probably saw this as an opportunity to get closer, but Mike knew how to turn it around. "My problem is that if this person is still alive and needs medical help, you could be held responsible if he really dies. Is that what you want?" Jake seemed briefly concerned, but that tiny spark of empathy was gone in an instant. "Why the hell do you care? You're not a doctor. You're not a damn cop." Mike let out a nervous chuckle. "Oh, right, you're right. Go ahead and do whatever the hell you want. That worked great for your dad, too." Damn. I didn't have to look at Mike to know he realized he'd made a mistake by saying those words. The look on Jake's face is one I'll never forget. It's the first thing I see every time his name comes up. That precise moment in time that lasted only seconds, but felt like an eternity as he held his air rifle with murderous intent. I could feel the knots in my stomach as I held my breath because I knew. I could feel it. There was a 50% chance he would raise his rifle in blind rage and shoot Mike full force, causing who knows what kind of damage. Jake didn't do that. Instead, he just turned his back to us and walked back to the body. But deep down, I knew he could have just as easily fired his rifle immediately. He just chose not to. Mike stammered, maybe realizing what could have happened too. I'm sorry, whatever. Fuck you." Just when we thought we had avoided a big mistake, we heard Jake load his rifle. My heart skipped a beat, but then I saw he wasn't aiming it at us. Instead, Jake positioned the rifle's barrel against the dead clown's head. "Want to see something cool?" I instinctively objected. I had to do it. It was the right thing, and I also knew Mike wouldn't voice his opinion again so quickly after the words we had just exchanged. Plus, I didn't want to see the brains of a dead clown. A voice in my head told me I would never sleep again if I did, and the thought of that was worse than anything Jake could ever do, even just barely. Jake was visibly angry. "Tisk. Why not? He's already dead. Who cares? We'll say it was an accident or something." It's disrespectful, man. Don't do that," I murmured. He wasn't exactly convinced. "Look, I know he's a clown, but clowns are people too, you know?" I said, barely managing a fake smile. Jake laughed. "Haha. Yeah, I didn't really want to do it," he said, and I breathed a sigh of relief. "But I really want to see what's in this briefcase. Could be money or drugs or something." We had completely forgotten the clown had a briefcase, and aside from that, seeing a dead clown would probably make you forget a lot of things. "Any more objections, you wimps?" Mike stepped forward. I don't think that..." I lightly hit Mike's arm and looked at him with my, "Dude, let him do whatever the hell he wants as long as he doesn't desecrate a corpse" look, which I had to improvise, but it worked. Mike stayed silent afterward. "Think you can open it?" I asked. "Damn right I can." It took a few shots and a few hits with a large stone before he broke it open, revealing the contents of the briefcase. Inside the red velvet interior were two items: a plastic-like squirting flower, like the ones used to annoy people by spraying water in their faces, and a large, heavy-looking handgun, a model that strongly resembled a desert eagle. The whole thing got weirder by the minute, and the more I thought about it, the more I realized no one would have taken us seriously if we had told them about a dead clown with an orange balloon, a gun, and a flower in the woods. I was so confused by the whole thing that I didn't notice Jake reaching for the gun in the briefcase. "Oh shit, this is heavy." It was. I could feel it. He tried to aim it with one hand, but the weight was too much, so he dropped the air rifle and waved it around with both hands. I think I saw a word engraved on the side, but I couldn't quite make it out at first. And then he turned towards us. "Dude, what the hell are you doing? Don't play with that crap!" I yelled. Jake laughed. "You don't know what kind of gun that is. Throw it away right now." Of course, he didn't listen. He didn't have to, obviously. We were just kids. But it was always that kind of stuff that gave him a sense of power. "Kneel." Mike gave me a nervous look before turning to Jake. "What? Kneel now, asshole," Jake repeated as he ominously and resolutely approached Mike, the gun drawn in front of his face. Then I saw the engraved word on the gun: die. For some reason, and despite its obvious coolness, Something just didn't feel right about it. For one, it was an unusual prop for a clown. Not just because it was a gun, but also because such a negative word was engraved on it. And secondly, I don't know how to put it, but something about this gun screamed bad news. Mike looked at me again, and I did the only thing I could at that moment. I shook my head as if to say, just do what he says, go along with it. Mike nodded slightly and took a deep breath, probably realizing it was indeed the best choice. He knelt down on the grass. You, look away, he said to me. What, why? Jake, this isn't funny anymore. Do what I say or it'll get worse. Damn, Jake. I turned around as Mike called me, his voice trembling, and I could see he was at his breaking point. I wanted to do something, but instead I relied on letting Jake have his moment. It had worked in the past, and there was also the issue with the handgun. Whether it was a replica or not, I didn't want to introduce more variables into the equation by trying to snatch it from his hands. Close your eyes, Mike. Shut them tight. Just do it, Mike, I said, not giving him time to think about Jake's request and what it probably meant. Just do it, and it'll be over soon, buddy. Trust me. I also closed my eyes without realizing it. Maybe I was trying to share a bit of Mike's burden, or maybe I was just afraid of what Jake's next move would be. Had I underestimated him? Did he really have the ability to do something like this without thinking about the consequences? Was I about to lose my best friend? Is that what impending death feels like? My heart raced as all these questions filled my head until a sound snapped me out of my thoughts. It wasn't a gunshot, it was the sound of Mike vomiting. Ugh, what the? He said. I turned around and saw Mike hunched over on the grass, wiping something from his face. I looked at Jake, who was laughing hysterically and holding the squirting flour in his other hand. Mike had thrown up his lunch. What did you spray him with? I asked. Don't know. It was already filled with something. Don't you know? Are you completely insane? I should have asked, but it made no sense to ask rhetorical questions. I went to help Mike up, but he waved me off, telling me to give him more time. Calm down, guys. Look, it's just a replica, you see? I looked at Jake and saw him pointing the handgun into the air before pulling the trigger. It barely made a sound as a red pop flag was shot out. It was pretty anticlimactic given the gun's robust body and appearance. But, yeah, Jake continued as he walked back to the body. He crouched near the clown's head. What the hell is all this? And who is this clown? That might have been the first and only sensible thing Jake said all day, but neither Mike nor I felt like saying anything to him at that moment. Besides, as strange and incomprehensible as the whole thing was, we didn't care about that damn clown anymore. It wasn't our business anyway. We just wanted to go home. We were visibly upset, to say the least, and Jake wasn't dumb enough not to notice. Hey, maybe we know this guy. Maybe he's your dad, Mike, he joked. Mike was completely unimpressed, and Jake became visibly angry because he didn't get the slightest reaction from him. Tisk, whatever. Let's see what this clown looks like. I watched as Jake struggled to lift the clown's head to get a better look. As soon as he did, he immediately let it drop and threw himself to the ground, stepping over the grass and everything else as he tried to get away from the corpse as quickly as possible. What the hell? He screamed. This wasn't one of his pranks. I saw the color drain from his face and a pure expression of horror took over. What? What's wrong? I asked, more concerned for Mike and myself than for him. Jake pointed at the clown. Dude, what the hell? What is this? Who is that? I asked again, also increasingly worried. Jake pursed his lips, but no words came out at first. He has no face. Mike was up on his feet by then. What? What the hell does that mean? Did he blow his face off? Mike asked. But from the strange look on Jake's face, I could tell that wasn't entirely the case. No, Jake stammered, still visibly shaken. There's nothing, it's just skin, what the hell? No face, nothing. You've completely lost it this time, man. Good riddance. I didn't have to look at Mike to know he didn't mean those words entirely seriously. Given everything that had happened up to that point, and after Jake's genuine reaction, it could have been true, but it didn't matter. I grabbed Mike's shoulder, ready to leave. I bet you're lying. Let's go. I am not lying, I swear! The way Jake screamed sent a huge chill down my spine, freezing me in place. I'd never heard anything like that from him before, ever. He sounded so desperate, so helpless, so real. Yeah, whatever, I said, trembling. Jake stood up, still holding the handgun. Look, no eyes, no noses, no nothing. Look at it, There was a loud pop. The orange balloon inexplicably burst on its own, and that was the last straw. In our then mental state, our bodies reacted before our brains did. We ran in all directions without saying a word. Jake ran the opposite way, while Mike and I ran for about 10 minutes before we ran into Sarah, who was sitting on a fallen tree trunk. Sarah, what the hell, are you okay? I asked. Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean for you guys to get into trouble, she said, apologizing for not calling for help. It's okay, Mike said. Come on, let's go. We have to leave now. Yeah, I said, calming her down. It's okay, everything's fine now. We never talked about it, and since there was no mention that anything or anyone was found in the woods, we just decided it was probably better to forget the whole thing. And I think we did. We all moved on with our lives. Sarah is now a successful author, and Mike became a well-known and charismatic CEO after breaking out of his shy shell. As for me, I'm managing, I think, but as I said, there was more to Jake's suicide than I found out, and I want to talk about that. A few days ago, I returned to Pine Grove to attend a wedding. I hoped to see both Sarah and Mike, maybe catch up a bit, but they couldn't make it. Mike's father, now the sheriff of Pine Grove, was there, and we could talk and share a few drinks. He told me how well Mike was doing and how proud he was of him and everything. I'm not sure how the topic of Jake's death came up, as I already had a few good drinks in me by that time, but it did. We talked a little about it, but after a while he became somewhat curious and asked if I had heard anything about the circumstances of his suicide and so on. He quickly apologized and invited me to dinner, that was yesterday, while promising to disclose some sensitive things regarding his death. It wasn't a suicide at all, he told me. Didn't he shoot himself? I asked, perplexed. Oh, he definitely did, but it was an accident, no damn doubt about it, and every day I thank the Lord for it. A damn miracle, that's what it was. You know why? I shook my head, amazed as he took a sip of whiskey before sighing deeply. He wanted to shake up the school staff, kids, and then suicide through the police. That was his plan. I really wanted to steer this boy away, you know? I didn't want him to end up like his father. That's why I kept trying to get Mike to hang out with him. Maybe somehow help him, change him or something. I'm sorry I let him off the hook with you guys. I had no right. It's okay, I said. I don't think anyone could have done much, but... He looked at me. Yeah? Are you sure about everything? Oh yeah, all on video. You see, at the time of his death, he recorded himself, showed his little arsenal, clothes, and all that crap while going over his plan repeatedly, and then one of his guns went off while he was playing with it, and that was it. Almost blew half of his... Sorry. We stood in silence for a few seconds. Well, it's better this way, especially if it means he couldn't take innocent lives. That would have been terrible. A miracle, I tell you, he said. He always liked playing around with those guns a bit, so I think it's only fitting. The sheriff gave me a look as he rubbed his chin. Something was clearly bothering him. Since you brought that up, I was hoping you could help me with something. I hesitated at first, not knowing what he could ask from me, or how I could help him. Sure. Yeah, sure. What is it? Give me a second. I'll be right back. He left the room and went to his office to get something before returning. He seemed hesitant. I want to show you something if you're up for it. You're not going to show me... No, not that. Not his body. Well, more like the moment right before his death. It's just a screenshot. He placed it on the table and slowly pushed it toward me, giving me plenty of time to say no if I wanted to, but I just let it come into view. During his last moments on Earth, Jake definitely looked insane, holding a gun next to his temple with bloodshot eyes. But it wasn't Jake himself that caught my gaze and made my stomach churn. Do you happen to know anything about that handgun he's holding? The sheriff asked. No, I lied, as I immediately recognized the die engraved gun that had been fired at Mike years ago, taken from the dead clown's briefcase. But why are you asking? Well, that's the one. That's the gun that accidentally fired and killed him instantly. Luckily, he mistook my facial expression for something else and continued explaining himself. If it sounds like a strange thing to ask, that's because it is exactly that. Strange. He took the screenshot back from my hands and put it away. Jake lived alone in an abandoned apartment. He hadn't left his apartment for weeks, preparing for the massacre he planned. And our people swear that no one entered his apartment after he killed himself. Okay, I said, also wondering if I really understood what he was trying to say. This handgun, the one that killed him, the one we saw on video triggering and blowing his brains out, we never found it. But how does that explain the gun on the video? I pressed. He sighed, leaning back in his chair. That gun was never supposed to be part of his plan. It was just a tool he thought he could use to manipulate the situation. The real weapon was his intention to cause chaos. The accidental firing was just that, an accident, but he had already set things in motion. I frowned, trying to piece it together. So he wanted to create a scenario where he could justify his actions? Use the chaos to make a statement? The sheriff nodded. Exactly. He wanted to leave a mark, to show everyone what happens when you let things spiral out of control. He saw himself as a catalyst, a way to bring attention to the issues he faced. I rubbed my temples, the weight of the revelation sinking in. But why the clown? Why use a clown as a symbol or a prop? He believed clowns represented the hidden darkness in people, outwardly cheerful but hiding something sinister underneath. It was a metaphor for his own struggles and the facade he felt he had to maintain. The room felt colder as the implications of his actions washed over me. And the briefcase with the gun and the flower? What's the significance of that? He wanted to leave a tangible reminder of his presence and his message. The gun with "die" engraved was a statement of his final intent, while the squirting flower was a nod to the trivial things that can hide deeper issues. It was his way of saying that even something seemingly harmless can have a dark side. I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself. So, all those years, we never knew the real reason behind his actions. We just saw a troubled kid who couldn't find his way. The sheriff placed a reassuring hand on my shoulder. We all did, in our own way. But understanding the truth now can help us make sense of the past and prevent something like this from happening again. I nodded slowly, feeling a mix of relief and sorrow. Thank you for telling me this. It changes everything. He smiled sadly. Sometimes the truth is hard to face, but it's necessary. If you ever need to talk, my door is always open. As I left the sheriff's office that night, the weight of the past years seemed both heavier and lighter. Heading light on Jake's true intentions didn't erase the pain, but it provided a sense of closure. Pine Grove remained the same small town, but the shadows of that day in the woods lingered, a reminder of the complexities hidden beneath the surface of our seemingly simple lives.
A few months ago, my neighbor passed away. Or, to be more precise, the man who lived just close enough to be considered a neighbor. Our houses sit at least a quarter-mile apart, with a field in between, then a broad pasture where sheep wander. Only at dusk, when warm light glowed behind his windows, would I catch a fleeting glimpse of his place. Here in northern Maine, people live so far apart that you can share a property line for years and never do more than toss each other a brief nod if you happen to cross paths. That's how it was for us, side by side for nearly 2 decades. Occasionally, we'd acknowledge each other. My dog and I out for a walk, him passing in his battered old Ford pickup. Most of what I knew about my neighbor, who must have been about 30 years older than me, came from second-hand stories. He'd spent years on the road as a traveling salesman, and folks whispered that he had a certain eccentricity. Once upon a time, he hosted wild parties, but after his wife passed, he withdrew from nearly everyone. Over the last few years, the only visitors I ever noticed were the occasional home health aide or delivery driver. He and his wife had furnished the place themselves. On the outside, it looked unassuming. A single-story ranch house, painted white, with dark blue shutters, stretching toward the Atlantic coast. But inside, so I'd heard, it was extraordinary. Thick, emerald green carpeting, dim wallpaper, several small bars, sweeping picture windows that looked out across the miles of salt marsh, clusters of deep red leather sofas, and low black glass tables topped with hefty ashtrays. Locals told all kinds of tales about the couple's unusual taste. Supposedly, they'd upholstered doors, and even the insides of closets with leopard print fabric. The decor sounded like something from a swanky American home in the 1970s. Yet, the years had turned those once chic elements into something worn and dated, with a style that felt downright eerie to modern eyes. Someone in town compared it to one of those unsettling sets you'd see in the TV series Twin Peaks. I'd never crossed the threshold myself until the place went up for sale. Curious to see how my enigmatic neighbor had lived, I pretended to be a prospective buyer. Wandering through the rooms, I found the stories I'd heard were spot on. One detail, however, puzzled me. His wife's presence lingered as though she'd never left. Clothes still hung in her closet, even though she'd been gone for years. One bedroom, presumably hers, remained untouched. At the vanity, her brushes, nail polish, perfume bottles, and little boxes lined the tabletop, as if waiting for her return. It struck me then how profoundly he must have grieved her, how his own spark had faded, time halting the moment she died. Feeling more than a little uncomfortable, I thanked the realtor for the viewing. I'd masqueraded as an interested buyer simply to satisfy my curiosity, to peek at the secrets behind those drawn curtains. For days afterward, I couldn't shake the house from my mind. The stale odor tinged with cigarette smoke, the sensation of old sorrow that clung to every corner, a haunting emptiness that almost seemed to creep under my skin. Night after night, I was plagued by a disturbing dream. In it, I'd be walking at twilight over barren fields that stretched on indefinitely. Everywhere I looked, I saw the twisted juniper bushes, their branches misshapen, silhouetted against a darkening sky. Even though I was alone in sight, I felt watched, intensely, unrelentingly. That sensation intensified until I broke into a run, not knowing where I was headed. Suddenly, I tripped and went sprawling, my foot snagged in a tangle of branches. I struggled to get up, but my ankle was caught fast. Then I heard laughter behind me. Turning, I made out two figures in the deepening gloom, a man and a woman. They were looking at each other, their faces lost in shadow, apparently unaware of me lying on the ground. I tried to cry out for help, but my voice wouldn't come. Gasping, I clutched at my throat. In that moment, they turned toward me. I still couldn't see their faces, but I could hear them laughing. I'd jolt awake, heart pounding, reaching for the lamp on my bedside table. Even after a moment to catch my breath, I'd sense something moving under the blanket beside me. Summoning my courage, I'd yank the covers back, only to see that same man and woman from my dream lying there, their faces illuminated, smiling as they stretched their hands toward my neck. At that point, I'd wake again, this time for real, soaked in a cold sweat, and trying to get back to sleep after that was impossible. I'd sit up, push aside the drapes, and stare at my neighbor's dark silhouette across the way. A while after the property sold, new tenants began renting the old place. I hadn't met them yet, though I kept a quiet watch. No one appeared to clear out the man's personal effects. Spring warmed into early summer, and I occasionally spotted different cars driving up the lane. So I deduced there were short-term renters coming and going. But it seemed the interior remained exactly the way he left it when he died. One evening, while walking my dog, I came upon two women giggling to themselves. I guessed right away they were summer visitors and gave a neighborly "good evening." They stopped and struck up a conversation, tipsy with wine, apologies stumbling off their tongues. They mentioned renting the house on a vacation rental site because the photos made it look so oddly fascinating. The blonde one started to gush about some experience she'd had inside, but the dark-haired one cut her off, asking me about local sightseeing spots. I was just about to recommend the scenic coastal road looping around to the northern tip of the peninsula, where rocky cliffs give way to endless stretches of stone beaches, when the blonde woman interrupted me, eyes keen. "Do you know who used to live there?" she asked. "Did you know them personally?" I explained that I'd only ever seen the man from a distance, and that his wife had likely passed long before I'd even moved here in '99, and he'd been alone ever since. The blonde looked amazed. "We thought it was the other way around," she said, "that the wife was the last to die." "Why would you think that?" I asked. "Well, the closets are still full of women's clothes." I ventured to guess that the husband must have been unable to let go of her, so he never boxed up her things. "But there aren't any men's clothes left," she said, "which is really strange, isn't it?" I agreed it was odd. We talked a little longer about how bizarre it was for a place to be rented out with all those personal belongings untouched. Then, just as we were parting ways, the blonde woman said, "Oh, and there was a weird thing with the radio, too. Last night we were listening for the weather. Can you guess what happened?" I shook my head. "She turned it on," the blonde said, gesturing to her friend, "and we heard an older woman's voice coming out of the speaker saying, 'I'm here, I'm here, I will not disappear.' Pretty creepy, right?" The dark-haired woman forced a nervous laugh, claiming it must have been some actress on a radio play that had spooked them. "They told me not to worry. They'd figure things out." We parted, and I let them know I was just down the road if they ever needed help. That night, I lay awake, thinking of my old neighbor, realizing I couldn't recall his face up close. We'd exchanged nods plenty of times, but it was always from a distance. Had I never really gotten a good look, and I couldn't place the sound of his voice. He'd been a strange hermit while alive, and in death he became even more inscrutable. Eventually, I resorted to taking a sleeping pill, which only led me into a fitful half-sleep filled with jumbled fragments. I tossed and turned, images flickering like a broken reel, fleeing in total darkness, nowhere to hide. Gaunt figures slumped on the ground as I scrambled to avoid stumbling over them. The eerie sensation of a spider slowly crawling up my neck, my panic as I tried to brush it away. I awoke with a jolt, sheets tangled around my legs, the clock reading 3 in the morning. I'd slept hardly a few hours. Stumbling into the kitchen, I glanced through the window toward my neighbor's old place. A light was on there too. Trying to calm myself, I heated some milk with a dab of butter, an old remedy my grandmother swore by for sleepless nights when I was a child. The comforting warmth soon settled my nerves, and I ventured outside. Dawn was already hinting at the horizon, the crisp morning air tinged with that first glow of sunrise. Later in the day, I busied myself mowing the lawn, pruning the rose bushes, and tending a damp corner of my vegetable patch where, to my delight, some vigorous ramps had sprung up. Northern Maine soil can be fertile in the right spots, and I planned to make a simple ramp soup for lunch, which I savored in peaceful solitude on my porch. And then, out of nowhere, there she was, standing right in front of me. The blonde woman, breathing hard, words tumbling out in frantic snippets. I only caught bits and pieces, but it was obvious she was badly shaken. She begged me to come to the house, almost yanking me along in her urgency. I barely had time to set down my bowl before she turned and sprinted away, glancing over her shoulder to make sure I followed. By the time I reached the porch of that old ranch house, I couldn't see or hear her anymore. I stepped inside, calling out a cautious, "Hello?" The interior looked exactly the same as the day of the open house, except for 3 suitcases lined up in the hall. It struck me that they must have been preparing to leave. I roamed from the living room to a small home office. No sign of life. I raised my voice, opened a bedroom door a crack, and saw the dark-haired woman perched on the edge of the bed, her back to me. She didn't respond when I asked if everything was all right. Gently, I laid a hand on her shoulder. She spun around, startled, as if I'd snapped her out of a trance. "Oh, there you are," the blonde woman blurted from behind me. "We have to go. Now, this place is insane. Could you give the owner or whoever the key back?" She pressed the key into my hand, breathless. I asked what on earth had happened. She turned to her friend, trying to coax her to stand. The dark-haired woman stared blankly, as though in shock. Then, outside, we heard a car rolling up the driveway. "That's our driver, thank goodness," muttered the blonde. She sank onto a chair while her friend carried suitcases out. I crouched down and clasped the blonde woman's hands gently, saying, "Please, tell me what's going on." She didn't speak at first, gaze fixed on the wall. Finally, in a flat monotone, she murmured, "I went walking on the slope behind the house, looking for wildflowers among the juniper bushes. Then I got the sense someone, or something, was watching me. It kept getting stronger. I couldn't see anyone, but I felt it. I got spooked and headed back to the house. I stumbled, caught my foot on a branch, and that's when I heard laughter. 2 people laughing right behind me. I covered my ears and screamed. A moment later, Mary came running, asked what was wrong. She said she didn't see anyone, didn't hear a thing. She paused, shuddering. Mary got me inside and I collapsed into bed. At some point, I must have drifted off. Then I woke up all of a sudden and realized I wasn't in my own room, but in some other bedroom. The woman's bedroom, I think. I was confused, banging into the vanity in the dark. I looked out the window and saw the man with the dog across the field. He was still awake. His lights were on too. When I turned around, there was something moving in the bed I'd just left. I went over, pulled back the blanket, and there they were, an old man and an old woman, laughing the same way I'd heard outside. Then they reached for me with their hands. "Where are they now?" I asked. The blonde woman stepped forward before her friend could respond. "It's just feverish nightmares," she insisted. "She's been burning up, a bad dream, that's all." She leaned in, grabbing the last suitcase from me. "Come on, we have to leave." Supporting the dark-haired woman, she led her to the waiting car, clearly rattled. I followed, unsteady with confusion, and watched them slide into the back seat, slamming the doors. Then I got a good look at the vehicle. It was an old Ford pickup, the exact make and color my neighbor used to drive all those years. Something about it made my stomach twist. And then, as it pulled away, I saw the driver, a figure partly obscured by the windshield's glare. But for just a moment the light shifted, and I caught sight of an older woman's face. I couldn't place where I'd seen her before, but deep down, I was sure we'd crossed paths somehow. I stood there on the driveway, still holding the key, until their taillights disappeared into the distance.
There is an unspoken rule in the Rockies. No matter who you are, a friend, a bitter rival, a stranger, everyone can seek refuge in another hunter's cabin if you ever find yourself in need. Perhaps it's unspoken because it's simply polite, following the principle of treat others as you want to be treated. Or maybe it's unspoken because there's rarely anyone to talk to. Especially during the winter months, it's hard to see another soul for weeks, sometimes months. But that's the rule. You need it, you use it. No judgments, no questions asked. Just don't steal anything. Well, I'm not a rugged, seasoned mountain hunter adorned with tree bark and never shaved, but I do enjoy hunting. I often leave my small town in Estes Park, Colorado for weeks, retreating to my hunting cabin high in the Rocky Mountains. I'm a pretty cautious person and know that the mountains can be treacherous, so I always come prepared. I check the long-term forecast, gather the necessary supplies, take spare parts, and make sure I have enough of everything I need to survive at least a week longer than planned, just in case. I always believed my precautions would protect me, but like a childish security blanket, they were only a thin illusion of safety. There's no planning when Mother Nature decides to throw a tantrum, so I never expected to get caught in a snowstorm that day. It had started sunny and cold, but as the day progressed, a few clouds began to gather. By the time they thickened into a dense blanket, I was already on my way back to the cabin with a few rabbits hanging over my shoulders. I had named them Evening and Morning. I planned to eat morning for dinner and evening for breakfast, just to make myself laugh. It's the little things like that which keep loneliness from turning into despair. The snowfall seemed to come out of nowhere, as if someone had slammed down a tarp, and all the accumulated snow had fallen at once. But it wasn't a single wave of snow. It was a relentless, endless assault. As far as I knew, the weather reports hadn't mentioned a snowstorm, yet I found myself in the midst of one. It quickly became very dark, and I berated myself for forgetting my flashlight in the cabin. I had planned to return home long before nightfall, so I hadn't thought I'd need it. I was horribly lost. The snow painfully stung my eyes. I had to squint almost the entire time to prevent these sub-zero temperatures from blinding me. The wind howled as gusts sliced through my clothing and reached into my bones. I could barely see 6 feet in front of me or the 6 feet beneath me, sinking into an ever-growing white blanket. I'm not sure when I realized I was lost. At some point I knew I should have reached my cabin, but all I saw was white, with a few gray streaks swaying in the fierce wind. The rabbits on my shoulders became stiff and flapped with every gust and every awkward, thundering step. My energy was dwindling, my ideas were running out, and I began to panic. I could have spun around 100 times in an office chair and felt less disoriented than I did in this whiteout, and then I ran straight into a cabin, literally. It had become so dark and the snow so heavy that I couldn't see the structure until I stumbled face first into it. I held my hands against the wooden facade so I wouldn't lose them in the storm and circled around until I found a door. I wasn't just in a predicament. This was life or death. In the unlikely event someone was inside, I knocked on the door and waited for a response. Through the howling wind, I could have sworn I heard, "Come in." When I pushed the door open and stepped inside, a small avalanche of snow tumbled in with me. I made no effort to shove it out as I struggled against the wind to close the door behind me. Relief was immediate. Without the swirling air around me, I had halted the approaching end of my freezing death. "Thank you," I whispered. I turned to the interior of the cabin and tried to get my bearings, but all I saw was darkness, meaning I had no real idea of the cabin's size. Yes, I had circled around, but I had stumbled, half blind, focused on finding a doorknob, so I had no clue how much length of the cabin I had already covered. I could have walked half the length. I might have circled 3 times without realizing it. Through the darkness, I could only make out the vague outline of a person in the corner. "You're really a lifesaver," I said. He didn't respond. I fumbled for a lighter, a lantern, a matchbox, anything that could produce light. But all my fingertips touched chains and the barrels of hunting rifles. I stopped searching when I felt an open trap door. I didn't want to get my arm stuck in such a trap. It was safer to sit still and wait until dawn. The thought occurred to me that the stranger might also be seeking refuge. "So?" I began, keeping my tone light and innocent. "Are you the owner of this cabin?" The response was more of a hiss than a word, but in that hiss, I heard a faint, "Yes." I sat down on the floor, let my rabbits drop beside me, and reached into my backpack. Why I had a sleeping bag and no flashlight was baffling to me. I took off my wet clothes and quietly slipped into the sleeping bag to warm up while trying to make conversation. "Thanks again. This snowstorm really came out of nowhere." He responded with the slow, labored, hoarse breaths of an old man on his deathbed. "Dangerous." "Yeah," I laughed. "That's an understatement." "Hungry," he rasped. "Do you have a fireplace? I have a few rabbits." "I'll cook them, it's the least I can do," I offered. His reply was elongated like a wolf's howl, but without the majestic hum. "No." "Okay, as soon as the snowstorm lets up, I'll go collect wood and we'll make a fire. Can you wait until then?" I saw his silhouette shift slightly. There was a rattling of chains. "No," he repeated, the O long and swollen. "No, no, yes." The last no strangely turned into a yes, as if someone was drastically switching to a much higher note on a flute mid-breath. I craned my neck to look out the cabin's only window. It was pitch black, pitch black. It was like an afterglow, visible against the dark wooden background, yet inherently dark. I focused on that instead of the rest of the cabin because it was the only glimmer of light I could see. "If you don't mind, I'll try to get some sleep," I said wearily. He didn't respond, but that didn't surprise me. Mountain men don't talk much, even when they come into town to get the few supplies they can't make themselves. I shrugged and made myself comfortable for the night, but I felt something hard against my side. Sighing, I pushed my rabbits a bit further back and settled in. I was exhausted, so despite the wind song playing outside the walls, I didn't have trouble falling asleep. I curled up in my sleeping bag and drifted off. I was awakened by another sound, a strange cracking noise that made me jump out of bed, assuming the ceiling would collapse under the weight of the snow. I tensed, but when the sound came again, I realized it wasn't above me but beside me, near my belongings. The silhouette had disappeared from the corner, and I could hear his deep, hoarse breaths accompanying the cracking. "What the hell are you doing?" I snapped. He retreated back into his corner with a rattling of chains. My adrenaline was pumping, and I didn't even know why. Something about this stranger put me in an almost panicked state. My instincts told me to leave, but I couldn't afford to. Whatever this guy was up to, I was safer with him than out there in the snowstorm. I grabbed my backpack and leaned into a sitting position against the wall, staring at the silhouette and expecting him to make a move. I stayed awake and alert without looking away, even as the howling wind slowly lost its strength. Once or twice I felt my head begin to droop and my eyes close, but each time the faint rattling of chains snapped me back to consciousness. As the snowstorm abated and the sun began to rise, light started to seep into the cabin. The scene emerged in tiny steps, each layer revealed by the sun like a printer spitting out the complete image one line at a time. I wasn't in a cabin. I was in a large storage shed, maybe 30 feet long and 20 feet wide. There was no fireplace, which made sense for a storage shed. Tools, traps, and rifles lined every wall. The silhouette in the corner stopped being a silhouette and began to take on the shape of a distinct person. Thin, no, emaciated, pale, no, ghostly white. Man, no, corpse, corpse. I was horrified. He was dead, not, "Oh crap, I died overnight, sorry about that." Dead, long, long dead. His body was completely withered and mummified. Is that even the right word? He wasn't wrapped in bandages or anything, but his skin was entirely dehydrated and stiff like an unbandaged mummy. His hair hung unkempt from his head. His teeth protruded from his shrunken lips with a large gap where the upper right canine should have been. There was a patch of centuries-old blood that had seeped into the wood beneath him. I followed his form with my eyes to its origin, his left foot and the trap he had been caught in. Above him hung an empty hook on the wall with a chain leading to the trap. It was long enough for him to move, but not long enough to reach the front door or the saw hanging above. My best guess was that the trap had fallen on its own while he was outside, and that he had gotten caught in his own trap during a nighttime supply run in the dark. He probably died of thirst or something. Listen, I'm telling you, he wasn't breathing, he wasn't moving. He was dead as a doorknob screw, and for quite some time. I sat there thinking I must have been delirious the last night. The exhaustion, the dehydration, the disorientation from the snowstorm that had made me imagine his voice. Those slow hissing sounds I thought were responses were just the wind outside. I had misinterpreted them because loneliness had finally caught up with me. The elements had conspired against me to create a living person out of someone who definitely wasn't alive. It was a good, logical explanation, and I wished I could say it was true. Except I wasn't the one who had bitten off the morning's head. It wasn't my canine tooth that I found on the ground beside me. My dry, dirty, wooden-like fingernails weren't sticking out the outside of my sleeping bag. I wasn't the one who had covered the corpse's dry, cracked lips with white fur. I didn't stay for breakfast.
I have to tell you something that's got me absolutely terrified right now. Let me give you the background. I'm 24 years old, and I live in the same Brooklyn apartment where I grew up. It's an old brownstone that's been divided into two separate units. One of them is a subsidized housing unit run by a community program, and the other one is privately owned. The apartment directly above mine is used as a sort of rehabilitation or transitional housing space, so my neighbors up there change frequently. Usually, if someone has trouble adapting, they end up back in a residential program. And then I get a new neighbor. Up until now, I've been really lucky and never had any issues. About 4 months ago, a new neighbor named Mark moved in upstairs. Sometimes, if a new neighbor had a record or past issues, I'd get a visit from a social worker who would let me know to call a specific number if there were any problems. This often happened if someone had a violent history, but they never shared personal info. Anyway, Mark moved in, and for the first week, I heard nothing. Normally, I make an effort to be friendly with my neighbors. After all, we share the same building, and lots of them are dealing with mental health challenges. But every time I knocked on his door, there was no response. Finally, I gave up and slipped a note under his door, introducing myself and telling him I was around if he ever needed anything. 2 days later, I came home from playing golf with some friends and ran into him in the stairwell. He seemed really nice, very open, and it put me at ease. We ended up talking for a while and discovered we were both big New York Giants fans. I mentioned I'd just come back from golfing, and he said he liked to consider himself a golfer too. I reminded him about my note and told him to call if he ever needed anything. That night, I felt a lot more relaxed going to bed. It's wild to write all of this down now, but I need to share the story. Over the next 2 weeks, Mark and I got pretty close. He dropped by some evenings after work to watch football, and we'd hang out with a couple of beers. He told me about his rehab program and how he'd been in a toxic relationship that nearly drove him insane. It felt a bit odd because I'd never opened up so much to a neighbor before. Normally, I kept a friendly but distant relationship with the folks upstairs. But even though I never pictured myself in a situation like Mark's, I could weirdly understand his feelings. He seemed like a decent guy who'd had something awful happen to him and then lost his way for a while. Since we lived in the same building, we saw a lot of each other. But I wasn't worried about it. It felt natural. We liked the same music, supported the same team, and were into sports. It was easy. One day, after a super long shift at work, I came home. My boss had been a jerk all day, and I was exhausted, just wanting to crash. Mark must have heard me come in because he came down to my door and asked if he could hang out. I told him I wasn't really up for company. He looked a little disappointed, but I'd had a terrible day and needed sleep. When I finally crawled into bed, I noticed something really strange, and I still get chills just thinking about it. There was a clear impression of a body on my bedsheet, like someone had been lying there not long before. I stared at it. I rubbed my eyes, but I knew I hadn't been on the bed since I made it that morning. In fact, I didn't even recall messing up the covers at all. Still, I was too tired to think straight. I pulled the covers back and went to sleep. In the following weeks, I saw less and less of Mark for a variety of reasons. My job, other commitments, and the feeling that I needed a little space. We had become so close that it was almost intense, and because we lived so close by, it was too much for me sometimes. I felt bad for Mark. He hadn't done anything wrong, but I needed my own breathing room. Then one night, I was letting a friend crash in my apartment after a late night out. She lived pretty far away, and the buses had stopped running. It was around 4 in the morning, and I was trying to be really quiet as I went up to my door. The second I unlocked it, I heard footsteps inside my place. I was high at the time and panicked, but I didn't want to freak out my friend. I grabbed a golf club I keep in the hall closet and crept toward the kitchen where I heard the noise. I flipped on the light and rushed in, and there was Mark. He was sitting on my kitchen counter, smiling. I swear, I've never been so terrified in my life. Of course, I asked him what in the world he was doing in my kitchen at 4 in the morning, and he mumbled something about borrowing milk. I demanded to know how he got in, but he just kept quiet. Then he asked who my friend was, in a tone that suggested he was jealous, like he thought we were a couple. He left shortly after, and my friend and I went to bed. But here's the weirdest part. My bed was turned down like it had been slept in. My TV was on, and my closet door was wide open. He'd been in my room. How long had he been there? The next morning, I couldn't think about anything else. It was beyond strange, way too strange. I wasn't sure if I should call the social worker. In hindsight, I obviously should have, but I didn't. Instead, I avoided him at all costs. I think he knew he'd gone way over the line, because he didn't try talking to me either. So, this brings us to where we are now. A few days ago, my mom called to ask about my job, and I told her I was thinking of quitting. To keep the story focused, my boss is honestly the worst. He overworks me, underpays me, and makes fun of me. We hung up, and I went to sleep. 2 days later, this morning, I went into work. My boss wasn't around, which was a relief, and I got on with my tasks until a close colleague told me our boss had been whacked with a golf club the night before and was in the hospital. I felt guilty because a part of me was almost relieved he wasn't in the office. Apparently, he'd recover, but there were 2 suspects, and no one had revealed who they were yet. It didn't surprise me that someone would have it out for him. He was just that kind of person. So when I got home tonight, I was in a slightly better mood since work went smoothly. By my apartment door, I found a note from the social worker asking me to give her a call. I did, and she told me that Mark had been arrested. Now that I'm writing this all out, it seems obvious in retrospect. But you have to understand that real life isn't like a movie. You don't assume bizarre things like this will happen to you. Sure, it might happen to someone in another state, but not in my Brooklyn apartment. She said she couldn't disclose anything more, but I already knew. That call made me panic even more. I ran upstairs and kicked in his door. I'd never done anything like that. It felt like I was on autopilot, powered by adrenaline, but I had to know what was going on. Oh God, my stomach turns just typing this. I'm alone in my apartment and I'm scared. I'm 24 and I'm afraid in my own home. I went into Mark's apartment right above mine. There was nothing outwardly strange. It looked almost exactly like my own unit, with a closet and Giants posters. But then I noticed something very creepy. A camera, propped up, pointing straight at the floor. It looked like he'd just set it there, so at first I didn't think it was that weird. Above it, though, there were videotapes. I had no idea he recorded anything, but on a closer look, all the cassettes had my name on them and described things I do, like talking to Mom, watching TV, hanging out with a girl. My stomach just clenched. I kept thinking, please no, please no. I turned on the VCR and saw it. A clear gap between the floorboards, angled right at my bed. It was located directly above my closet, so I never would have noticed it. I called the police immediately. They came right away. And at that point, I finally found out the truth about his past and this so-called toxic relationship. Turns out he had been stalking a girl he knew from high school, and she actually moved states to get away from him before he ended up in that treatment program. The police just left, and now I'm sitting here alone in my apartment. My neighbor watched me for 4 months through a hole in my ceiling, and I only just discovered it. I'm at the end of my rope with fear.
Ralph was a mischief maker. I don't think you can avoid becoming one if your name is Ralph. His parents cursed him at birth, ensuring he'd forever be the guy everyone invites to a backyard barbecue, but no one can truly trust. I've been the target of his pranks countless times, bought gags, elaborate deceptions, borderline scams, water balloons that were never just filled with water. It's funny. Everyone in the group liked Ralph, but one-on-one, no one really liked him. I don't know who invited him to Roger and Catherine's housewarming party. It was a bad combination. A guy who compulsively messes things up just to see people's reactions. In an incredibly expensive brand new house in suburban Atlanta owned by two wealthy real estate moguls. Speaking of cursed names, Catherine? Really? Did her mother really want to ensure no one would ever take her seriously? She was a natural beauty, never wore much makeup, and never made a fuss about her outfits, truly low maintenance. The name, on the other hand, a complete miss. The party was a small affair, only the homeowners and a few guests. Tim was Roger's brother and, of course, Catherine's brother-in-law. I have to mention the second part, even though it's obvious, because Catherine emphasized it at every opportunity. She grew up with 3 sisters, so she was thrilled to finally have a brother. Tim's kids, Layla and Aaron, were 16 and 13 years old, just old enough to attend an adult event without completely ruining it, but still young enough not to spoil the party's crazy vibe. Their mother was on a company retreat, one trust exercise after another, moving in with the HR director. Layla was an artistic kid who thrived on attention like a parasite. Aaron, on the other hand, was less demanding and preferred sitting in a corner listening to true crime podcasts. If you think about which one is older, you probably imagine the wrong one. Paul was a screenwriter, at least in name, because nothing he sold ever got produced. Every time you met Paul, every conversation that started, he had a new project on the verge of taking off. It's the Wild Bunch meets Dark. It's the Titanic's downfall meets the Matrix. It's the Lone Ranger meets Days of Our Lives. No one ever asked what happened to his previous projects, as it was obvious everything he touched ended up in development hell. Brent owned an upscale restaurant in Chicago, and although he never said a word about it, we all knew he was on the verge of starting a chain. Lately, he spent a lot of time in mysterious meetings, and a few gossiping employees spread the rumor so well that the idea caught on among his friends and acquaintances. He knew Roger from high school, and the restaurant was actually where he took Catherine on her first date. She was undoubtedly impressed, not knowing that Brent would never charge him a bill. Then there was me, a guy who inherited his father's auto shop in Detroit and drank in the office while the shop essentially ran itself. Roger and I were lifeguards at Lake Michigan during college. We had systems and routines to pick up hot girls, and when one day a kid nearly drowned, we forgot for half a second that it was our job. Don't worry, the kid was pretty okay. If I had to guess, I'd say Paul probably invited Ralph, hoping something wild would happen that he could then turn into a movie. It wasn't long after the party started when the prank became apparent. Probably one of a few he had planned. The doorbell rang, even though all the guests were present. Everyone was confused for a moment, except Aaron, who was sitting by the fireplace listening to details of a quadruple murder. Ralph's previously stone-faced expression immediately fell apart, an impish grin breaking out uncontrollably. "Ralph, what's up?" Roger asked in his usual dry tone. "Why should I know?" Ralph replied with the biggest Cheshire smile imaginable. "You're all so suspicious. Who hurt you?" "You," Roger responded just as flatly. "You hurt us." Ralph shrugged and walked out of the room to open the door. "What? I thought the party could use a clown." Tim's grip on his whiskey glass visibly tightened as he took a deep breath and looked at his daughters. Aaron continued to ignore the world around her, while Layla jumped up from her seat, letting out an excited gasp. "Clowns are true artists. We should support people in every societal role they choose." Layla nodded emphatically, as if scolding Tim for something he hadn't even said. "This mindset is not going to end well," Brent remarked quietly as he and Tim stared at each other. "I've got this," Tim snapped. Paul became attentive at the mention of a clown. I don't know if he thought no one would notice or if he simply didn't care. Ralph returned and gestured down the dimly lit hallway leading into the room. "Ladies and gentlemen, children of all ages, I present to you today's entertainment." "That's inappropriate," Roger chided. "Pay him and send him away," Brent agreed. Suddenly, a wave of color and noise burst from the hallway, accompanied by clumsy, unbalanced movements. It was a clown, a birthday clown. "Ralph, you asshole!" Roger laughed loudly, breaking the tension with his laughter. Catherine was speechless. Compared to all of us, she was relatively new to Ralph's pranks. She just stared, jaw dropped, as the painted fool for rent honked a horn, stumbled over his own feet, and wobbled around the room singing "Happy Birthday" in a cartoonish, silly voice. Layla ran to her sister and patted her on the shoulder while pointing at the clown. "Sis, look! Ralph's friend brought a professional clown for a live experience." Erin pulled out her earphones, gave the spectacle a disinterested glance, and said, "Kill me." "Hello, I'm Mr. Muffins. What's your name?" the clown asked. "Mr. Muffins, Roger." "Marlon Brando," Roger replied, laughing. "Nice to meet you, Marlon. Can I call you Stanley?" The clown shook Roger's hand, pretending his grip was crushing Roger's hand. "Oof, are you hitting Stella with that hand?" Mr. Muffin's first act was to make balloon animals for everyone. A dog, a cat, the usual. Brent asked for a monkey, and in a fitting twist, Ralph got an entirely untouched snake balloon. Catherine remained calm as she examined the balloon giraffe in her hands. "Hey, your favorite," Roger pointed out, still thrilled with his prank. "What made you become a clown?" Paul asked, throwing his arm over Mr. Muffin's shoulder and pulling him aside. "Are you truly happy, or is that smile makeup deep? Do you know that the red nose you wear is a nod to an alcoholic's red nose?" "Come on, Paul," Tim called after him. "Not everything is a character study. Let him entertain the kids." Brent pulled a handmade, organic, fair trade, artisanal cake out of the oven as Mr. Muffins moved on to the next game, hide and seek. "The cake needs to cool," Brent noted. "We have more than enough time." Ralph sneaked in. "Cocktails afterward." "Why not?" Roger added. With that, everyone found hiding spots throughout the house. It wasn't difficult. It was a spacious, 3-story monster house in suburban Atlanta, and the more you explored, the more you understood the extent of Roger's wealth. I don't know where the others went, but I opened a hatch to the attic, climbed up, and pulled it shut behind me. Since the house was newly built and the owners had just moved in, there was nothing left to hide from after that. Layla volunteered, "I'm it," to be the seeker and find the others. Surprise. The attic was beautiful, much nicer than my first apartment in Detroit. Also bigger. I could have just lived there, and it was very likely no one would have noticed. Even the moon outside the attic window looked larger than the one normal people see. It was strange. Just as it finally became clear how long it would take for a hyperactive kid to find 9 people, clown included, in a house that surpassed all others, a loud bang echoed. Layla screamed. And it wasn't a "Dad bought me my first car" scream. It was a "someone's pulling me into a car" scream. Muffled by countless walls and 2 floors, the scream was still disturbing and clearly one of fear. I left the attic and fiddled with my phone, walking through hallway after hallway, down the steep mahogany staircase, back to the living room where we had originally gathered. I arrived to find the others already there, standing shoulder to shoulder, staring at something I couldn't quite see yet. Tim held his children tightly on either side while they held his midsection. As I joined the group, I saw the reason for the scream. Mr. Muffins stood in the middle of the living room, wobbling on unsteady legs, blood flowing from an open wound along the top of his bald head. His miniature derby hat had fallen off and floated like a paper boat in the growing red pool at his feet. Mr. Muffins held his temples with his gloved hands, now bright scarlet stained, and it looked like he couldn't hold his own head together. "I'm telling you," Mr. Muffins groaned, "I have a pounding headache." In a quick, shaky motion, Mr. Muffins lost his balance, stumbled forward into the kitchen, and fell head first into Brent's cake. He slid off the counter and landed on his back as a hidden whoopee cushion in his pants let out a long, slapping fart. "What happened?" Ralph asked in disbelief. I had never seen him truly shaken before. "An accident, obviously," Roger shook his head, as if trying to clear his thoughts like a Polaroid picture. "He must have fallen and hit his head," Catherine agreed, the color draining from her face. "He falls everywhere anyway. That's his thing." Paul slowly and methodically walked over to the fireplace and picked up a poker from the floor. He twirled it a few times in his hands, then turned to the group, showing us the blood and tissue still stuck to the end. "Guys," Paul croaked, the fear in his voice audible, "it's very bad things meets bozo." I dialed 911, and we all sat down, waiting for help to arrive. Tim draped a blanket over the kitchen door to hide the scene from his daughters. None of us wanted to destroy evidence, and we weren't sure if the police would be upset if we left the crime scene. "Someone here did this," Aaron said after an impossibly long silence. "Calm down, honey," Tim said, using the word honey didn't lessen the anger in it. "No, I mean one of you killed this clown. I hope you realize that. We're all sitting here with a murderer." "That's not true," Catherine interjected, almost in tears. "It just isn't. Someone might have broken in. Or maybe he did it himself. He banged his head with a metal rod." Aaron grinned sarcastically. "A spectacular trick. But he can only do it once." "Maybe. The funniest people are the most depressed," Paul explained helpfully, taking a sip from a drink he held with 2 trembling hands. At this point, I expected sirens, but instead a musical melody filled the night right outside. It sounded like it was playing through a broken, rattling speaker. "Ooh!" Layla jumped up. "Ice?" Everyone startled as they suddenly heard the front door being flung open. "Hands up, girls!" Tim commanded frantically before yelling into the hallway. "We're unarmed, and there are children here. We don't know what happened." 2 kids, hands raised high above their heads, arms fully extended into the air, scared me more than anything else that evening. I couldn't imagine what Tim was feeling at that moment. Heavy bootsteps echoed through the hallway, walking slowly and confidently. It didn't fit the situation. "You paid for this door. We would have let you in," Roger shouted, almost screaming. "Stop," Catherine whispered loudly. "Just do what he says." A single police officer entered the room, and as we spotted him, some of us started laughing again. His uniform was deep navy blue, but otherwise it seemed to strictly adhere to regulations. His face was painted white makeup with a red circle around his left eye and a blue one around his right. His bulbous clown nose must have had an LED light inside, as it blinked red and blue. On his belt, in a hip holster, was a rubber chicken. Everyone simultaneously lowered their hands. "All right, what's the problem?" the clown officer boomed in a rough voice. "I hear there's a clown down here." "Oh my God." Brent leaned back in his seat, exhaling heavily. "You scared us so much. Ralph, you're insane. This is too much." Ralph looked at Brent, then at the clown officer, then for some reason at me, and back to Brent. "I swear," he explained, "I have no idea what's going on here. This is way beyond my abilities as a party clown." "Calm down." The clown officer stepped around us a bit, his boots clacking on the hard wooden floor. "I need to inform you that you're being detained. You're not under arrest, but you can't leave, and I ask all of you to remain seated." "That's absurd." Catherine crossed her arms, making a skeptical face. The clown officer slowly walked to the ceiling door and, pulling the fabric aside, peeked into the kitchen. With his back to us, I could see the conspicuous "Stomp Me" sign attached between his shoulder blades. Absurd? He didn't even turn to us. "A dead clown, a murder victim, is absurd to you?" Aaron turned to Tim and gave him a lesson in clown-based murderology with a steely and unwavering tone. John Wayne Gacy didn't work alone either. The clown officer, now standing in front of us again, took the radio from his belt and spoke into it. "Yes, we have a possible Clowra side. I'm here and have cordoned off the clown scene. Looks like a party. The victim must have been a performer. Too many old fat people, though. Something doesn't add up here." As soon as he released the button, a screeching sound of various fart noises responded back. Brent suddenly stood up, much to everyone's displeasure. Catherine gasped into her hands. "Well, excuse me for being so direct, officer, or whoever you are, but if you're looking for a murderer, it couldn't have been me." The clown officer stroked his chin and furrowed his brow at Brent. "And why could that be, boss?" Brent raised his arm to chest height and paused. "Back injury. When I was in culinary school, a stack of pans fell on me. Since then, I couldn't raise my arms above my head. No chance I could have lifted the weapon high enough to hit this clown on the head." The clown officer reached deep into his pants, pulled out a red and white striped baton, and walked over to Brent skeptically. He placed the baton on each of Brent's elbows, one by one, and pressed slightly upward. Still, Brent's arms wouldn't rise any higher than before. "I understand," he pondered. The clown officer turned to the fireplace, noticed the bloody poker Paul had leaned against the wall, and then turned back to Brent. "So that's the murder weapon?" We all nodded. The clown officer soon nodded as well. "I believe you." Brent turned to the rest of us, his back to the clown. "See? It's simple. Behind him, the clown officer reached into his pants again, pulled out a piece of wood, a handle, an axe. Before any of us could fully comprehend what we were seeing, the clown officer spun around several times and swung violently. It was surprisingly silent in the room as Brent's still smug-looking head fell off his shoulders and rolled across the carpet. We heard the swing, the splintering, the dull sound, everything before the first person started to scream. "What the hell are you doing?" Roger shouted, now standing up for Brent despite the events. The clown officer responded without hesitation. "Eliminate the suspect. I need your name and badge number," Paul mumbled, eyes wide open on the brink of shock. "No problem, sir." The clown officer shoved the baton back into his pants and shook his leg. "I'm Officer Oscar Oxifer, and my badge has no number. I found it in a box of Clown Krispies." Ralph jumped up and made a run for it, sprinting past Officer Oxifer and leaving everyone else in the dust. Oxifer glanced back slightly. His arm seemed to dislocate and extend beyond normal limits, grabbing Ralph by his belt and throwing him to the ground as if pulled back by a giant rubber giraffe. "Please, sir." Oxifer sounded eerily professional. "Don't make me tell jokes about the long arm of the law. That's old material." He reached both hands into his pants, wobbling uncomfortably long before pulling out a notebook and a pencil with each hand. "All right, walk me through the chain of events that led us to this situation." We let Ralph explain what happened since it was entirely his fault. He explained why he hired Mr. Muffins, which agency he called, where he saw the ad, everything up to the hide-and-seek point. "Where did everyone hide?" Officer Oxifer asked. Tim and I exchanged glances whenever the clown officer wasn't looking. Through hand movements and meaningful looks, I conveyed the idea that I knew how to get him and his girls out of the house. He was waiting for me, when and how. "We should all return to the places where we hid. You know, to retrace our steps," I blurted out, trying to sound as concerned and helpful as possible. "I was under a table in the hallway," Roger said. He was flushed and sweating profusely, holding Catherine's hand tightly, as if he was about to let go and they'd be separated forever. "I was under a bed on the second floor," Catherine added. Paul finished what was left of his drink. "Closet, second floor. Catherine's closet, but I didn't know until I came in." Tim wanted to speak, but I subtly placed my finger on his lips to silence him. "I was, in the shower. One of the showers." "All right, everyone to your places then," Officer Oxifer ordered with a few finger snaps. I'm sure each of us thought about fleeing, but given the impossible skills we'd seen from this civilian circus freak, it wasn't clear how that would be possible. I pulled Tim aside as we all left the living room, Oxifer watching us like a hawk. "There's a window in the attic. Leads to a grate. If we hide, take your kids and go," I whispered as fast as I could. "Yeah, no kidding, I will," Tim whispered back. "You know I haven't, right?" "I don't care," I growled. "If you have, good. Damn this clown. Curse all clowns. Right now, I wish I had." Officer Oxifer was an eerie presence as he followed the group to the first hiding spot. "So, I was under that table," Roger said as he crawled on all fours with a groan. "Actually, I banged my head on the overhang. You can see here where I cracked it." Officer Oxifer knelt beside Roger and examined a small crack in the wood, then looked at Roger's head, where he likely saw a red mark from the collision. "Well, damn," Oxifer muttered. "You were here." Officer Oxifer stood up, his hands dipping into his pants. "No!" Catherine screamed. "No, no, no!" Paul and Ralph held her back as Roger looked up from his spot on the floor just in time to see a sledgehammer come down on his back. We shoved Catherine out of the hallway, none of us looking back as the sound of metal smashing flesh echoed repeatedly. "Another suspect eliminated," Officer Oxifer explained proudly as he rejoined us. Catherine was a crying mess. Ralph reached for the tissue in her blouse pocket, I assumed to wipe the tears and mucus from her cheeks, but she pushed his hand away. "Leave me alone. Just let me die," she screamed. The rest of us reached our hiding spots without incident. I was the last to hide, ensuring Tim, Layla, and Aaron made it to the attic. They closed the door from the inside as Officer Oxifer and I watched from the lower floor. Only then did I feel a shiver run down my spine. At no point had I realized I was ensuring I'd be alone with the clown officer. Just him and me side by side in growing silence. The silence was broken by another scream. It was a war cry. "Ah!" Both Oxifer and I turned to see Paul, his tie fluttering behind him as he ran toward us, holding an umbrella like a spear. "Paul, no!" I shouted, not for my safety, not for Oxifer's, but for his. The distance closed quickly as Paul drove the pointed end of the umbrella into Officer Oxifer's chest. Oxifer stumbled back and fell to the ground. Paul stood there, panting and gasping, while I ran after him. "Paul, what the hell? I did it. I killed him." "The clown?" "Yes. Wait, which clown do you mean?" "The original one." "What?" "No, I meant the cop. I killed the cop clown. But not the first one." "Right. Because I was wondering, since you picked up the fireplace poker and wiped your fingerprints off it in front of everyone, it seemed like you could have done it to explain why you touched him." "That would be a very obvious and mundane clue. I'm a writer. I thought I wouldn't do that if I were guilty." I screamed in surprise as Officer Oxifer sat straight up. He stood, pulled the umbrella from his chest, and ripped open his shirt. Directly under the fabric was a thick black body armor plate with yellow block letters that read, "Umbrella-proof vest." With a blindingly quick throw, Oxifer hurled the umbrella directly through Paul's throat, embedding it in his neck and stopping his death scream with a wet glug sound that released a blood spurts. The umbrella opened behind his head and he fell backward to the ground. Officer Oxifer regained his composure and refocused his attention back on me. "So you were in the shower?" I looked at the blood splatter marking the walls, the art around me, a porcelain giraffe, a landscape painting of an open grassland, small wooden carvings of exotic animals. "No," I admitted. Oxifer wasn't surprised by my confession. He showed no visible reaction, and the colorful makeup on his face made it impossible to read his true emotions, if he had any. "I want immunity," I clarified. "Immunity from what?" "From you. Are you really asking me that? You? You want immunity in exchange for what exactly?" I took a deep breath, feeling the full weight of another life on my shoulders. "I know who killed Mr. Muffins." Oxifer reached into his pants again. I was backed into a corner. He stood between me and the hallway, and a wall stood behind me. Before I could beg for my life, he pulled out a huge stack of paperwork. "Sign this," he said, handing me a suspiciously warm pen. I did as I was told. There was no way to go through everything. It was hundreds of pages, so I didn't even start reading. As I scribbled my name, Oxifer spoke. "I'm willing to grant you and the remaining innocent parties immunity if you actually provide information that leads to the brutal takedown of the perpetrator in this case." I led the way as we moved into another of the house's many rooms. "Come out," I said coldly. I had decided along the way to harden my heart and show no ounce of compassion. "You did this to us. You started this whole thing, and there's a growing amount of blood on your hands." Catherine had to look up at both of us now. Unlikely partners in the strangest investigation ever. "You pressed Mr. Muffin's skull." Catherine turned dramatically away from us and crossed her arms. "Why did you do it?" Oxifer asked. "Did he catch you cheating with someone in the house? Did he see you snorting an illegal substance? Or are you just a party pooper? A bigot who holds a grudge against all clowns?" "She doesn't hate clowns." I stared hard at her back. "She is one." Catherine gasped and turned back to me, betrayal hard in her eyes. Unfazed, I grabbed the tissue from her blouse pocket and, as I expected, kept going regardless of how long I pulled. Tissue after tissue, color after color. I had made my point. When Mr. Muffins appeared, you were surprised. Not because he was a clown, but because he was a clown you recognized. Sure, you don't wear makeup anymore, and you dress very modestly these days, so you might have thought he wouldn't recognize you. But when he made your balloon animal, a giraffe, your favorite, you knew he knew, and worse, he knew that you knew that he knew that you knew. "It's true!" She fell to her knees, holding my shoe in one hand and Oxifer's boot in the other. He was my ex. I left the big circus tent just to get away from him. Oh, he was a beast, a monster. I tried to get a restraining order against him, but the court was a circus. I changed my entire identity, but it still wasn't enough. "Sir, you don't want to be here for this," Oxifer said, pushing me out of the room. "You're still going to kill her, even though she's one of you?" I asked. I had hoped it wouldn't happen, but either way, the torture had to end. "Just keep moving. I have to pull an entire electric chair out of my pants, and it's better if you don't see that." I pulled Ralph out of the garage, and, with no better ideas, we stood idly in the living room again. I explained everything that had happened, but I don't think Ralph believed most of it. "We need to kill him," Ralph insisted. "I don't think we can," I tried to convince him, but in vain. "After what he did to Brent, to Roger, to everyone? Is Tim okay? What about the girls?" The lights dimmed for a moment. "Tim got them out." "Good for that, but the rest? Shit, man, we need to kill this freak of nature." I watched passively as Ralph took the blanket off and poured the burning shots he'd wanted all evening. Although he kept the alcohol in the bottles and stuffed the necks with rags. I think, although everything had completely spiraled out of control, none of us had expected any of this. And even though Catherine was the trigger, Ralph still felt damn guilty since his prank had set everything in motion. I stood on the sidelines as Officer Oxifer came down the stairs and marched into the room. Ralph stood behind the kitchen island like a soldier taking cover. Oxifer slowly surveyed the room, then spotted us. "All right, I need to take you to Clowntown for questioning. Don't worry, you'll get your paperwork back afterward." As the first bottle flew through the air, I only thought about how the flame's light made the house look more rustic and inviting. Like an alcohol-scented candle, I guess. Oxifer immediately caught fire, grabbing himself from his flammable police hat down to his flammable police boots. He didn't scream as the bottles continued to break around him. Instead, he let out a series of comical exclamations as his burning silhouette flailed around the room. "Oh no, the couch!" he yelled as he fell on it and set it ablaze. "Oh God, the curtains!" he shouted, stumbling and wrapping himself in them, spreading the flames to the ceiling. "Good sir, the minibar!" he cried, falling over and tipping it, burning alcohol spraying everywhere. "Let's go!" I grabbed Ralph's arm as he picked up another completely unnecessary bottle to light it. "I think you did it." In the front yard, Ralph and I met Tim and the girls. The light from the raging fire engulfing the house illuminated the yard like midday as we all watched in stunned horror. A siren blared in the distance, and soon a fire truck pulled up abruptly nearby. A bunch of clowns fell out of the fire truck. Firefighter uniforms in every color except red, face paint running with sweat. After a series of antics and clumsiness, they finally pulled out the fire hose and aimed it at the house. It sprayed confetti, making everything even worse.
Serial killer Henry Mueller, also known as the Clown of Brooklyn, lived comfortably in his old brownstone in Williamsburg, together with 26 other people, yet he felt profoundly lonely. He had neighbors, but what if they were the first to notice that something wasn't quite right? What would they do? What should they do? I ask myself these questions more and more often, as I begin to suspect that I might be the unsuspecting neighbor in this story. And I've decided it's time to face that possibility. Everyone has odd neighbors, and in Brooklyn you become all too familiar with certain curiosities. I work part-time at the little bodega around the corner, so I'm home more often than most. Honestly, I've barely put in any hours lately. Some might see that as a problem, inching me closer to unemployment and financial insecurity every week. But those are worries for another day. Instead, I'm seizing this chance to prove that something is very, very wrong next door. During all the extra time I've spent at home, I've noticed a few strange things about my neighbor Mr. Thompson's house. The first thing I picked up on was the smell. Mildew, that's exactly the scent. Our garages are next to each other, separated by a narrow walkway and a rusty chain-link fence. Lately, I've found it almost impossible to walk down that path. My stomach is tough enough, you get used to certain things around here, but my nose is sensitive, so ever since that smell took over, I've chosen to haul my trash through the house and out to the curb on Tuesdays, passing by the typical Brooklyn backyards and the bustling neighborhood sidewalks. The next thing that caught my attention was Mr. Thompson's new friends and their weird robes. Every Thursday night for the past 2 weeks, 3 men in dark robes have been slipping in through his heavy rolling gate. They stay for a while, sometimes so long you'd think they were holding some secret, late-night meeting. Sure, I could call the cops, but in America, A strange smell and funny-looking guests aren't exactly crimes. It's no big deal for me if my neighbor's place stinks or if he hangs around with odd, questionably dressed buddies. The problem arises when the mildew smell and the three men in black robes show up at the same time. There has to be a connection. At this point, the only person I can really rely on to figure it out is me. On a typical Thursday evening, I come back from my shift at the bodega and begin phase 1 of my plan. It feels like a scene right out of Rear Window. I sit quietly in my small ground floor apartment, peering out through the worn window frames, waiting for the first sign. It materializes in the form of an old rolling gate groaning its way open, and then Mr. Thompson appears in a dark robe, greeting his new friends, all of them dressed in the same somber garments. Watching through my foggy kitchen window, I climb up on the battered bench beside it to get a better view. In that moment, caught in the rush of my own curiosity, adrenaline surges through me, and my hand slips. My forehead collides with a loud thump against the scuffed countertop, abruptly ending my voyeuristic endeavor in phase 1. Phase 2 begins with me sprawled out on the cold kitchen floor, racked with pain. My head is throbbing, and I recall that I really should have wiped down the bench after spilling a glass of water on it a few hours earlier. It's getting dark here in springtime Brooklyn, but there's still enough time. I call Joe's Slice, the local pizzeria on the next block, and order multiple pies to be delivered to Mr. Thompson's address on Marcy Avenue, specifically telling them to ring at the rolling gate. Sending someone else into that creepy building feels much safer than waddling over there myself. Plus, it gives me a chance to keep a close eye on what happens, hopefully without injuring myself again. After I hang up, I rush to the bathroom to assess the damage on my forehead. Following a quick sip of water to take the edge off my headache and a visit to the toilet. Better safe than sorry. I pull on my darkest, most detective-like outfit, a black coat and a beanie, and slip quietly out the back door. At the fence that separates our houses, there's a row of thick, unkempt hedges. The advantage of using this path is that I remain out of sight. The disadvantage is that I'm smack in the middle of the nauseating mildew stench. Luckily, I came prepared. I stuff a small cloth soaked in ice water into my nostrils to block out most of the odor. Creeping through the narrow alley, I wedge myself into the bushes, surrounded by graffiti and the low hum of the city night, and settle in to wait. Unfortunately, Joe's Slice is notorious for slow deliveries, and even though I requested a 20-minute window, I brace myself for a long stint crouched in these dense hedges. From here, I can hear the noises coming from Mr. Thompson's place more clearly. It's tough to make out distinct words, but the voices are intense, accompanied by some ominous background music. Maybe classical layered with deep bass that sends a chill slithering into the pit of my stomach. A silver minivan pulls up on the opposite side of the street, near a brightly lit corner store. Its side sports a tacky pizza ad in red and white. The delivery guy steps out, and I realize I never thought this plan through at all. As he walks toward the garage, arms stacked with boxes, I start fidgeting in the bushes, heart pounding with the notion that if my worst suspicions are correct, who knows what horrors this poor guy might face. Regrettably, just the thought makes me panic, and that single jolt forces out the ice-cold cloth in my nose. Immediately, the full force of that foul smell hits me again, an overpowering mix of damp mildew and spoiled food, and I wonder if my stomach will tolerate it. The pizza guy knocks on the rolling gate, and I find myself wishing he hadn't listened to my instructions, the same way he didn't manage to arrive within 20 minutes. Had he tried the back door instead, I might have been able to intercept him before it was too late. For a second, I consider bursting out from my hiding place and doing something, anything, but my legs feel as cowardly as the rest of me. He knocks 3 times, and the gate slowly starts to lift. As I watch the old metal panel grow higher, I finally find the courage to intervene. If there's one thing I can accomplish in my life, it should be saving this unsuspecting man. I dart out of the bushes toward the gate, and that's when the horrible truth about what's happening in that creepy house hits me with full force. It's even worse than I imagined. Those dark robes are just costumes. They're playing Dungeons and Dragons. All three of the men are portraying wizards, a ridiculously goofy strategy for their imaginary quest, but perfectly ordinary for a gaming session in Mr. Thompson's living room. The last puzzle piece clicks when I hear, still standing unseen, Mr. Thompson telling the others that they'd actually planned on ordering pizza soon anyway. They'd even asked the delivery guy to knock on the front door rather than the garage, since the garage is closer to that unbelievably nasty hedge that a stray cat has apparently been using as its own personal dumping ground for dead rodents and trash, and that nobody's bothered to clean up yet. Everything is entirely ordinary. In other words, everything is normal, except for the freaked-out, foul-smelling neighbor who suddenly charged at them, eyes popping wide with fear, steeped in the stench of sweat, nausea, and raw panic. Before I can stop myself, I blurt out a barrage of rambling explanations about Henry Muller and some imagined secret passage full of corpses, as my words linger awkwardly in the hazy glow of the Brooklyn night. I realize there is no rational way to justify any of this. So, I turn on my heels and flee back to my brownstone, twisting my ankle in the process, stumbling more than once, until I finally limp to my front door in shame. I am the danger. I'm the neighbor who's been acting strange lately. Case closed.
I wasn't particularly successful in my medical studies at the University of Chicago, so when I heard about a position at the Greenfield Cemetery, I was immediately drawn to it. No one would ever be harmed by one of my mistakes, and it was a well-paying job since a medical license was still required. Some people fear the dead, but since I wasn't an atheist myself, I never had to worry about being constantly surrounded by the deceased. Instead, I found myself intrigued by the strange individuals who tried all sorts of tricks to get their hands on corpses. I had already heard stories about missing bodies that later appeared in abandoned buildings in the outskirts of Chicago or in the dense woods of the Forest Preserve. Sometimes I was called in to confirm whether a body was one previously stolen from our facility. As strange as it may sound, the body trade in Chicago is a highly profitable business. That's why it was all the more peculiar when she appeared that night on the floor of the morgue at Lincoln Park. She must have bribed the guards to get in, and normally I would have simply alerted security again. But as soon as she entered the door, I was captivated by her. It's hard to explain why, but she looked so fragile yet so self-assured. She wasn't the most attractive woman you could imagine, but something about the way she walked, moved, or how her eyes looked at me kept me from letting her go. Moreover, she smiled immediately, which further disarmed me. I led her into my office in the main building of the morgue, and the closer she got to me, the more willing I was to do anything she said. I felt a strange yellow light emanating from her, drawing me in, and a melodic sound filled the room. I still remember her turning her head towards me, and without a word, I knew she wanted me to come closer. It was as if we had a telepathic connection. The closer I approached her, the brighter the yellow light became, flooding my body with warmth. Her large eyes stared into mine as she touched me for the first time. She took my hand and told me she was looking for a friend she needed to find and take to another place. Instantly, I responded by showing her each of the bodies we had so she could choose. She selected a recently arrived body, a male around 45 years old, intact since, according to my autopsy, a heart attack was the cause of death. I packed the body into a bag and took it to the hearse outside the main cemetery gate. At that moment, something happened to me. I remember my body hesitating to move forward and deciding it was time to stop. This moment of clarity showed me that nothing happening made sense, but she quickly convinced me to come along by just giving me a certain look that compelled obedience. I vividly remember feeling pleasantly excited like never before. So I drove with her for a while without any particular direction, and we arrived at a place I didn't know existed before. We reached a large old manor in the northern woods, surrounded by darkness as the nearby houses were abandoned. There was no light in the area except for the moonlight streaming through the dense trees. It felt like an abandoned house desperately needing renovation, whether through painting or gardening, but without hesitation, I went inside. I accepted the body as instructed, and then felt the command to lie next to the dead body. Until then, she was laughing, and it was such a precious sound coming from her that I would have done anything to stay in her presence. There on the floor, I felt my body growing stiffer until I couldn't move anymore, and it became increasingly difficult to keep my eyes open. I could still hear her laughter, but I didn't understand where I was or what was happening to me, why I couldn't move. Then the laughter transformed into the most terrifying sound I had ever heard, and afterward, I lost consciousness. I felt everything go black and could only hear someone walking quickly, more like jogging. I saw a slender figure approaching me. He stopped and looked at me, but it was so dark that he only appeared as a shadow of a person. His arms and legs were longer than a normal person's, and he just kept moving until he disappeared behind me. I moved forward until I saw a small light growing larger as I approached, until it completely enveloped me. When I woke up, I felt scared. I couldn't move, but I sensed I was being dragged across the floor. The only thing I could see was a blurry figure beside me, pulling my body down a few steps. I tried to move, but my body was too heavy, and despite all efforts, I couldn't move a muscle. The light grew dimmer, so I realized I was being dragged into a basement. There, in the dark, I felt my hand being bound to a steel pipe with a chain. A few minutes later, I still couldn't move, but my vision cleared, and I could see the face of the person who had brought me here. It was an old woman who seemed to have some sort of rash on her cheeks and neck. I couldn't speak, and she seemed uninterested in me. I saw her look at me with such indifference, as if I didn't exist. She left me on the floor and walked away. Minutes later, she returned and pulled another unconscious body down the basement stairs. I could see he was awake because as soon as she reached the bottom, she left him alone and he moved very unsteadily, almost falling with each step, desperately trying to control his body. Then he moved to the other side of the room and sat down. I couldn't see him clearly as the only light came from a candle, but I felt his gaze fixed on me. He kept having full-body convulsions, trying to control them with even more intense movements, sometimes banging himself against the wall. By then, I could barely move or stay awake, feeling a heaviness in my entire body as if he wanted to shut down. His face started bleeding because he was hitting himself, but he seemed not to feel any pain. It looked more like a rabid dog trying to break free from his disease until he couldn't fight the heaviness anymore and fell to the ground. I stayed awake for a few seconds, just enough to see him stand up and approach me. I felt more scared and helpless than ever before, and wished I had never woken up. Through the limited visibility, I could see the dark, slender figure beside him, watching his movements. When I woke up again, I didn't know how much time had passed. I looked around and the basement was dark and empty. I could move and tried to make sounds with my mouth. Then I noticed my voice sounded strange, but at least I could make noises now. Then I heard sounds from the upper floor, someone walking quickly towards the basement door, and then I heard the sound of a door opening and the light streamed in, illuminating the stairs. Next, I heard him quickly going down the stairs, moving faster than before and more controlled. No longer like a human, but more like a large animal learning to control its body. He ran up to me, and I didn't know if he was going to attack me because of the force with which he approached, but he stopped right in front of me. Then I was able to form a sentence and asked him if he could please let me go. He didn't respond, but just stood there. It was too dark to see any details, so I asked for water, but received no answer. Later that day, he came down again carrying a bag of raw chicken meat, which he threw to me. But even if I wanted to, I couldn't accept it because my hands were bound. He noticed this and came closer to me. I could only whisper, "Please, please, please," without knowing what was happening to me. He took a piece of raw chicken and brought it close to my face to shove it into my mouth, and with his other hand, he took another piece and began to eat it himself. Blood and clear slime started coming from his mouth and dripping down his chin. He tried to bring the next piece to my mouth, but I refused. Eventually, he moved away from me, took the bag, and sat on the floor, continuing to eat the raw white flesh with his teeth, blood dripping from his hands. More blood began to come out, and I saw him biting himself, taking pieces of his own hands. It seemed like he even wanted to experience pain, so he bit harder into his hand, into his own flesh. All the while he stared at me and also tried to speak, but could only make noises. Sometimes he seemed friendly, and other times he became violent. It felt like days had passed. It was hard to tell since it was completely dark in the basement. I heard him going upstairs and constantly falling, and I heard him making loud noises like an animal trying to communicate. A terrible smell began to fill the basement, smelling of rotten food and who knows what else was down here with me. Then I heard him slowly leave until the basement door opened and he walked out as if he had regained control of his body. His pants and shirt were covered in food or blood. I noticed he was chewing another piece of raw meat again. It seemed to be a corpse of something whose identity I couldn't recognize. He took a piece and threw it in my direction, and I was hungry but couldn't imagine eating something like that. I saw him smile for the first time and turn to the wall to keep eating. He sat on the floor. The basement door was open, and I could clearly see his hands and teeth devouring the meat. Upon a closer look, I began to clearly recognize his face, and I couldn't comprehend it at first, but it was so clear in front of me that I had no doubt what I was seeing. For a moment, I felt like I was losing my mind while trying to understand what was happening, and this shockwave took over my entire body, causing my muscles to tense up. He was right in front of me, but it was my own body and my own face, and the horrible smell now made sense. I was the corpse. She had taken my body. When I saw the open basement door, I summoned all my strength and managed to free myself, trying to flee as quickly as possible. I knew this was my chance, and like a free animal, I stomped out of the basement, feeling like I almost fell with each step. I walked through the basement door and desperately looked for a door or a window, anything to escape this nightmare. Everything was locked from all three sides, so I used the only open area in the hallway. I felt the vulnerability of my situation, not knowing what could appear around each corner of this house. I felt trapped, like I was walking through a labyrinth without direction, just trying to get away as fast as possible. The sounds came from the basement, and I assumed the creature was now coming to get me. Every time I blinked, I could see that slender black figure in front of me. But when I opened my eyes, there was nothing there. I thought it was due to my desperation to escape this place, since I knew I only had this one opportunity. I saw light coming from somewhere, daylight that I hadn't seen in ages. I imagined a blue sky waiting for me, and that gave me the extra strength to keep running. I passed through what looked like a living room, and in a corner stood her. The black, slender figure with her old and decaying skin that looked like it was peeling off, almost revealing her bones. Her face looked more like a corpse, with eyes deeply sunken into her skull and a long, misshapen nose. She turned to me and looked surprised for a moment, then stopped and began to laugh hysterically. That terrible sound I had heard earlier. I didn't have much time left and saw a door to the next room. I ran towards it and eventually left the house. It was the clear blue sky I had imagined, and I stopped and took just a few steps outside. It was as if my mind wanted to confirm whether what I saw was real. Then I saw the door open again, and a beautiful woman stepped out and stood in the doorway. After her, my body emerged and stood beside her. "He belongs to me. He belongs to me. He belongs to me," she shouted mockingly and walked back inside. I hesitated, not knowing what to do, but realized I was lost. I immediately moved as far away from that place as possible. I felt the rotting skin on my body worsening by the hour. I only looked at myself once and realized my end was near and there was no point in trying anything else. Now I live in a landfill outside Chicago where no one can see me, just waiting for this body to die again. I have nothing left. I escaped, but honestly, I wish I hadn't. I just hope Dimples didn't manage to get away. My name is Jason. 2 months ago, my family and I moved from Berlin to a small suburban town called Maplewood, near Chicago. The house Claire, my wife, and I bought was twice the size of the old apartment we had just left. Claire is a teacher and was reassigned to the local elementary school, while I work from home. I set up my office on the first floor, right next to the door that leads to the L-shaped basement area. The basement wasn't a traditional dark and dingy storage room. The hard concrete walls were painted completely white, and the dusty gray wooden floor was similarly coated. The wooden stairs, though tired and slightly warped, were also painted to give them a bit of life. The previous owners had left their pool table and various arcade machines there, along with assorted furniture scattered throughout the house. The reason was unknown to us, according to the realtor. I thought our two children, Henry, 8, and Lily, 6, would love it as a play area. It was a Saturday afternoon, a month after we had moved in. Claire had just returned home with Lily. They had spent most of the day at the Maplewood Mall. I was finishing up some work in the study and could hear Henry playing an arcade game in the basement. Suddenly, Lily ran into the room and tapped me on the knee. "Daddy, Daddy, look what I have!" Lily said excitedly, waving a small balloon animal. "Aw, sweetie, did you get that at the mall?" I asked, turning my chair and leaning down to her. "No, Daddy, Dimples gave it to me," she replied. "Dimples? And who's that, Lily?" I asked playfully. "The clown, Daddy. Dimples the clown is my friend," she responded. "All right then, keep playing. Daddy has to finish his email," I said, giving her a quick kiss on the head. Lily ran out of the room and down the stairs to the basement. I heard Henry playing Street Fighter behind Lily's quick footsteps. I finished the rest of my email and went into the living room where Claire was watching an episode of a PBS documentary. "Hey, honey, how was the mall?" I asked as I sat down. "It was okay. I managed to get Lily new school shoes," she said. The exhaustion in her voice was evident. "That sounds fun," I replied sarcastically. "Oh, believe me, it was. I'm sure she tried on at least 25 pairs before deciding on one," she said, irritated. "Well, at least it's done. You can relax now," I countered. "Yeah, I'm trying," she said, indicating that I should end the conversation. Okay, I still have a few reports to finish up," I said, standing up. "Have fun," Claire said sarcastically. I was just about to leave the room when I remembered why I went in. "Claire, honey?" I said, turning around. She mumbled, her thoughts and eyes still on the TV. "Did Lily bring a balloon animal from a clown while you were at the mall?" I asked. She shook her head. "No? Why?" she asked. "She had this balloon animal and said she got it from a clown," I said, confused and slightly worried. "She might have found it while we were outside. I was holding many bags, so I probably didn't notice," she explained. Okay, just kind of weird, that's all," I said, turning to walk away. "I think I saw her holding it, don't worry," Claire said as I left the living room. I sat back at my laptop, my head still feeling a bit uneasy because of what Lily had said. I could hear her laughing in the background as footsteps rushed up the basement stairs. Henry came into the study. "Are you done, Dad?" he said, hovering over my left shoulder. "Almost, buddy. I just need to send this report and then I'm done," I replied. "Okay, I'll set up the console upstairs so we can play," Henry said as he left the room. "I'll be right up," I called back as he ran up the stairs. After I finished and sent my report, I shut down the laptop and walked past the basement door. I could hear Lily talking and giggling, so I thought I'd go check on her. "Lily, honey, are you okay?" I asked as I walked down the creaky wooden stairs. It was eerily quiet. "Lily?" I called again, now a bit worried. "Hi, Daddy," Lily said, appearing around the corner. "Who are you talking to down there?" I asked, expecting her to say she was playing or talking to an imaginary friend. "I was playing with Dimples, Daddy," she said excitedly. "Oh, nice. Can I meet Dimples?" I replied, slightly concerned by how real she made him sound. "Sorry, Daddy, you can't see him. It has to be a secret," she said innocently, running back around the corner to her play area. I followed her a second after she disappeared around the corner. I turned in the direction she had run and stopped as confusion and panic washed over me. She was gone. "Lily, where are you, honey?" I shouted now in a gentle but firm tone. "Claire! Claire!" I called out, alarmed for my wife. She came running down the basement stairs, her steps heavy with fear. "What? What's wrong?" she said, trying to catch her breath. "I can't find Lily. She was just here," I said, my breath growing deeper. "She must be somewhere here," Claire replied, searching under the pool table. I went to where Lily had been playing and saw the papers scattered on the floor, drawn with colored pencils. They all showed the same thing, a brightly drawn clown. The silence was suddenly broken by knocking sounds from the small storage closet under the stairs. It sounded almost like someone's fingernails running over the door. Slowly, I walked toward the door. "Lily, why are you hiding from me?" I asked in a soft and soothing voice. I reached for the handle and opened the door. There stood Lily, laughing and covering her mouth with her hand. "You found me!" she exclaimed and ran away. "Don't do that again, you scared us," I said back, my face and tone now stern and warning. "Stop, Daddy, Lily. You could have gotten hurt in there," Claire said as she bent down to hug her. "You can't come down here alone anymore, Lily. You have to play with your brother from now on, okay?" I said with slight irritation in my usually gentle voice. She nodded. We all went up the stairs. I turned off the light as I approached the door. I quickly turned it back on when I heard scraping from the darkness behind me. Hesitantly, I walked back down the stairs, the wooden panels creaking under each step. A faint sound came around the corner. It was music. The soft melody grew louder as I turned the corner. Beneath the crumpled drawings on the floor lay a small music box. Every hair on my body stood on end as the closet door slightly opened. A feeling of fear surged through me just as the music box stopped playing. The silence overwhelmed me while a surge of self-confidence filled me. I marched to the closet and ripped the door open. There was nothing but an old broom and some leftover paint cans. I closed the closet door and went upstairs. I shook my head over what I almost did because I had given in to my own fear. Later that night, after the kids were in bed, Claire and I sat down for a relaxing evening watching a documentary on PBS. Then we heard the basement door open and 2 sets of quiet footsteps descending the stairs. It was the kids. "I'm going down," Claire said, sighing deeply in frustration. I kept watching TV as Claire walked past me and went into the basement. After about 10-15 minutes, they still hadn't returned. I found it a bit strange, but maybe she was talking to them down there. 5 minutes later, I finally decided to check on them. I approached the closed basement door. It was strange, I thought. Usually the door is open. I opened the door and was greeted by darkness. "Claire? Kids?" I called down, my voice echoing in the dark depths. I turned on the light, which flickered and buzzed before stabilizing. Slowly, I walked down the stairs, calling them one by one. "Claire? Henry? Lily?" As I neared the end of the stairs, I heard a sharp scratching sound on the floor to the left. It sounded like something heavy and metallic was being picked up from the ground. The faint sound of the music box played again. Slowly, I turned the corner and my body froze in shock. Before me sat, against the wall, my beloved family. Blood splattered over the white wall behind them, and their faces, once beautiful and friendly, had the same large, forced smile. 2 metal nails were firmly embedded in each of their cheeks, so the horrible smiles couldn't fade. Tears streamed down my face as my whole world collapsed before my eyes. The music box then stopped playing. "Jason, oh Jason," spoke a scratchy, ominous, almost melodic voice, luring me out of the closet to the left of my family's bodies. "Why did you have to stop my fun? We were having so much fun," the voice continued, laughing loudly and crazily, echoing off the surrounding walls. "What do you want? Why did you do this?" I stammered through my heart-wrenching tears. "She tried to stop our game, and you tried to prevent Lily from playing with me." The voice became deeper and raspier. It went on. "Now I can play with them as much as I want. Just look how happy they all are," it said, while a pale, bony hand grabbed the edge of the closet door. I slowly backed away as a small figure emerged from the closet. He was about 5 feet tall, wearing large, blood-stained shoes. A deep red cape covered his body, adorned with a spotted, frayed collar. His shiny white face had a red-painted, smiling mouth with crooked yellow teeth. 2 metal nails were firmly driven into each of his cheeks. His eyes were dark and menacing, with black face paint outlining every corner of his eyes and extending over his brows. His smooth, shiny forehead bore a bloody children's handprint. On his terrifying head sat straight, bright red, spotted hair. Slowly, he lifted a rusty, blood-covered metal hammer in his right hand while staring directly into my eyes. I was frozen for a moment before I ran. I stormed up the stairs, taking 2 or 3 steps at a time, while a maniacal laugh echoed behind me. I stumbled through the door and slammed it shut. leaning against the cold, grainy wood. I closed my eyes, my breath coming fast and shallow. Suddenly, I couldn't breathe from fear as I heard footsteps slowly climbing the stairs. The footsteps were accompanied by the sound of metal scratching against the wall. The voice then echoed behind the door. "Jason! Jason, I just want to make you smile!" I ran into the kitchen, turned on the gas stove, grabbed some oil from the countertop and a box of matches from the drawer. I hurried back to the basement door just as the footsteps stopped. A bang and a crash echoed through the door, a large crack beginning to form in the middle. I poured the oil on it just before I swung and threw the burning match onto it. Flames engulfed the door as I ran out of the house and to my car. After leaving our fenced-in driveway, an amber-colored flash lit up the street behind me as my house exploded into a fireball. I continued down the street and burst into tears. I called emergency services, sobbing as I told them I had escaped a house fire, but my family was still inside. They ultimately explained it as a combination of a kitchen fire and a gas leak. After the funeral for my wife and children took place, I stayed with my parents for a few weeks. Since then, I've moved across the country to a small apartment in Austin. It's been a month now, and I haven't had a full night's sleep since. As I lie here thinking about that terrifying, murderous clown and writing this down, I can't help but wonder, what happened to Dimples? Did he die in the fire, or did he somehow manage to escape? In the end, only 3 bodies were found in the house. The most ironic thing about all this is that I believe I'll never smile again. I stepped out of my Lexus LC 500. The sky was dark and foreboding, heavy with clouds that hinted at an impending storm. Not just rain, not merely a drizzle. It looked like a full-blown thunderstorm was brewing. I glanced around, barely able to make out the few lights in the vicinity. Checking my watch, it was 8:30 p.m. I was at the Jefferson Mortuary in Milwaukee because I had been assigned to a suspected homicide case involving a man named David Anderson. The backstory of the case was unsettling. David was a carpenter working in a workshop on the outskirts of Milwaukee. He was accused of murdering his younger brother, Adam Anderson. How? Well, David was charged with deliberately causing a car accident to kill Adam. Photos from the crash site showed the entire passenger side of the vehicle was crushed, while the driver's side remained untouched, except for the windows, of course. This seemed suspicious to me, so I was firmly on the side of the prosecution. I had been tasked with performing an autopsy and searching for additional injuries on Adam. I closed the door of my car. My team and I had only about 28 hours to complete this autopsy because apparently the lead investigator, Detective Miller, needed the results as soon as possible. What a tedious job, I thought. But it's okay. I volunteered for it anyway. I'd make a good amount of money, so it would definitely be worth it. At least, that's what I thought. I entered the main hall and looked for room 23C. The walls were dark, covered in mold and mildew. The pipes on the ceiling seemed to be leaking, making the room resemble a scene straight out of a horror story. I couldn't understand why they hadn't renovated this place. Autopsies should be conducted in clean environments. Suddenly, I felt a cold draft from the hallway. I glanced at my colleagues, Chris and Anya. I could tell they were indifferent, just wanting to get the job done and leave. I was the only experienced medical examiner here. These two had only been doing this for 2 years. 2 damn years. Hopefully they wouldn't screw anything up. I was pretty perfectionistic in my examinations. We wandered left and right, up and down for almost 15 minutes before finally finding the room. The door looked relatively new. The brown wood design stood out against the gray walls of the morgue, and the glass in the door was spotless, as if it had just been replaced. I tapped on a complicated-looking keypad with a card that the security guard at the entrance had given us. I stepped into the room, and it was bright. The walls were immaculate, the light from the overhead lamp reflecting off them like a mirror. It looked like a typical operating room, but eerie. This place looks really impressive. It's the cleanest operating room I've ever been in. Are we getting paid a lot here? Chris asked with the most confused yet boastful expression I'd ever seen. His emotions never matched his words. Anya, on the other hand, seemed as calm and quiet as always. I think we're getting paid normally. Hurry up and set up the paperwork. We only have 27 hours left and need to work very carefully, Anya said. She suddenly looked very upset. I decided to just follow her instructions. She looked like she could kill someone at any moment. I opened my silver case and revealed the array of surgical instruments that had been handed to me yesterday. Every time I received a new set. I looked at the operating table and noticed that the body was already there. I suspected Chris had placed it there. The body was pale, head up, legs stretched out. The limbs were spread apart. It looked dead, but somehow alive. I shook my head. In case you didn't notice, he doesn't have many scars. That's actually pretty interesting. Shouldn't there be more scars and wounds since the passenger side was crushed? My eyes widened. Chris's words hit me like a baseball. I found it odd, too. How the hell did he die then? Did his brother murder him before the accident? Did he die before the accident? Anya roared, looking very stressed, with her eyebrows sharply knitted. These two are actually very intelligent and sharp, I thought to myself. Let's start by dissecting the upper body. Maybe he had a heart attack. Sure. Let me draw the guidelines first. I grabbed a marker and drew dashed lines over Adam's body, from the cervical spine down to the lower left rib cage, and another line from the cervical spine to the lower right rib cage. I smiled. Damn, these lines are actually perfectly symmetrical. No wonder you're a pro, Sam, Chris claimed, with his mouth wide open. Anya began dissecting the chest area, revealing one muscle after another. Then she lifted the skin and muscle flap to expose the ribs housing the dried lungs and the heart. I noticed something strange. The heart looked like it had some kind of writing on it. I wrote it down and set it aside, thinking it was nothing. We continued dissecting the ribs, cutting open the lungs and heart to examine them. Wait, why does the aorta have greenish blood? Is that some kind of disease? Green? Is it viscous? Yes, it is. Do you know what that is, Sam? I had seen it before. Green blood. It was due to a potassium nitrate poisoning. I had performed an autopsy on an elderly woman who had been poisoned, and her blood had turned green. Everything clicked into place. Adam had been poisoned by his brother, and he had staged the car accident to cover it up. It was strange why the officers investigating the crash site hadn't noticed this. It's potassium nitrate poisoning. The blood turns green and thick when it comes into contact with potassium nitrate. Boom, boom! A loud rumble of thunder echoed from outside. Immediately after, we heard a bang like something had exploded. Somewhere. We all froze abruptly. We heard footsteps, then a crash as if someone had thrown metal objects on the floor. We stood still. Who the hell is here? The officer said it was just us, maybe some drug addicts. Just as I was about to open my mouth, the lights went out. My heart raced. Shit, did you bring a flashlight, Sam? What kind of medical examiner brings a flashlight? I left my phone on the table. Anya, do you have yours? As I said that, a light turned on. It was Anya's phone. Okay, I think the power went out. Let's look for a generator somewhere in the room. There must be one, right? As a former professional technician, I used Anya's light to search for a small box on the wall. Shortly after, I found one. I opened it and flipped some switches on the box, which had dozens of switches and buttons. The lights in the room came back on. There was even a radio. When did the radio get here? Sam, the body is gone! Anya screamed. She was crying. I looked at the operating table. I couldn't see the body. I also couldn't see the lungs we had dissected. I wanted to cry too. What was going on here? Shit, I'm out, Chris said. He ran through the sliding door before I could stop him. Only Anya and I remained. As the only sensible people here, I grabbed Anya's hand and stepped outside. The hallway seemed different. Then something clicked in my mind. Where is Chris? We should be able to see him running here. Where is he, Sam? Anya sounded hysterical. Part of me wanted to leave her. Another part wanted to save her. I looked around, trying to remember the way out. I went in the opposite direction Chris had taken, and we soon reached a staircase. We went down to the ground floor. Escaping seemed easy until I heard a scream. A scream so loud that I heard its echoes twice. It was unmistakably Chris's. Anya looked like she was about to lose it. I walked faster, then abruptly stopped. I felt Anya's hand let go. I could have understood why. Chris's dead body lay stretched out on the floor. His legs were severed. His left arm was missing. His neck was open, and blood flowed like a river from it. His chest looked as if it had been ripped open. One of his eyes was also missing. It didn't take long before I saw a pale figure hovering over Chris. It was Adam. The corpse's mouth was full of blood. I could make out an organ in his mouth. It was terrifying. Even more frightening was when it lifted its head towards me. It had eyes. It looked dead, but somehow alive. I think I mentioned that before. No, I heard that sound from Adam. I don't know how to describe it. Anya was already gone. I didn't hear her running away. I'm alone. I don't know where everyone is. So much was running through my head. Behind me, the stairs led up. If I went upstairs, God knows what I'd encounter. The only way was to fight it. I took a step forward. It didn't flinch. I took another step. Nothing. Then I ran, my mind no longer functioning correctly, adrenaline racing through my veins. My feet moved faster than I ever could have. My right arm moved instinctively. I was brave. I swung my fists, aiming for the creature's face. But it was too fast. It grabbed my hand with force. I couldn't say what happened next. I just felt nothing. All I saw was my hand broken and mutilated. My left arm moved instinctively to push the creature's face away, but it just bit into my hand. I felt intense pain this time. I screamed, but nothing came out of my throat. I couldn't control myself anymore. I felt helpless. I fell to the ground, losing blood, losing my sight. I couldn't move. It stood over me, making the same sound over and over. No, no. I saw it kneel. Its head came closer to mine. I knew what was about to happen. I was no longer afraid. Maybe it was my turn to die. It was okay for me. I accepted my fate. As it devoured me, I felt nothing. I watched as it tore open my chest, ate my heart, and pulled out my entrails. I woke up. My vision was blurry, but I was awake. I could hear people talking. A man. No, 2 men and a lady. Autopsy? I felt that I was lying down, naked. I looked down and didn't recognize the man. He was writing on my chest. The other man was taking notes. In the next moment, I knew the lady was going to cut me open. I had to run. I had to. Coincidentally, the lights went out. I bolted and searched for a way out.